I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's to you. Let's to you.
Whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort round the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah, yeah, okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
QT, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost, you never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you.
Saying over to the bell goes ding. Saying over to the bell goes. Saying over to the bell goes. Saying over to the bell goes. If you think I've had enough.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
After intense and grueling matches yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we'll welcome you back to the SPS MLBB Women's Challenge Finals, ladies and gentlemen, for the last and second day of this series. You guys are now watching the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Burger Kim. How are you feeling today, Burger Kim?
Super excited. Still a little bit of hungover from the matches yesterday, but super excited for the matches to come. We are inching closer and closer as well to our grand finals. We're about to find out who's going to be the queens of SPS Women's League. But for now, of course, we still have our final lower bracket match as well as our upper bracket match that will be happening just shortly. And we've already seen a lot of the teams kind of show what they got in yesterday's matches.
For sure. We started off yesterday with 4 teams and we're down to only 3. So we have one representative left from the Philippines in, of course, Onyx Zol, who was able to win a victory, an upset, honestly, against Smart Omega Empress. And we do have 2 other teams from Indonesia in, of course, Team Vitality as well as Falcons Vega.
Yeah, I think for Smart Omega, a lot of people were actually quite surprised with that. But for Onyx All, right? Like this is what they wanted to have in that victory up against Smart Omega. And again, it's still not over. Dreams to Riyadh are still pretty much alive. We've been talking about the bracket earlier, Eterna, but here it is. The last 3 series that we'll be having today. You got Vitality and Falcons. You got Onyx as well in the final lower bracket that will be facing either Vitality or Falcons for that last slot to the grand finals.
There's definitely a lot of storylines of revenge. We saw a little bit of revenge coming in from Onyx yesterday against Omega Empress, one of the number 1 teams, the female teams, of course, where they were able to get that out. But today we are going to have also a similar kind of story between Team Vitality as well as Falcons Vega, like you mentioned, in the upper bracket finals. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, all these teams who win not only stand a chance to get their hands on to the prize pool, but they also get a chance to fly out to MWI, where only 1 slot does remain. And of course, 2 teams have already secured it. We have Team Vitality from Indonesia, of course, with Smart Omega Empress from the Philippines, but 1 slot remains. Will it be Onyx Zol or will it be Falcons Vega?
Yeah, it's actually super exciting right now, right? Like to think that Onyx Zol is still on the run for the last slot. Both of them, Falcons Vega and Onyx Zol. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day since they are both still here. There's a lot that happened yesterday, Eterna. I think it was a pretty long day, but actually I would say it's a day full of surprises, full of upsets, and maybe, as we take a look at the highlights.
Kau berikan sedikit paksaan mencari pemain yang seterusnya dan meneruskan Smart Omega Empress, tapi Mirai menerima damage yang cukup besar pada Fumieko, tapi Fumieko dalam keadaan cukup berbahaya dikempung oleh beberapa paksaan. Mirai juga dicari tapi sini Boros telah menigurkan, Chang juga tak ada player juga lagi telah menigurkan, Sinowan juga telah menitidurkan. Bebas untuk masuk ke hadapan, harga pada Vivian memaksa keadaan mencari Amore dah ada pada Amore.
Amore sekarang ini kelihatan dengan lebih besar sekarang ini.
Untuk situasi sekarang agak susah. Casey dah tak ribut Lindy. Vivian menjadi untuk menjadikan Casey. Sini Boros telah menjatuhkan. Ayah nama Indah tak ada. Tapi Fumieko digugurkan pula double kill untuk Gel. Triple kill untuk Gel. Bina ataupun tidak untuk Gel. Masuk ke hadapan Blinker digunakan pula. Amore hilang. Terpaksa keluar. Lari berpeliaran supaya tidak dikejar Smart Omega Empress. Tapi Mirai dijatuhkan oleh Gel. Terbalik menuju situasi Shinoa juga digugurkan. Pemain memberikan satu reset semula ke atas lot. sudah berada belakang. Pasukan Zone juga menanti panggilan untuk pasukan Falcons Vega memulakan pertempuran. Penalti Zone tak kena. Menyebabkan pasukan kali ini Falcons Vega boleh memberikan jumpa yang berbeza untuk mendapatkan lot yang ada. Mampu ataupun tidak mengunci lot. Kali ini Bene yang akan ditumbangkan tapi Agatha melangkah jalan. Zone pun agak sukar kalau mereka nak terus paksa. Pada strike digunakan oleh Rain mencari Agatha. Hilang di tangan Rain. Baik.
Kan pun ialah diberikan tall dan juga cingul dekat bahagian belakang.
Oh,
Rian
agak bahaya situasi Tal jauh cukup rendah terus dijatuhkan oleh Rian. Cuba untuk masuk.
berbalas kosong pada minit yang ke-9. Lot yang pertama telah dimiliki oleh Onyx Zone.
Oh, dia masuk macam tu je. Ani yang berjaya untuk menjatuhkan KC. Tak mungkin.
Spike dia berada dekat bahagian bawah. Pada jauh saya dia melepaskan.
Oh, betul.
Kena masuk ataupun tidak. Dia masuk sekarang
Okey,
ni.
dia masuk. Dia akan cuba untuk berikan damage. Jewel agak berbahaya. Tapi ini beri sempat untuk mencari pemain. Dan Ram telah pun berjaya di muka laporan. Tapi Jewel telah pun dikuburkan. Ram telah pun disyakkan kali ini. Ayah Nabi agak berbahaya kali ini. 3 pemain yang akan dikuburkan.
Dengan langkah mereka mungkin dengan kekurangan manpower mereka boleh tamat perlawanan ini.
Rian berjaya untuk syakkan ke Sinawa. Mencari pemain berbagai semua mereka berisi seterusnya. Ada lagi 3 pemain. Jewel telah bertahan mengeluarkan diri macam ada. Tapi di pada
And there you go, all the highlights that we saw yesterday. Some of these moments were actually etched in my brain. I think I had nightmares about it, especially that play from Jin Chao in the bottom lane with split push on the Roger. But back again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you guys who missed it, this is going to be the challenge final schedule. We do have 3 matches ahead of us, starting with the upper bracket. It will be followed with the lower bracket finals, of course, with Onyx Zoal waiting on their opponent, as well as the final match of the day in a best of 5. We will be honored to bring you guys the grand finals after all that these teams have gone through over from the Open finals, the Open qualifiers, and up until this point now in the Challenge finals, we get to see who will be crowned, like you mentioned, the queens here at SPS.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting it off today, of course, with the teams that you definitely know, Team Vitality and Falcons, that will be going head-to-head. And I'm pretty sure both of these teams, especially Vitality and Falcons, they're like, okay, yeah, you know what? It's you guys again. And I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a very exciting BO3. So many things can happen between these two. Let's take a look at the keys to victory, or one of the few heroes, like both the gold and the mid lane, that are really, really important when it comes to winning the game. We saw a lot of Moscovs yesterday, the Nathans, and even a Maniac on the Roger from Team Vitality's Shell. So yeah, look at the win rate, look at the pick rate as well. It seems like the Moskov is picked plenty of times here in SPS.
For sure, it's one of the most priorities in the particular lane, in the gold lane, and you get to kind of see and kind of feel what the priorities for all these teams are headed, right? A lot of late game with the Moskov and the Natan, but there's also some snowballing capacity for the early game pressure and presence that the Roger has with a 40% win rate. We also saw yesterday so many highlights were actually centered around the gold lane. So this particular gold lane spotlight will be important. We saw Shell pop off yesterday, like you mentioned. Jin Chao also had a blast on the Roger as well, by the way. So there were a lot of Roger plays that we saw yesterday. And of course, the other gold laners just really popping off. And we're going to see exactly what kind of strategy or gameplay that they're going to bring in today. Is it still going to be gold lane centric, or will we see other kind of lanes shine?
Yeah, interesting too that a lot of our MVPs yesterday were actually back-to-back gold laners,
Yes.
with only, I think that was Team Falcons in the last game that they had with Onyx Zoal, where it was, I think it was Violet that got in that MVP as the XP laner. So yesterday, it was so pivotal to have a very good gold laner. We've seen a lot of the bans centering on the gold lane as well. And I did actually ask some of the pro players in MPL, okay, why is it that they want like gold laners to be the priority? It's because of the good scaling that they have. Another one of them is actually the mid lane, the one that really drives the rotation that your team will have.
Definitely. So much prowess in the early game. Like you mentioned, the gold lane setup is so important, and it can only be done with that mid trio prio. And of course, that centers around the mid lane. With the Vexana, 70% win rate, 20 times pick. So it's one of the most favorite picks here in this particular tournament. We have the Novaria and the Valentina. So there's a lot of utility that surrounds all these 3 mid laners. It's not just the damage output that is very important about these 3, but the utility flexibility, right? With the Valentina flexibility, can utilize the IMU to just really accentuate what kind of gameplay you want to go for. You want to go for fast clear, you want to go for a little bit more engage, you want to go for CC. All these things can be flexed with the Valentina. The Novaria visibility is so important, and of course that range and that clear, as well as the poke, right? We saw the poke coming through from the Xavier. Only one time picked yesterday with a 0% win rate, but you kind of get the idea that when you're going against a composition that's full setup, of course, heroes like Novaria, the Xavier that can poke from far away and just disrupt that setup is pivotal. And with the Vexana, you have the damage, you have the knockups, you have the CC, just an all-arounder here.
Yeah, I mean the Eternal Guard, right? Like once you have that, it's an extra unit that you can have in all of those team fights. The Valentina too, I would like to highlight that a little bit more. I mean, honestly, I really feel sad for the Valentina. She's been released since November 2021. And up until this day, she has always stayed either on the ban list or she gets picked up. It's all because of the ultimate that she has, the IMU, right? It's so it kind of makes you think twice on what you want to pick next, right? Like once your enemy has the Valentina, you kind of have to think, okay, we can't really pick up these heroes that have good ultimates. That's why even up until this day, it is actually more it's picked more than the Novaria actually in this particular tournament. So it's interesting to see that a low win rate. Maybe it's because of the overall composition too, but overall still a good pick.
For sure, for sure. Because like we mentioned, right? I think the combination, I think we saw so many seasons ago, always like a trade-off between the Faramis and the Valentina.
Oh, yeah.
We actually saw Faramis being popped up in yesterday. So that definitely can still come through today in the 3 upcoming matches that we have. But let's go back to our first match of the day, right? 2 Indonesian representatives, like you mentioned, going head-to-head once again. And of course, the last time that they met was at WSL in the Grand Finals, where unfortunately for Falcons Vega, they had to lose a 4-1 in a best-of-7 against the Team Vitality. And this has just been the running storyline for so many different tournaments, whether it be international, small scale, large scale, that this team, Falcons Vega, always seem to fall short behind Team Vitality. So if they're able to make this, if they're able to win this, this will be their ultimate showing and their ultimate act of revenge against Team Vitality today.
Yes, so much revenge storylines. I mean, for the Philippines, right? It was Onyx Zol upsetting Smart Omega. I mean, it is very likely, right? Because Onyx Zol has always been second, and yesterday miraculously pulled off that 2-1 up against them in that BO3. And here, once again, for Vitality and Falcons, right? They're just, I can't believe up until this day, Eterna, there's just really no way to crack Team Vitality, right? Like 19 championship titles under their belt. Of course, they're going to be playing with Fumieko, Peoples, Cine, you got Shells, and Vivian. Still virtually the same lineup as what they had in the previous tournaments, in the previous MWIs as well. So I really don't know, Eterna, what's there to say about this team? Like, they're just way too good at what they do. 19 championship, you would have thought by now, like somebody should have had it figured out on how to crack their team composition, or actually how to kind of take them down.
For sure. I think a lot of people are actually asking the same exact question. A little similar to Blacklist's era, right?
Oh,
they
yeah.
want to try to decode what Team Vitality has been able to bring time and time again. Their performance just always outshining all the rest of the teams. And honestly, even coming from Indonesia, everyone's kind of like, all right, but might as well just give the championship over to this team. So let's hope that since Falcons Vega have been with this team for so long, that they finally found that answer. And you know, anything can happen at this point. Like you mentioned, we saw an upset yesterday. It's the first time for everything, and let's hope that this is the best time for them to finally show that they have a little bit more to say. But of course, the success of the team is also thanks to their coaching staff. With Susu Gajah, we also have Dewa as the analyst. Before, when they started that 19 times championship run, it was with Coach Razeboy. Razeboy left and actually joined Bigatron, but I mean, the effect that he has left with Susu Gajah now picking up the reign, it has just been so dominant and so phenomenal. And we're wondering whether or not Falcons Vega will finally get to answer this question as we get to take a look at their official team lineup.
Oh, okay. So this is a bit different from what they had yesterday, right? You got Agatha in the mid lane yesterday for Falcons Vega when they went up against Onyx Sol, but this time they're going to be going with Violet, Mei Lane, Funi, Chin Chao, and of course Val here that will be playing for their lineup here in their matchup against Team Vitality. So what's the difference between, fielding Mei Lane and Agatha yesterday? We've seen Agatha play really well up against Onyx Sol, but with this different type of lineup, right? We talked about this, Eterna. There are different possibilities or different types of hero pools, or it really depends. Like maybe this mid laner has a bit more under her belt, so maybe they're pulling her out this time for this highly anticipated matchup up against Team Vitality.
Because that's actually a really good question, because in WSL, in the grand finals, they actually swapped in their rosters as well. It was in the jungle either Caramel or Mei Lane, and then like you mentioned, in the mid lane either Funi or Agatha. So we're getting kind of like the second layer of Falcons Vega now. So honestly, in terms of hero pool, they're actually quite similar. It could be experience that they're looking for. I think the players that are playing at this point do have a little bit more up in their belt. So they're looking for that experience, that adaptation possibility when it comes down to looking for that kryptonite that Team Vitality sorely lacks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking at this point, right? I don't think Team Vitality has ever heard the word defeat. I mean, I know in the history of female MLBB in Indonesia, it has always been Team Vitality. I mean, for Falcons Vega, they've taken in at least one game or two up against them, but never a series, right? It's so crazy. Like what's the secret to cracking down Team Vitality up until now? Like, even if you change up the rosters, even with new patches, right, Eterna, it's just crazy to think that Team Vitality has managed to be this dominant up until this day.
And it all starts with the drafts, right? I think they've had an exceptional draft so far, very creative, very out of the box, but when they want to play according to the meta, that's also something that they find strength in. So let's welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 1. See that Falcons will be on blue side. And we'll talk about this a little bit, right? Blue side, even yesterday, has found a lot more success than teams that have taken down in the red side. So if patterns speak volumes, then maybe we're looking at Falcons here taking game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, for Falcons, right? They've already taken they've already this route. They've gone up against Vitality several times, blue side, red side. This has happened oftentimes, and I think if they mix and match their kind of data, they should have something up their sleeve. But being on the blue side this time, there was a high chance of winning. We've seen it in the games of Onyx Zol and Smart Omega in the lower bracket yesterday. So who knows? This might actually just be, the head start that Falcons Vega needs. It's actually, a nice and slow bans coming out from both sides, considering that they already have all of the information that they need. The Loi is up, by the way. They've taken out the chip earlier, and I think the Loi is also something that Falcons Vega has utilized even in the past tournaments that they had.
Oh, and that's a very, very high priority pick. But remember, the Harith has also been left open. So now they're kind of pushing Falcons in a position where, all right, what's your strategy? What's your priority? Do you want to pick up something like the Harith for the gold lane to have a little bit more say? Or do you want that presence, that macro capacity that the Luo Yi offers? And it looks like Falcons have chosen the Luo Yi.
Wow, I think this is kind of like the throwback to the first time I casted an Indonesian female MLBB game. And Falcons, there was a time I remember the Loi wasn't even a thing in professional play. Like, it was just a pocket pick for some of the players, and one of the teams that have actually utilized it really well was Falcons Vega. Even back in the day when they were still playing under GPX, this was a pocket pick that they've had, and they're so good with it. They're very comfortable with it. And now when it all comes to like ganking, it's all about the map control. Having the Loi on their side is really good. You've seen the play that they did yesterday with the chip. That was honestly something just so mind-blowing up until today. I still can't get over that. They kickstarted off with a Martis as well, possibly going into the jungler role for Falcons Vega. And as for Vitality, they've started it off real strong. A power pick for Chels, by the way. The Claude is in their hands, as well as the Minotaur.
If you're talking about power picks, that's also a power pick Martis in the jungle here for Maylane. She's been exceptional on this particular hero. And you can already feel, again, right, that early game-centric gameplay that it looks like they're going for here. The Martis, similar to the Roger in the gold lane, requires that snowballing potential, and if they don't get it, then that's a little bit difficult in towards the late game. So now Vitality pick up something like the Boxia. So early game rotations are going to be great as well for the Boxia. Neutral objective take as well, but I think speed is like the main focus here for Team Vitality in game number 1.
Yeah, the rotations, right? Just to make sure that all of their lanes are covered. Securing the objectives is going to be very important as well for both of these teams. They're so good with the macro play. And, securing in the turtles was one of the keys to victory here for even the other teams, like Onyx All, right? Up against Smart Omega. So having fast rotations with the first three heroes that Vitality has, it's gonna be good for them in the early game. But let's not forget, it's also a Martis on the side of Team Falcons Vega, and it's just so good at the early game. We all know what it's like when a Martis just snowballs. It's just gonna be really hard to kind of bounce back from that situation.
So now that Natan has been banned out, and so has the X-Borg. Knowingly, an X-Borg is such a great counter towards the Charizla in the lane. They also want to set up a good EXP lane, because it could be a very difficult gold lane here against the Claude, against Shell. A power pick for Shell as well with the Claude. What kind of gold laner would you want to focus on? The Harith is still available if they do want to go that route.
Yeah, there's just a lot of CC though on the side of Vitality, right? So that's kind of like, okay, should we still go for the Harith? But yeah, you know what? They want to leave no stones unturned. Team Vitality will just take away the Harith. I was thinking they're forcing Falcons Vega here to just pick up the carry, right? Like the classic carry Claude in the gold lane. But it's gonna be really hard for the carry though, right? Like you got the two frontliners for their side. You can melt them down in the late game, but up against the Claude, it's gonna be really hard.
It's definitely a better lane for the Claude if they do want to force out a carry. And obviously the carry would do well against the Boxia and the Minotaur. You want to be able to shred through all that HP. And that's one of the choices that they do have. But with so many front lines, there is a possibility that they could go for something like the Ixia. But never mind. There's a little bit too much dive, I think, from the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, even for if the Ixia is gonna go up against the Claude, right? Like the Minotaur can just knock up the Ixia. It's gonna be really hard to position. Like if you have an Ixia, I think it's more of if you had it in the lineup of Vitality, I would understand that kind of matches their lineup a little bit more. But the Ixia though, it's a little bit risky, I'd say, when it's Falcons Vega that has it under the hand. So yeah, they're really forcing out the carry here just to melt down the front lines, right? To take down the Minotaur, to take down the tanky Baksha. But I'm hearing something. Okay, that's a voice line I know. And we've seen this yesterday from Smart Omega, and they're gonna do exactly the same here for Falcons Vega. It was a different story yesterday, but the Carmilla as well has been picked up for Falcons Vega. Love this pick. Great up against the lineup here of Team Vitality, the crowd control, the Curse of Blood. I don't even want to start because I love that hero so much.
I like that hero and I understand your notion, but with the lineup that Team Vitality has picked up, I don't really see the synergy for the Carmilla, right? With the Carmilla, it's great with the ultimate if your team groups up, either against like something like a Chip or a Faramis or something like that, but in this particular regard, with so much dive, it will be interesting to see how this Carmilla will perform in this particular composition against what Team Vitality is going for, especially with the Lapu Lapu locked in last year for Team Vitality. A little bit more gameplay, a little bit more initiation plays that can be given with the Lapu Lapu.
Yep. I think for the side of Team Falcons Vega, right, they're willing to risk this type of play, like having the Chang as well in the gold lane. Fast wave though up against the Claude, it can also poke the Claude in the lane. But yeah, the Carmilla though, I think it's the idea of kind of denying all of these team fights, like it's anti-team fights up against Team Vitality. So yeah, I'm still wondering how they'll pull off that pick. There's also a lot of peel, a lot of pokes coming in from the side of Team Vitality.
So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's just jump straight into game number 1 in our first match of the day. A best of 3 between both Indonesian reps here at SPS Women's League Challenge Finals. They're up in the upper bracket and they are looking to get that grand final position, that first grand final position, as Team Falcons Vega as well as Team Vitality go head to head.
There's a lot of potential here for Falcons Vega to do the ganks. Fast rotations as well. You've been talking about it for Team Vitality, and Falcons Vega has that too. Like the Carmilla, the diversion play coming out from Funi. So yeah, I think I want to see that happen, especially you need to kind of slow down the gold lane here for the side of Team Vitality to ensure that the winning condition is on the side of Falcons Vega.
On that note, a very interesting choice from Chinchao on the Chang'e in the gold lane, right? We saw a different sub-emblem utilized yesterday when it was utilized by Smart Omega. But Chinchao, same weakness finder. We also do have the, bargain hunter. But that first emblem is a little bit different. I wonder how that will pay and how impactful it will be in this 1v1 against Shell on the Cloud.
And right now, we're starting to see Thal as well utilizing this Carmilla. Like, making sure that they have an idea of where Pipals is. And, you know, the Carmilla has a great early game. That I can definitely say. And looking at how things are going right now, it seems like Falcons Vega already has a great position. Forces that flicker out from Thal. But here comes the first turtle for both sides to take. And Team Vitality and the side of Falcons Vega have positioned themselves here as well.
That's a big resource wasted. That flicker in right before the neutral objective take. Let's see both of these teams and how they go for it. Both junglers are same at level 4. So let's see this 50-50 and the setup from Pipals.
Yep, there's the initiation coming through, but it's going to be Maylane securing in that first turtle of the game. Goes for a double as well. Great start for the side of Falcons Vega. Maylane picking up the turtle and picking up 2 kills instantly for the side of Falcons.
It's a comfort pick, right? Again, Martis has just been so good for Maylane and actually also as well for Caramel, but maybe that's one of the reasons why they swapped in the jungler this time around, because we're seeing that prowess that she has on this Martis. Being able to pick up this neutral objective, picking up 2 kills to start in that snowball, that entire win condition that they had with their particular composition, especially with the Chang'e in the gold lane. It's going really, really well for them. And now Team Vitality, they have to think about a way to stop this snowball from happening, right? Because Falcons Vega already leading with a 2K in this first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, even the level of Pipals and Maylane is different, right? Like 2 levels ahead for Maylane, whereas Pipals now going in for the impact. There goes the Curse of Blood onto 3. Okay, goes for the killing spree. Decimate onto 2. Might actually go for the triple, but they're not gonna go for more here. It's beautifully timed Curse of Blood there by Thal, and then you have Maylane there just really having the time of her life, going in for the decimate, and that's exactly what a Martis needs. This is what a Martis wants to have in the early game.
Very aggressive, but also very respectful in terms of her item build for Maylane, right? We have the Fury Hammer in for a little bit more damage in this early game. But wait a second, in the top side, that's a lot of damage actually traded in. They're putting in the pressure. But back to the items, right? There's a lot of respect towards the magic damage that can be put on towards her, especially against a hero like Novaria in the early game, as well as that leather jerkin. But meanwhile...
Yep, Vivian's taking a lot of the damage there from the rotation diversion combination there from Funi, forcing her back. Actually, this is good for Falcons Vega once again. The turtle takes are so important for all of the teams, and Maylane already 2 levels, still 2 levels ahead of Pipals, will be taking this turtle again with no contest from the side of Vitality.
At this point, they shouldn't, right? At this point, they shouldn't go for the contest, because if they play into this trap, if they play into the tempo of Falcons Vega, they're just gonna lose more, and they're gonna have to... Oh, wait a second, bottom lane?
Eterna, that was another beautiful Curse of Blood. We were talking about the combination here, how it would actually work out, and that's the idea from Falcons Vega. Get in a diversion play, bring in Thal there, and just completely catch Team Vitality off guard. That was beautifully executed by Falcons Vega, and right now they've exerted so much pressure on all of their lanes. Team Vitality seem to be so stunned on what to do next right now.
the macro pressure that Funi has with the Luo Yi has been a problem, right? Because the winning condition again for Team Vitality is to try and wait for a little bit into the mid game, right? When Pipals has a power spike, Cine needs a little bit more items to dish out that damage if that's the build that she's going for. And as well as Shells, right? You want those 3 items. Wait a second! That's a kill over onto Vivian. So to make it all worse now for Team Vitality, they have to lose Vivian in the process, propelling Melee to a 5-0-0 KDA.
Wow, okay. We were talking about the possibilities here between these two teams, but yeah, it seems like Falcons Vega came here prepared up against Team Vitality. And Vitality right now, even though they have really, really good rotations, they have so much mobility in their lineup, it seems like Falcons Vega are slowly taking in the lanes. Mid lane, the bottom lane turret, it's so fast. 6 minutes in, 6 kills for their side. It's like they're having like 1 kill per minute here for Falcons Vega. And what's really good is 5 of them actually went to the jungler, to main lane.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it slow. This is some fast-paced action and tempo from Falcons Vega. They mean business here in game number 1. We talked about the revenge arc coming through for both of these teams, and it looks like Falcons Vega, they're taking it personally. It looks like another diversion play to the top side.
Yep, diversion play, but it's only Fumi this time. Okay, forces the flicker out for their side. Curse of Blood, but only lands it on Fumi Echo. Now, the side of Team Vitality, they want to go for Mortal, buying some time, and Melee will be securing once again the last turtle of the game. All of them went to the side of Falcons Vega. 21k, 3,000 gold lead for the side of Falcons Vega, and the map control as well onto their side as Vitality. They're really, really struggling right now. Pipal is going to be taking in the damage. There goes a nice setup from Vivian. Fumi Echo as well, looking to land that Bravest Fighter, but it's going to be the Bravest Fighter out. Violet as well does not have that ultimate, gonna be backing away, but Falcons Vega once again still has everything under control.
I think honestly it went a little bit out of control with that diversion play. They couldn't get anything, forced to flicker, and even had to lose Jin Chao in the process, giving over a kill onto Shell that we notoriously know is so good at farming and getting into that late game to get to that power spike and eventually being able to turn an entire game around. So I think that was a big mistake coming in from Falcons Vega. And if they keep making these mistakes, a team like Team Vitality with so much experience under their belt, that definitely can be punished and capitalized. Falcons Vega need to keep going with the tempo, but also be very decisive and disciplined with their decision making.
Yep, because one Curse of Blood, right? You've seen it earlier, and right now, Thal, speaking of the Curse of Blood, that's going to link into Cine. That's going to be third down for Jin Chao. Meteor Shower has been used, and they're going to be backing it away. You see how fast it is. Man, how many turrets has Falcons Vega taken?
Fumi?
3, but on the backside of Fumi, going to get punished there by the side of Falcons Vega. And right now, Vivian as well,
Shells!
just like that, instantly taken down. Shells with the blazing to went out. Man, that was too close for comfort. She actually dashed away. Good thing she has that BMI out, or that would have been another takedown for the side of Team Vitality.
But this is a wake-up call now for Falcons Vega, right? Sure, they were able to get the favorable trade, taking down Fumi as well as Vivian in the process of that team fight, but it is a wake-up call of what Shell is capable of. And that's even before that power spike lands. With that space though, with the way that Falcons Vega played it, they will be able to get the neutral objective take. They will be able to pick up this Lord uncontested. But I'm actually curious to see the items now for Shells in the 9th minute, how far she's gone up. Oh, but Jin Chao picking up the Holy Crystal, that's also going to be very huge for Falcons Vega.
Yeah, the same emblem that they used as well yesterday for Smart Omega, having in that weakness fighter for the Chang'e. Golden Staff has been secured here as well by Shells. I think this is the thing for Vitality. They just have to kind of wait for the right moment to punish Falcons Vega. This is exactly what Falcons wanted for the early game, right? The snowball Martis. And right now, Team Vitality, they're banking on Shells here. This is a comfort pick for her as well. So we're going to have to see, right? You see how fast she's also taking down Thal there. A couple of basic attacks almost taking her down, but now we see the Meteor Shower. Lord has been melted down here by Team Vitality. Still no inhibitors. They're all intact here for the side of Team Vitality. They're not going to go for more. Still respecting Team Vitality's damage capabilities.
There is still this wave that is marching down in the bottom side of the map, but of course, with the discipline coming through, they do not want to go and overcommit onto it. But the problem is, the longer this game goes, the more Chinchao is not going to have as much of an impact as it did in the early stage of the game in that 1v1 against the Claude. The Claude will be able to siege through these objectives a lot quicker, a lot faster, and of course that DPS is definitely much more stronger for the Claude as compared to the Chang'e. So with the Golden Staff being picked up, I'm wondering whether or not he's already picked up the next two items on the board, but diversion play.
Oh, wow. Okay, almost. Pipals was just like, I felt it. They're gonna they're gonna use that diversion right there, but that was gonna be huge if Thal was able to land it on like three. There was three members of Vitality right there in the middle. But right now, 11 minutes in, it's gonna be the Luminous Lord up. We still have yet to see Chels, right? It's a good thing though that she is starting to slowly scale up for now, like being able to farm slowly, whereas Falcons Vega, they're just enjoying the early game. But right now, Pipals though, gonna be starting it up here. Starting it off with Melee, but right now they're gonna go for the penalty zone. Demon Owen's Fury there as well to combine it all in. There's the shutdown that you were looking for. It's gonna be Chels locking in a double kill. Might go for the triple as the rest of Falcons Vega. They're gonna back away, and that is the opening Team Vitality was looking for.
Slowly coming back, and this is what I was so concerned about from that early game, right? Because Falcons Vega, that composition is really great in the early game. So it played out, the results we saw is exactly what is to be expected. But the problem is when that starts to shift, when Team Vitality and their heroes and their members start to get their power spike in those items, that's when things are going to be a little bit more tricky for Falcons Vega. One of the only loopholes that they have in their arsenal right now for Falcons is the fact that they have the Luo Yi. With a diversion, they can work around the map, look for a loophole in terms of positioning, go for a flank, try to get Shells in the back line, because here you go, right? Gold leaderboard, Shells is at number 1, a 10,000 gold lead. They haven't been able to shut down Shells so far, and this is going to be a problem for Falcons Vega.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that Team Vitality got earlier in that clash when Chels popped in that Blazing Duet was able to shut down Melee. That's a huge gold swing to the side of the gold laner of Team Vitality. And right now, Falcons Vega knows that the expiry time for that early game is about to happen, right? This is where the time where the Claude is about to shine. They're going to have to take in everything that they got, starting up this Lord as well. Half HP already. Let's see if Vitality will make in the play. I think Vivian has that flicker in, goes in for the Minoan's Fury, but it's still gonna be Melee taking in the Lord for the side of Falcons Vega. There's still gonna be isolated clashes here, as for the side of Team Falcons Vega, they're super low. As Team Vitality, they strike in. It's still gonna be Chels picking up that mega kill. 4 kills already for Chels, and this just might be it for Vitality. They've been taking down the members here of Falcons Vega, but they do have the Lord here for their side.
It is a 1v1 trade, but remember, Falcons Vega picked up that Lord, so it is still technically a favorable trade for Falcons Vega, with Melee 2 levels ahead earlier on when they went in for the neutral objective contest, maybe 2 or even 3 levels ahead. It definitely was better suited to favor Melee in that retribution battle. But the fact that Team Vitality are trading it like this, somehow, some way, Falcons Vega need to look for a way to close this out as soon as possible. And the problem is, when it comes to the offense, when it comes to them looking for the end of the game, they don't have enough siege. They don't have a marksman to dish out that damage onto the turret, so they're banking on this Lord damage. But look at Shell! She's just shredding through Thal. Basically, that's their roamer, by the way. And you can already see this being a continuous problem now for Falcons Vega. They can't end.
Oh man, the flicker has been burned as well by Thal, and this is what you get when you have a Claude. It is time to kind of reap the rewards here when it comes to the late game. Although Falcons Vega, they still have the gold lead, 2k gold lead, but it's really hard to end this, right? Like, not unless you kind of get that shutdown on Chels. They have to make some sort of diversion play here to catch Chels off guard. Maybe, shut her down at this point, because she's been wrecking havoc here up against Falcons Vega, right? The roamer, Thal, despite the fact that she already has the plate armor and even the anti-cuirass, it's still not enough to kind of like soak in all of the damage that Shells has been putting out. She also has the complete items right now, Aeterna. It's like all of the core items of the Claude has the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, the Malefic Roar, and even, of course, the Rose Gold Meteor to counter out the magic damage.
Yeah, the Rose Gold Meteor. Oh, wait a second. They're going for an engage here.
Yep. Oh, no. We're just talking about the items. She's been taken down. Immortality is out. And now Vivian goes in for the Minoan's Fury. Fumi Echo as well from the back. They're waiting for the timing. They don't have their rover right now. And Chell's going for the Blazing Duet. On the 3, a double kill for Fumi Echo. And with that, it's only Chin Chao and Funi left to defend. Oh, man.
This is chaos. This is so bad for Falcons Vega. That early game snowball that they have been able to amount to has been brought down to only a 1k golden at this point. With so many of the members already at full items, it's going to be a lot more difficult, and now the shoe is on the other foot. Now it is Falcons Vega that need to look for a loophole, because we're already in minute number 16. We're in Team Vitality zone. We're in their territory at this point.
Yeah, I think for Vitality, right, they did not contest the Turtles very early on, knowing, or they respected already, okay, Falcons Vega had their time there in the early game. Mei Lane was able to use that Martis so well, was able to farm up pretty well, but now 16 minutes. Look at the gold graph of Falcons Vega dropping down here in, by the 15-minute mark. And this is where Shells was just wrecking havoc again up against Falcons Vega. Now they have the Lord on their side. They should be able to push down the second tier towers here.
And to make it all worse, she's actually picked up the Wind Talker. So that Blazing Duet, that attack speed coming through from that ult is going to be even more precarious in the damage output given onto Falcons Vega. So, ladies and gentlemen, this Lord is marching now in the top side of the 3 waves that will be crashing. And it looks like Peepball's gonna go for an engage first.
Peepball's Vivian waiting for the proper timing. They can't find an opening just yet. They're waiting for that flicker in from Vivian. They have to defend this one. It's the enhanced Lord, by the way, but Shells, though, taking that mid inhibitor turret. Now it is gone. Violet, though, trying to find an opening here, but Shells! Rotation diversion almost taking her down, actually causing her to back away. Team Vitality still respecting, okay, the burst damage coming out from Falcons Vega, but they took what they wanted. The 2 inhibitor turrets on the top side and the mid side.
What is that damage? My girl, Shells, what? With the Wind Talker, the DPS, even from the basic attack alone, is enough to shred a member almost to its entirety of health. And now look at Team Vitality as they're looking for more dominance in the jungle. Mei Lane is still going to be able to pick up that orange buff, but what is going on with Team Vitality? They are on a roll. Shells 403 KDA so far, and it looks like Chin Chao is trying to dish a little bit more damage. She picked up the Divine Glaive earlier on in the hopes that they can penetrate through that. But again, right, the Meteor Shower is so selective in targeting.
Yep. The ultimates have been invested here as well. Nice engage from both sides, but they didn't get the pick-off that they wanted. Everybody has their immortalities right now. Even I think Melee should be picking up the defensive items. But, you know, apart from Shells, we have to talk a little bit about the damage coming out from Chin Chao as well. You've seen the Meteor Shower, right? Ripping apart, you know, the likes of Fumi Echo and even Pipals, even though they have their Radiant Armor. So that's something that they have to watch out for as well. But Shells, the thing about the Claude here, there's so many ins and outs, right? The BMI, the Blazing Duet. She also has the Purify. So it's going to be easy to escape those setups, the penalty zone, and even the Curse of Blood here from the side of Falcons Vega.
They're going to have to figure it out. I don't know how, though. Diversion play into the back line, try to bait in the Purify before they go for that play. Something along those lines, right? I mean, they could look for a way for Thal, perhaps, to try and bait out that Purify. We do see a diversion play coming through. This might be the answer.
Okay, but it's going to be Fumi Echo, the frontliner there now. They might go for the re-engage. A lot of ultimates being invested. Pipalzo in trouble here. Gonna get worked on there by Violet. It's not enough damage yet to take her down. And this is the time to strike for Vitality. Vivian goes for the flicker as as well as the Minoan's Fury, but everybody has it. Chills from the backline was able to take her down, and this is the signal for Vitality to just go for more with their truncheon. Not enough for Booty. Look at the dead timers. It's only Maylene and Thal. Not really that much wave clear. I think Team Vitality wants to go for the end here, Eterna. There goes the Astral Echo. Chills waiting for the proper time strike. It does not matter anymore because all of the frontliners are just down. Curse of Blood. It is not enough as Team Vitality shows us why they are number one and take game number one of this best out of three.
They lead the series, ladies and gentlemen, with a clean, outstanding performance. Patience was the number one factor as to how they were able to win this out against Falcons, and you could see the experience, the adaptations made in the game for them to remain level-headed, to wait for those power spikes to hit despite them losing so severely in the early game. I think we even mentioned it, right? In the early game, they were losing tower after tower, objective after objective. At some point, the Marius was 2-3 levels ahead of the corresponding jungler, but that didn't matter. They stayed patient. They knew that Falcons had an expiry date with the composition that they committed to, especially with the Chang'e in the gold lane, and they remained intact. They waited and they were able to completely turn this game around. What an astounding game from Team Vitality.
You know, Etern, I was talking to a couple of friends, some MLBB coaches yesterday in the amateur scene, and they were asking me, how do you feel about like Team Vitality, right? It seems like they always have an answer despite the fact that either they're losing the early game, right? They always have some answer in the form of Shells. Like yesterday, she had a back-to-back MVP. I wouldn't be surprised if she was also the MVP here. Most of the time, you don't really see her in the early game. She's like, okay, I'm not here. But when it comes to the late game, she just comes right in, pops in the Blazing Duet, and actually nobody was able to shut her down. That was the difficult part here for Falcons Vega. They were able to win the early game. They were able to take almost all the towers of Vitality, and still, it was Vitality that found that comeback mid to late game.
I mean, that was the whole point of the Chang'e, right? I think people are starting to recognize that Shell is a problem always, especially when she gets a comfort hero like the Claude, and when she gets that power spike with whatever hero she has, right? So the entire purpose of the Chang'e in the gold lane was to try and shut it down from the early stage of the game. And we actually saw that actually coming to light, right? Jin Chao had a little bit of a better time in the lane against the Claude, who, especially before level 4, really doesn't have much to say. Very low range, can't really do much, can't clear as fast. But the problem is, again, like you mentioned, there was nobody else who put their attention to Chell in that mid game, in that late game, to prevent this 705 KDA from happening. And eventually she just does what she does best. Time and time again, match after match, opponent after opponent, she shines. And it's just so, I don't know, like, what else is the solution? Because obviously the Chang'e hasn't worked. So what's the next step?
Yeah, I think there was just a lot of questions about the Chang'e yesterday, right? Like even I think for other SPS tournaments, it was also used by like Innocent in the gold lane, the Chang'e. They were able to win the game, but in this particular case, right, like the Chang'e, you kind of really have to rely on the initiation coming in from the side of Falcons Vegas Violet and Maylane. But right after that, when those heroes are taken down by Shells at that, it's gonna be really hard. Like even though all of the towers were gone, it's just insane that they were able to kind of bounce back the situation. And if you look at it, it makes so much sense. Look at the gold miner and the Carnage. It's all Shells. 799 GPM. That's insane. I mean, I think at this point, like, should you focus on just Shells, right? Like there was a time I've casted like Vitality's games. They banned out Pipal's heroes. Okay, that didn't work out. They banned out Cinny's heroes. It didn't work out. And now should it be Shells' heroes that should be taken out? But that's a lot of heroes that might be open if you take out all the possibilities for her.
She actually has quite a large hero pool, so it's very difficult. I think it's like a similar situation that we see in Indonesia with like Skylar in RRQ. RRQ hasn't been doing too well, but of course the gold laner keeps having more to say in their games, but they try to go for a shutdown onto Skylar, but they can't because of the hero pool. And I think that's a very similar story to what we see from Shell, right? Because if you take out the Claude, she still has a Roger. You take out the Roger, she still has a Clint. She has the Bruno, she has the Brody, she has even the Pocket 1-1 that in certain cases can still work. So again, I think it's more execution, right? Because at some point for Falcons Vega, there was like that diversion play from Funi that I thought was quite interesting, right? She gave over a kill to Team Vitality as well as being unable to defend Chin Chao in the gold lane where she was taken down that was previously dominated by Chin Chao. She gave a kill over to Shell, and that just really started that snowball for Shell in that moment, and you can kind of see that being reflected here in the gold and EXP graph.
Yeah, it's a great start for Vitality, and then it dipped all the way down because of how Chels was able to take back the game for Team Vitality in the mid to late game. 7-0-5 on the Claude, having that Purify and of course the Quantum Charge. They just want the attack speed, they just want the basic attacks, and just to heal up, to have that mobility as well. 92% on the kill participation, and you've seen it, especially in the latter parts of the game. She was just kind of farming, right? In the early game, you didn't see her joining the team fights, you didn't see her getting taken down unnecessarily. But yeah, let's take a look at the highlights here, Eterna, on what went down in that early game. I definitely have to say Falcons Vega had that in the bag for the early game, and this is where it all started. Actually, the shutdown onto Melee, that's what started it all.
Definitely, and just really started the steamroll from happening from Team Vitality. And here again, right, Shell's gonna be able to dish out all that damage, already sitting at 4-0-0 in the 15 minutes of the game with all her items building. And the one thing that I really wanted to recognize is not just her macro ability, not just her farming pattern that is so efficient, especially when she's on a losing lane, but the fact that her item build swaps are so great as well. See, the fact that she was able to take Chin Chao here was also just the nail in the coffin for Falcons Vega in that 20th minute of the game. But she swaps in the Rose Gold Meteor for the Immortal, so she sold the boots for the Windtalker, and I think these choices just really make or break the minor adjustments and the minor damage output that a Claude can have. So that flexibility, that knowledge to go for these item swaps are also what makes Shell such a good gold laner in the female league, and of course back to back MVP for Team Vitality.
You know what they say, Eterna, if they take off the boots, they mean business. And yeah, they just want to have that additional damage coming out from the Claude, right? And it just shows the pick off onto Chin Chao, and right after that they were so confident to take in the base. I can't even believe what I just saw there. Like, epic comeback from their side. Huge wins though for Falcons Vega in the early game. But now the next thing to ask is, like, what do you do? Okay, if it's not the early game, should you also go for a scaling type of hero like the Claude? Like, it's really different between Chang'e and Claude.
There's definitely a lot of questions that need to be answered, but we will answer and try to answer that after the break, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. We'll see you right after. Stay tuned.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're back. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from the break. And of course, at the moment, we do have Team Vitality leading a 1-0 in the upper brackets against Falcons Vega in this best of 3 series. And again, Shell with the MVP in that first game. If you guys missed it, basically, she wreaked destruction, wreaked havoc onto the formation that Falcons Vega were able to create in the early game with the Snowball, with the Martis, with the Chang'e. But again, Burger Kim, personal opinion, I don't like the Chang'e in the gold lane.
But at the same time, I would rather prefer maybe a Harriet, right? That's a bit more scaling when it comes to gold lane.
For sure. So the Harith was actually up for grabs, but it was banned in the second phase by Team Vitality. So even they understood the nooks and crannies of their composition, right? They understood that perhaps against the Harith, the Claude would have a better, not a better, but a worse time compared to the Chang'e. So it just goes to show that Team Vitality also have a really good coaching staff, and we're gonna finally see it come to light once again as we enter the drafting phase for game number 2, where both of these teams have actually opted to swap sides. And an important thing to note is Team Vitality, they were able to get a win from red side, and now they're on blue side. So will this increase their chances of winning?
Yeah, it seems like that's the case, right? In yesterday's games, almost all of the games for the teams that were on the blue side, they've been winning. And I think it's almost the same bans for both sides, except for the Loi that now Falcons Vega have taken out here. A different ban pattern as well for Vitality. They banned the X-Borg in the second phase. So now they're also anticipating that, maybe Melee will take in another jungler, the X-Borg. That's also very, very good in team fights. Fast farm, great to take in objectives. And, I want to take note of something here as well, Eterna. There's a lot of gold lanes open here, but I think Vitality, knowing how diverse their hero pool is, they might just go for maybe like a Matilda that was banned out in game number 1. So Vivian is actually pretty comfortable with this hero, so they can actually kickstart it off with that. A very safe draft, but yep, the gold laners haven't taken away in game number 1, and I think they're just gonna prioritize it. The Moskov was taken out earlier, and Vitality's going to be starting it off with that.
It's definitely a power pick with the Moskov for Team Vitality. For Shell, they understand that one of the main anchors of their team, other than of course Vivian in her pivotal role as a roamer, is Shell in the gold lane. And so there are a few options open. They can definitely leave it later for, of course, the second part of this drafts. But of course, the Natan and the Harris are still open. But here, Team Vitality, they want to secure the Angela, right? The Angela has been left open to take for themselves. And they can actually utilize this for a lot of different scenarios, right? The CC is still open. We have the Charizla taken in. And of course, the Boxia, seeing as the X-Borg has been banned out.
Yeah, wow. Fast rotations once again. The Heart Guard, the mobility it provides the hero that it's attached to. It's just great. I think, again, Falcons Vega wants to have that fast rotation. They did so in game number 1. But again, Chels getting in that prio pick on the Moskov, a late game scaling hero. So I think Falcons Vega has to put their cards as well onto their gold lane. Maybe give Chen Chao something scaling as well. Maybe, go with the Claude as early as now. Or maybe go in for a couple of the marksmen that haven't been banned out. The Nathan as well. If you think about it, that's really good in the early game. But you know what? Vitality has a great rotation as well this time. They still go with the Baksha and add the Matilda of Vivian to go with it as well.
Yeah, with the X-Borg being banned out, one of the main things that I was considering is like, okay, it looks like Team Vitality are setting up for something tanky in the jungle, either the Barats or the Boxia. And I thought that seeing that Falcons would actually pick it up in the first phase, but they opted to go for the Angela Charizla, not the Angela Boxia. But of course, the Barretts is still an option that Team Falcons can utilize later on as we enter the second phase of the drafts. But there you have it, in the gold lane to go in that 1v1. It's the Moskov against the Natan.
Yeah, I think for game number 1 too, there was more priority on the XP lane and the mid lane for the side of Falcons. And this time they kind of understand that, okay, yes, we still need to take a really good marksman on the lane. I think the Nathan is also good when it comes to the late game. Plus, when you have the Angela attached to it, it's going to be really hard to take this down once it has the items. And now we're going to the second banning phase here for both sides. They take away the CC, a repeat ban here for the side of Falcons. Great for zoning the backlines as well, something that you wouldn't have, especially if you have a Nathan. And of course, I'm guessing this is a Roamer Angela for the side of Falcons.
Technically, it's still flex, right? For Falcons, Angela can still be placed in the mid lane, so there's a little bit of flex that they can work with. The Terizla actually can also be flex. We actually saw that yesterday by Team Vitality, right? It was Sydney that used the Terizla in the mid lane, so there's still a lot of flex potential coming in from the side of Falcons, whereas from Team Vitality, we know exactly where all these heroes are going. In the drafts, in the bans of the drafts, we can see there's a huge priority again for the EXP lane. You mentioned the Terizla in the first phase, but now they're trying to figure out a way to make the EXP lane their winning lane, right? The CC banned out. They already saw that the export was banned out. So it's already a priority lane in the only hero that they can actually go for right now with the Terizla could possibly just be, if they want to focus on clearing, they can go for like the Paquito. If they want to focus on clear as well, they can go for the Benedetta. Going on with the Lapu Lapu is a skill matchup, I do believe. So it's curious to see what the second ban in will be from Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Yuzong. Okay, another hero that can pick off the Nathan. Great way for zoning as well when taking in the objectives. So that is a scary lineup if ever they do have that. Smart Man's coming out from Falcons Vega, but it still leaves the heroes like Lapu Lapu that Fumi Echo has picked up even in the games yesterday. Great way to engage in the team fights as well, since it seems like Falcons Vega wants to go for that. They got the Angela, they got the Terizla, and right now for Vitality, they're just taking away all of the possible junglers here for main lane. The Martis is out. I haven't seen any Barretts today though. Like it's quite refreshing not to see a Barretts and a Fredrin being picked up here. They're both open for the taking. It seems like it's another route. So the Martis and the Alpha will be the final two bans here of Vitality.
Good ban in the Alpha, right? If they want to go for a little bit more to say in the early game, the Alpha is such a great counter towards the Baxia to, just inhibit its regeneration. Of course, that big HP that it already has with the base HP for the Baxia. So the Alpha taken out is great. And now it's forcing a question, right? What jungler, like you mentioned, will they be picking up for themselves? Melee so far in the past has picked up things like the Nolan, the Martis has been taken out, and the Hanzo. So will we be seeing something new for Melee here? But they go for the Fredrin.
Okay, yeah, a classic Fredrin. Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this yesterday. I've had dreams about the Fredrin because I've seen this in every single draft. I was pointing this out, right? Like all of the possible junglers, there's still the Barretts and the Fredrin. But then again, you mentioned the Flex, right? But since there's a Terizla here, it's still pretty much up in the air what this is gonna be, right? Like maybe again, it could be a mid lane Terizla. It happened yesterday. Fredrin in the XP is also a possibility, but most of the time we see it in the jungler position. A great front line here for the side of Falcons Vega. Now Team Vitality still needs their mid laner and of course their XP laner, something for Fumi Echo.
If they want to go for early game, pick up something like the Lilia, right? Really good clear, very fast rotations. Arlet is a great answer because they need some CC tools to utilize. But what? All right, a Xavier for the second time in the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't see this too often, but the Xavier will make his second appearance. Still sitting at a 0% win rate. Will it break today in the hands of Team Vitality, the defending champions of MWI?
Yeah, this is what makes female MLBB interesting. And if you have a lot of heroes under your belt, you were talking about the Hanzo. But wait! Hold on, is this a jungle Helter or
it could be a roam?
Roam, yeah. Okay, yeah, they're just playing with us right now. They're just switching it to make us even more. Oh, I think it's a roam. It's Helkert.
Signature Beloyski, we've seen it time and time again. Even in the Philippines, we've also seen it being placed in the roam. It's not your average roamer, but technically you do have that playmaking from the Trizza already, so this Helkert will be more focused on damage and more focused on the kill pressure on these side lanes. They recognize that Shell has been a problem since yesterday, since every single tournament that they have met in, and they are looking for an answer to it. The answer is an assassin in the roam to put the kill pressure and to put pressure onto Shell in that gold lane.
Wow, man, the meta from MPLID can be felt here. And I think it's a great answer. I mean, usually I would see, you know, when it comes to ranked games, when it comes to other tournaments, there are other types of heroes that are brought out, right? Like you mentioned the Hanzo or like assassins to actually pick off the backlines. Usually the answers are usually Yuzong, heroes that can zone the backlines, but yeah, why not just go for an assassin? Dark Knight Falls, you can also pop that in when you're securing the objective. So Falcons Vega, they're just putting all of their cards on the table, all of the possibilities here right now, since Vitality is already on a match point here. And if they win this, they're gonna go straight to the grand finals here of SBS.
All the cards are on the table now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 2. Will this strategy, will the Helkert being placed in the row for Tal be the answer that they most definitely need? But right now, Tal is getting pressured.
Oh! Okay. That was an early kill given to the side of Falcons.
Oh.
Wow, Vivian! Okay. That is 2 for under the belt of Team Vitality. So they're like, okay, if you guys can play the early game, we can be as aggressive. That was way too aggressive coming out from Vivian. She also got the Quantum Charge, understanding that she can get those early game kills as long as these members from Falcons Vega are down.
Yeah, mana and of course movement speed is going to be the answer here. Shell gets caught really low, but of course the Matilda is still there to back her up. Remember, Falcons need that level 4 power spike.
Meilane has that level 4, is really low, gonna be able to dash away, but now Thal, the only one left there, level 3, no level 4 just yet, but that's massive pressure onto the gold lane here, and Team Vitality already off to a great start. The Turtle, a lot of them were taken in by Falcons Vega in game number 1, but I think this time, right, like there were a lot of pokes, a lot of kills that happened down there in the gold lane. This should be Vitality that has a much better position. There's no Dark Knight Falls just yet, so they can go ahead and start that up.
Oh, that's still a lot of damage coming through in the early stage of the game by the Helkert. But again, you're right. That level 4 power spike for Tal is going to be very important as both of these teams are posturing around the next neutral objective, Violet.
There's the final slash coming through from their side penalty zone from Violet. And now Tal as well does not have that level 4, will not go for more. Pipalas gonna get worked on here by Violet. Has the heart guard, gonna get immobilized there, but here comes Vivian to the rescue. Goes well to dish that final kill, make that 2 for the side of Vitality, and just like that, they go straight for the turtle.
This is it, right? This is what that composition that they brought is made for. But Circling Eagle defensively there doesn't actually go for the risk. But back again, right? The composition that Team Vitality brought in for game number 2 is quite different to what we saw from game number 1. In game number 2, they're more focused on that early game, right? We have Pipals with a Baxia. We also have Vivian with the Matilda, and we can actually see it come to life. The problem though now for Falcons Vega is, wait a second, Shell.
Yep, he's gonna get taunted here. There's Vivian on the back line to make sure that she is safe. I think they were trying to go for the taunt, and then Tal goes in for the final kill. It's an execute. Helkert, by the way. Here comes the Dark Knight Falls. Will she go for it? He has the hard guard as well, but they're able to clear out the lanes. I'm not so sure if they're gonna go for more, but Vitality, again, they know every single move that Falcons Vega has been doing, right? Like Tal, there has to be some sort of surprise play that's gonna be done here, because most of the time it is gonna be her to engage, maybe have Meilane there to, you know, soak up the damage, go in for the taunts to be able to get in the targets that they want. But so far, it is Vitality that has the control right now.
100% agree, but wait a second, Vivian!
Okay, she has the... Okay, Circling Eagle out to safety. He's the pine.
Luckily.
He is a... Yep. Yeah, that would have been a kill going to the side of Falcons Vega, but hold on. Pipals gonna go for more. Chin Chow does not have the hard guard just yet. Tal right now getting cornered in between 2 as Vitality and Falcons Vega, they disperse for now.
These two teams are both so active in game number 2 because that's what their composition was built for, right? With the Hellcurt, Falcons Vega want to look for picks as much as they can, and it is a little bit of insurance in towards the late game, right? Just in case that early game pressure that they wanted them to have is not there, they still have the late game, right? With an Atan to bank in with the core damage, but of course the Hellcurt to utilize in the macro plays to look for flanks to take shells down. So Team Vitality is still holding on to this early game, and it looks like they're looking to get more out of it. Both of these teams, once again, circling around the next neutral objective. People's at level 8.
Yep, Vivian as well going in for the circling eagle onto the right target. It's going to be Violet forced to use the penalty zone right now as Vivian, they have the shields forcing Funi and of course Maylane to actually back away from that. Flicker burned as well and the retribution use, and Vitality once again, no way to go. Go straight to the turtle. 2,000 lead for them, and this is gonna elevate it further. No more contest from the side of Falcons Vega, but instead they might go for the bottom side. Look at the dawning light. Man, this is looking really scary. I completely forgot. These are the two heroes that have the global presence. You got the Dawning Light. You even got the Spear of Destruction. And right now, Vivian gonna go all the way in. Flickers out to safety. But Vitality, they get this tower on the bottom side. Violet as well. What's going on here? She's right in the middle. And without any hard guard, that's gonna be a kill.
No!
Going into Fumi Echo. 7-1 is our score. And Vitality is just wreaking havoc right now in the early game.
Tal missed her skill. Tal was meant to do the damage, but they were able to dance out of it. That could have been a trade, a 1v1. But again, Team Vitality have been outplaying Falcons Vega in every single department. And everyone is feeling that damage. Look at that, Maylane on the Fredrin, supposed to be one of the main frontliners towards his team. And yet, he is being shredded down like it's nothing.
Yep. Absolutely nothing at all. You got the shields coming out from the Matilda as well, so they have nothing to fear here for Team Vitality. And to think, it's not even Cine, it's not even Shells dishing out the damage yet. It's actually Pipals that has the most damage. Now they took down the mid tower here. What's really scary is that if Falcons Vega, these heroes are low, you can just get beamed down like that by Cine's Dawning Light. And so far, it's looking good for the Savior here. I think the idea of having the Hellcurt here was to ensure that Cine or Shells is down in the team fight. But how can you do that? You have Vivian, you got Pipals here, you got the shields from the Plaza of the Oasis. That makes it so hard for Tal to actually make the play that she wants.
And so far, she's been missing a lot of her skills. So it's been very difficult for Falcons Vega to look for that loophole that they initially intended with. But Tal picking up another item in her arsenal, gonna have a little bit more damage when it comes down to it. And hopefully for Falcons Vega that it's enough, because Team Vitality, a 5k gold lead already in 7 to 8 minutes. Even if they want to look for a loophole with the neutral objective contest, Peoples is level 10. Meanwhile, Maylane, she's a level below, so it's gonna be a lot harder. And we can see here in the 8th minute of the game, to make it all worse, right? Cine on the Xavier has already been doing so much damage with the Dawning Light, but now she's picked up the Lightning Truncheon. So additional damage and more AoE damage when she goes in for those kills.
Yeah, it's gonna be big damage coming out from Cine. Look at how fast they've chunked down that Lord. 8 minutes in, wasting no time and taking it in for themselves. They got the Lord advantage, the minion waves crashing in onto their favor. And what's really important here to take note of is that Cine and Shells, as long as they're up, as long as they're untouched by Tal's Hellcurt, they are winning all of the team fights that they've had. And so far, they've been landing all of their skills on point. And now with the pressure from the Lord, Falcons Vega, if you think about it, their only source of wave clear here is gonna be Chinchao and Funi. They don't really have that much AoE if you think about it.
No, they don't. They don't have enough wave clear. But wait a minute, Violet!
She was actually gonna try to dive in and go for the penalty zone. But how can you? Look at all these heroes. Before you can even come in, you get bursted down, you get peeled down. Look at the combination coming out from the Savior. And right now, they're gonna go for the inhibitors here. Look at the damage coming out from the Savior here of City. It's not even full build just yet. Lightning Truncheon is one of the key items that she needs, and there's just so much peel happening in here for the side of Team Vitality. Here comes the Dark Knight Falls. Middle inhibitor tower falls is where the Lord is knocking in on the top side. Team Vitality, they're looking to end this game. They still got the Lord to boot on their side. There's the final slash coming out from Fumi Echo. A Bracer Shred, but it is not enough. Vivian goes for a killing spree. Fumi Echo is still unstoppable. The base is wide open here as Team Vitality, they're going to be the first team to head into the grand finals of Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League.
GG Team Vitality, not losing a single game here in the Women's League Challenge Finals. In match number 1, they were able to 2-0 Smart Omega Empress, pulling them down into the lower brackets where they were eventually eliminated. Now, in the final upper brackets, they go ahead again with a 2-0. A clean performance from this team, once again showing just how dominant this team is. And there's nothing left to say. Big grand final tickets in for this particular tournament. Again, Team Vitality pushing their brethren, their fellow Indo representatives, Falcons Vega, down into the lower bracket where they will have to face off against Onyx Zol for their tournament lives.
Oh, not just their tournament lives, Eterna. I think it's going to be even more crucial for these two teams, right? Who's going to lose that match will not have that ticket to Riyadh. It's all the more interesting that these two teams will be having that rematch once again here at SPS. But Team Vitality at this point, I don't even know what to say. 19 championships under their belt. No other team has found the cracks. No one has decoded them just yet, and no matter what kind of draft you throw at them, it seems to be like they always have the answer. They always have the solution. There's really no way to take them down at this point. I mean, this is just a display of dominance from Vitality.
It's an all-star lineup, right? It's an all-star lineup. They have the micro skills, the macro skills, they have the experience, they have the mentality, they have the support from the 2 coaches that they have in the coaching staff that make them all that much stronger. And we keep seeing it in every game that they enter with. Their drafts have been insane, right? Picking up a Xavier was something that we don't really see in the meta. It didn't even work out yesterday, still sitting at a 0% win rate. But again, Vitality, they cracked the code. They were able to utilize a Xavier and even find success, and I would say a very dominant one in game number 2 against, of course, Falcons Vega. They're, ongoing rival that they keep meeting, that they keep beating time and time again. It must be a mental blow, honestly, for Falcons Vega. And hopefully in their next match, they do have to go through, that they still have the spirit to keep on moving forward and hopefully meet Team Vitality again in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, with this, right, Vitality automatically straight into the grand finals, which is going to be a BO5 later on. Still going to be up to the next game to decide whether it's Falcons Vega or Onyx Zol that will face them. But man, I'm at a loss for words right now after looking at all the matches. I mean, I know I've seen it several times, Eterna, but it still blows my mind to think how they can pull off, long games, short games. This was actually a very short game, right? An almost perfect game for the side of Vitality. Only 1 kill going to the side of Falcons. And at this point, right, like you kind of wondering who's going to be the MVP, right? There's a lot of team fights that happen. Actually, I think what really went down for Falcons was the gold lane, the very early kills that they gave to Vitality, and right after that, they really had a hard time bouncing back from that situation.
Honestly, there's an argument, there could be an argument made for every single member of Team Vitality, right? Because each and every one of them did their job so perfectly. You can even make an argument for Vivian, right? On the Matilda, being able to cover the team time and time again. Every time Falcons wanted to look for an engage with the photo, the flask of the Oasis, with the Matilda going in and out, with of course the guiding wind, the circling eagles coming through for just really good initiation plays that were then followed up by Fumi Echo and her final slashes. There's just so many arguments that can be made for each and every single member, but honestly, personally, I would say that Fumi made a lot of these moments happen. Those final slashes, especially in the later stage of the game when Violet I think you mentioned penalty zone by Violet, but it was actually a final slash made by Fumi Echo to bring her back and dish out the damage that eventually took away that initiation that the Terizla was supposed to have in that final moment in that team fight. And I think that was brilliant. This Arlet just really did Fumi justice in this game. And finally, we get to see a little bit more spotlight on members other than Shell.
It was just a graph going straight up here for the side of Vitality. There was no clapbacks coming from the side of Falcons Vega. There was a lot of attempts though, but I do agree with you. The final slashes have been so on point, right? If you look at the composition of Vitality, you would be expecting it's Fumi, it's Pipals, and Vivian, of course, going for the engage. But most of the time, you see Vivian going for either the circling eagle, either to get the final kill, or maybe even kind of like make the members of Falcons Vega disperse. But it was Fumi Echo, especially on the latter stages of the game. The final slashes have been so on point onto Mei Lane, onto Violet, right? Like making them unable to engage up against Team Vitality in all of these team fights they want to be in.
So with every single lineup that they have thrown at Team Vitality still reign supreme over Falcons Vega. And of course, we do got to hand it over. The MVP for game number 2 from Team Vitality goes to Fumi Echo in that EXP lane. You mentioned about the Arlet, the final slashes that were able to create momentum. And I think that was one of the main factors as to how they were able to keep the tempo so dominant and hold their grasp on the game for so long up until that 10th minute. Because of Fumi, right? 503 KDA. Imagine how aggressive she was playing. She wasn't taken down a single time. 73% KP means that she was able to open most of these plays from happening. And you could even see from her item builds, her choice of emblems, that she was looking to be more active around the map with the agility as well as a wilderness blessing.
Yeah, the Brave Smite as well, which kind of signifies that, you know, they wanted to go for that all-out engage, of course, making sure that her HP is healed up. And you can see a lot of these team fights, right? Like, it's so hard for Falcons Vega to engage. There's so many ways for Vitality to actually either punish them, right? Like, you have the final slash, you got either Pipals and the Circling Eagle, right? And despite the fact that they have that Angela, it was really a difficult situation for them to kind of bounce back from, right? And yeah, there you go. The final slashes, again, being highlighted here by Fumi Echo. Always the way to engage here for Vitality. And it was so much more easier for the damage dealers here like Cine and Shells to be able to position themselves well.
It was so easy. It was absolutely so easy. And you would think that on a Xavier that you would be so vulnerable, right? Xavier doesn't have an escape skill at all. Even the Vexana still has a little bit more room to wriggle with the skills in her kit, but the Xavier doesn't. So didn't even go for a flicker, didn't even go for a purify, went in actually for a sprint, and yet remained untouched throughout the game. That was due to how active these frontliners were and how active the cover was from not just Fumi, but also from Vivian on the Matilda.
Yeah, the shields that were provided. This is why, you know, the supports are still very much important in the patch right now. The Flash of the Oasis, I know it was nerfed a little bit, but I think, you know, in the current patch, in the current meta, it still works very well with all of the utility that's still being brought out, right? Like, we thought that it might be the end of the tank junglers, but there's still a thing. We thought it would have been the end of the sport, but it's still a thing. And yeah, Team Vitality just, again, showing us dominance time and time again. 2-0, and yeah, again, no words, but just Team Vitality.
And a fun fact is, in WSL, their entire run was clean for Team Vitality. If I take a look here, undefeated in the WSL regular season, only dropping a single game against RQ Mika, and now in this tournament, they also have yet to drop a game. So Team Vitality will be waiting in the grand finals for either of these two teams in the match that will come next, ladies and gentlemen. This next best of 3 between, again, Team Falcons Vega going against Onyx Zol. Let's hope it's enough time for Team Falcons to recuperate after that intense match losing 2-0. What do you think about this? Do you think they're okay? Do you think they can still push through and make it to the grand finals?
I mean, if they've gone up against Vitality, this should be like, okay, another day of playing MLB, another day of, you know, just trying to win the games. But I think, you know, with going up against Vitality so many times, I think they should be able to make this one, right? But Onyx Sol, they've had their rest. They didn't play a single game today, and their first game is going to be up against Falcons Vega, and this is crucial. This is the ticket to Riyadh that they're all waiting for, right? In this best out of 3. So I think these two teams, apart from getting in the championship, they do want to be in Riyadh this year, and this is it. This is the matchup that will dictate it all.
This is the moment that everyone is waiting for. And I'm actually quite excited because yesterday Onyx Zol were able to pull out a complete upset against the number 1 team in the Philippines, Smart Omega Empress, by taking them down out of the entire championship. So let's see what Onyx Zol have up for us in the next match of the day. But before we do that, we are going to throw to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
And we're back for the deciding match of the day here at SPS Women's League Challenge Finals. The last life for both of these two teams to make it to the grand finals and to secure that final slot at MWI Riyadh, one of the most prestigious tournaments for the MLBB female scene this year. Okay, it looks like we lost Burger Kim. She's at a loss for words, ladies and gentlemen, and it's so understandable, right? With so many things that are going on, with so much pressure on both of these teams right now, there's just so much to talk about that we don't even know how to begin, right? Falcons Vega have come so far, but have always been number 2 when it comes down to that 1v1 against Team Vitality, and now, unfortunately for them, they have to go through the lower brackets, and that's their last tournament live. So if we take a look now, ladies and gentlemen, at the brackets, if you guys just tuned in, for those of you who missed it, we are now to the lower bracket, with Team Vitality winning a 2-0 against Falcons Vega earlier on, with Onyx Zoel now waiting for Falcons Vega in that match for that final spot in the grand finals against Team Vitality, that are waiting the back-to-back defending champions of MWI, 19 times championships in their belt since 2021. It's looking bleak for both of these teams, but of course anything can happen, especially after Onyx Zoel winning it out yesterday against Team Omega, one of the tournament favorites here at Women's League Challenge Finals.
Yep, last 2 matches that we're going to be having here. Still a best out of 3, by the way, the last one and the last deciding match.
And it looks like in this best of 3, we will be expecting some crazy picks, some pocket picks, some strategies, because at this point it's go big or go home, right? We saw the Chang'e being brought out, we saw the Hellkurt being brought out in the roam position, and unfortunately for Falcons earlier on, it didn't work out. But of course, anything can still happen, ladies and gentlemen, as we are waiting for the next match of the day. And with that being said, so far for Onyx Zoel, with Bene, Rain, Jewel, Rian, as well as Addie Yang, we're gonna see if whether or not Taro finally makes an appearance. Maybe she might just be the save and grace for the team, because like we mentioned earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, only one team will be able to qualify to the MW World Championship in the EWC Esports World Cup for the female division, especially now. And of course, the opportunity to get into the grand finals and to win that championship title for not just bragging rights, but a crazy huge hero pool and a prize pool as well.
Yep, it's a huge honor to be there, right? And the prize pool as well, it's massive for everybody to take in, and the experience as well of heading over to Riyadh again in a LAN event. We're taking a look at Falcons once again. Another time here for the second series that we're going to be having today. Violet, Mei Lane, Funi, Chin Chao, and Tal. Still the same roster that they fielded up against Vitality. And this time, they're going to be going head-to-head with Onyx Zoel for that last slot to Riyadh.
Yep, we don't see Caramel once again. We don't see Agatha. So it looks like Falcons Vega are sticking to this 5. The 5 that we saw at WSL in the later stage of their regular season as well. So let's see what they're able to bring out. And let's see if they have what it takes to push down Onyx Seoul, because it looks like Onyx Seoul hold on to the momentum and they do hold that mentality, that winning mentality, to being able to make it into the grand finals.
Man, I think looking at their faces here for Falcons Vega, it's just like, oh yeah, it's another game, another day, and yeah, they're looking so happy, looking so relaxed, and of course confident, despite the fact that, you know, they've got up against Team Vitality and suffered a 2-0, but this time it seems like they have to do again another reset up against Onyx Seoul. I know that the last time they faced each other it was a 2-0, but again, you know, Onyx Seoul, it's likely possible that they're here to pull off another upset, right? They did so yesterday up against Smart Omega Empress. And taking a look at their lineup, you talked a little bit about Taro, right? Are they going to bring her out in this lineup? But it seems like Onyx Seoul, they're going to stick with the basic. They're going to stick with vintage Onyx Seoul, still with the lineup of Attorney Ang, Pene, Rain, Rian, and Jewel that will be playing for them today.
I always say this at MPLID, but when you suffer an L is not for a loss, but it's for a learn. So let's hope for Onyx Seoul that they learned something from the last time that both of these teams met, to look for that loophole. Because it was against Onyx Seoul, right? That big play from Jinjiao?
Yep. Yeah, it was against Onyx Seoul. When Tal was using a chip, if I'm not mistaken, that was game number 2 yesterday? Up against them. Oh no, game number 1. They were able to pull that off, and eventually they respected the chip ban. They banned it away in the second game. So that beautiful play that was done in game number 1. So I think Onyx Seoul should be taking notes right now on, you know, what to ban, right? Like with how beautifully they've set up that play yesterday, Onyx Seoul should be able to kind of like have an idea on what to draft up against them.
And definitely in the game, also the way that they adapt, right? Hopefully Onyx Seoul, they take care of the housekeeping, right? Those lanes need to be heavily prioritized. Make sure that they push the lanes before they go in for these neutral objectives. Just all these little small things that were able to be capitalized by Falcons Vega. Let's hope that all those things are nice and tidy in this next upcoming match.
This is Onyx Seoul that you're looking at here right now. Once again, nice and comfy in their boot camp right now. And yes, I did mention that they do have their coach here back. The same coach as what they've had in their previous tournaments when they were starting out very early in another organization in Risk. They're still going to be playing with him here right now. They pulled up an upset up against Smart Omega yesterday in a 2-1. And I think they're looking to recreate that same miracle that they want to have here up against the side of Falcons Vega.
We could even see in the highlights as well of what exactly went down between both of these teams the last time they met. But for here, we are going to be focusing more on Onyx Seoul and the last time they met up with Smart Omega Empress. Like, everyone was expecting this to go in favor of Smart Omega Empress, and yet Onyx Seoul were able to get the advantage with the way that they adapted in the game, with the composition that they brought. The drafts were very clean as well. So let's hope for another clean execution for Onyx Seoul in this next match against Falcons Vega.
Yeah, you've seen the matches up against Smart Omega Empress, right? And Smart Omega Empress has always been on top here in the Philippines. And to think that they were able to pull off very long games up against them, long and tight games up against Smart Omega Empress, I'm pretty sure that up against Falcons Vega here, right? They probably have a lot of things up against their sleeves. The last time I actually, checked with the side of Onyx Seoul, they are actually very much prepared, right? The last time they went to Indonesia for MWI, they were super prepared to try and at least win in some games, right? They respect that, there's a lot of really good and strong teams in Indonesia, and they really came in prepared. So I'm pretty sure in this last matchup, right, they have a lot of those pocket picks. We've seen it in yesterday's games up against Smart Omega, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do exactly the same here.
What's your favorite pocket pick so far?
Oh, the Savior. I know it doesn't have a very good win rate, but it has got up to 50% now, Eterna. 50% picked up in 2 matches, so that's not so bad.
It isn't. Do you think it might pop out here in this next match, the Xavier?
I'm not so sure about Onyx Seoul though. Like, maybe Falcons Vega can pull that off, but Onyx Seoul is that type of team that just goes and they do have pocket picks, but they'll stick with what they're comfortable with, right? Like, I'm not so sure if Rain is that type of mid laner that will go for those types of picks. Like, she's more comfortable with, you know, the usuals, right? Like the top mid laners that we talked about, the Vixana, the Valentina. Those are the types of heroes that she plays, and she's a pretty aggressive mid laner. I mean, you've seen it with the rotations that she's done with Jewel. Oh, another pocket pick that I like was the Carmilla. I really love seeing that in professional play, and I love how it's kind of slowly rising up the meta right now.
It's actually really interesting, right? Because I didn't think that the Carmilla would work out at all, right? I think I mentioned my distaste for the Carmilla in the composition, but
okay.
in that regard, like, they made it work. So in certain situations, this Carmilla is a great pick, and I understand the notion that you're coming from. And I'm actually quite excited, right? Onyx Zoal, so far, they have shown us their prowess in the early game. And Falcons Vega are actually quite similar in that regard, right? They're both really good at taking control of that early game. But when they put both these teams head to head once again, right? I wonder how that will play off, like the clash of playstyles between Falcons Vega and Onyx Zoal. Because again, if we're centering back into the mid lane for Rain, the Farsa in that early game was great, right? It had the early game damage, the rotations were definitely there, the damage was also there. I'm just really stoked to get into the drafting phase, honestly, to start the beginning of the chess match between both of these coaching staffs.
I think it's going to be up to the draft as well, right? Like what the coaches want to put out for the team. And yesterday, I know that we've been talking about the Fredrin and the Barretts several times. Even in other tournaments, you've seen it pop out every single time. But Bene actually picked up another pocket pick for her side in yesterday's games, the Alpha, that has a very good win rate, right? And even actually pulled an upset up against Smart Omega. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this keeps on coming for Onyx Zoal. Knowing their history, they have a very diverse hero pool too. If you talked about Vitality having that, Onyx Zoal has that as well. I think that's something that they can bring out here in this crucial matchup. That last ticket to Riyadh, it is here. It's gonna be Falcons Vega once again. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they should go for the same bans, Eternal. Like the same respect as what they had for Jewel. They banned out the Grok. They also banned away some of the assassins here of Bene. If I'm not mistaken, that was the Ling yesterday that was taken out.
And we do see that there is respect towards Bene, right? We do see the Nolan being taken off the board here from Falcons in the first phase of the draft. But of course, that Luo Yi gets eliminated, taken away as well. As remember, right, the great thing about having blue side is the fact that you can go in for a lot of respect bans, which is exactly what we're seeing with the Nolan, with the Grok. But for the red side, they kind of have to focus on the priority picks, the Angela, the Harith, the Chips. And I'm pretty sure Onyx Zoal will not let that chip slide twice.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Man, with that type of play, I mean, you were so impressed, Eternal, that you were like, okay, where does Chinchao live? I want to find out. I mean, that's how impressive it was, right? Like, props to Tal and Chinchao for that kind of play. But I think, you know, with this case, right, the respect bans come through for Falcons Vega, yeah. But for Onyx Zoal, oh wait, no, they don't ban it out. I was expecting they're gonna ban it out. I think Falcons Vega, they can still go with that. The chip pick, first pick, great pick, right? But there's also other picks like the Harriet. So do you think that they'll just go with the same formula here?
Honestly, the Harriet hasn't been finding too much success. I mean, I understand the priority in different leagues and in different regions, but so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, one of the most picked heroes in that gold lane is usually the Moskov and the Roger. So that's I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Honestly, for both of these teams, what do they want to prioritize here? Because technically, if they go for a chip, they can go for a trade between both of these gold laners, right? A Natan or a Moskov. So it looks like the Team Falcons, they see the value of the chip. They're gonna go ahead and pick it up first. But Onyx Zoal see the opportunity to pick up that number one priority in the gold lane, which is the Moskov, and with the addition of a Vexana.
Power start here for the side of Onyx Zoal. The two heroes that have the highest win rate so far in Snapdragon have been picked up. So that's a lot to take in, right? A very expensive pick for Falcons Vega, but they understand that they can definitely reap the rewards with this chip. I think the Roger is still up here, up against the Moskov. If you want to go for a little bit more of the scaling, the Nathan is also good here when it comes to the laning phase. And the Martis earlier, I forgot about that. A great early game up against Vitality in game number 1, and they're looking to recreate that here once again.
It looks like Martis has found its way back into the meta because in the Indonesian region, we don't see Martis. We didn't see Martis at all, right? Through the regular season up into the playoffs, it was always Baxia, Barats, and Fredrin if they wanted to go for more utility in the jungler. But we do see a Martis once again pop off, and we know exactly what a Martis is capable of. Again, we mentioned the snowballing that it has in the early game, the impact in terms of kill pressure, in terms of neutral objective takes, and now it will be facilitated with the CC and playmaking from the Arlet. That is still quite flex here. An Arlet can be placed in the roam, or it can also be flexed into that EXP lane. So that's another card that Falcons has over Onyx in this first phase of the drafts.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of flex picks here. Lots of flex and flexibility as well for Falcons to play around with their first 3 picks. But for Onyx All, it's pretty straight up. It's pretty honest here. Like, you kind of know where these heroes are going. They also pick up the Baksha here for Bene, knowing that 2 of her heroes have already been taken out very early on. And even the Martis as well, that has been stolen away by Falcons Vega, is something that they have to take note of here as well. Last 2 bans here, I think it's gonna center around the gold lane here. Like, considering how Chin Chao played yesterday, they should ban away either the Roger, the Nathan, yes, all of these top heroes that really shine in the gold lane. Then the Nathan was one of them, right? The second one that has the highest win rate so far.
Yeah, when the Natan gets his power spike, when he gets his items through, it's very difficult to stray away from that damage. Even heroes like the Yuzong, that is notorious for being able to zone in the backline, doesn't really have much to say against the Natan and how much shred he has with the DPS and of course that magic damage. So the Natan definitely going to be respected away from Team Falcons now. But the Terizla has actually been taken off the board as well, as a respect, of course, to the EXP laner of Onyx Zoal, Attorney Ang. There are a few options that she still can utilize. I think one of her comfort heroes is Glue. I'm not sure how Glue fits in this meta right now, but the Paquito and the Benedetta are still open for her to take.
But if you think about it, right, like if Attorney Ang picks up the Paquito yesterday, it was kind of understandable why she was picking that, is to pick off the damage dealers. But right now, there's just so many things to consider here, right? Like the global presence here of Falcons Vega, right? And if you think about it, there's so many huge potential for ganks here. You got the Chip, you got the Arlot, and even the Martis here. Like, if it snowballs, you get it into a portal, it can gank any lane. So this is super scary for the side of Falcons Vega. I like that last ban coming through for Onyx All. I was thinking they might take away another gold laner, but respecting the fact that the Novaria as well has huge poke capabilities and the vision it provides the team as well.
Novaria being banned out. I get the notion, the visibility, but honestly, for Falcons right now, they should pick a mid laner that has a little bit more chemistry with the Chip if they want to look for ganks, right? I think there are other options that are left open for Funi here. She's utilized the Luoyi so far. Luoyi's been banned out, however. What is in her hero pool, right? These are actually 2 respect bans in the first phrase from Onyx Zoal towards Funi, and now a third with the Novaria. It's putting her in a tough position, with the Vexana also taken off the board. What's the choice in for Funi? What does she go for? Valentina?
Yeah, I was thinking yeah, you read my mind. I was thinking she was going for the Valentina, right? There's a lot of good ultimates, especially the first 2 picks here of Onyx Zoal, plus the last Insanity to take in from the export. And if you think about it, if you combine the last Insanity or even the Spear of Destruction or even the Eternal Guard, it just has so much good synergy with the first 3 picks here of Falcons Vega. And even up until this day, right, that's why the Valentina still shines in the draft. I'm wondering what kind of roamer Onyx Zoal will go for here as well for their last pick, knowing that there's a Chip here that can really, you know, you've seen it in yesterday's game and we were amazed at how that was played. And the Minotaur's gone, all of those CC heroes are gone. Funi though, you were saying what kind of hero? Will it be the Valentina or something else? They pick up the Chang'e. Is this a gold lane? No. Okay, so it is the same case still. The Chang'e gold lane that will be utilized by Falcons Vega here to go up against the Moskov this time. Great pressure, but we didn't really see so much wins from the Chang'e just yet.
Yeah, 0% win rate at the moment, right? The Chang'e in the gold lane. They're banking on this early game, and they should be able to have a little bit more to say, especially with the Farsa and the roaming capacity that this Farsa has with the Wings by Wings. But now, over onto Onyx Zol, the last pick for the roam. With the export being utilized, I think they need a little bit more initiation potential, right? I was thinking Carmilla, one of the pocket picks that you so favor, going against the chip, but is it enough CC for them to utilize? Is it enough utility for them to utilize? But they still go
Right
for
on
it
point.
here. Carmilla going to be the last choice locked in for Onyx Zol in this first game of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that possibility, right? But I don't often see Onyx Zol pull this card off, right? Picking up the Carmilla. They usually love to go for heroes like the Grok, the Minotaur, but it has been banned away. And I think this is the usual answer. Even in MPL ID, MPL Philippines, you see the Carmilla resurfacing, all because of Chip coming through, right? When they group up all together in that portal, you can just click that Curse of Blood and it's an almost elite shared damage for every single one of those heroes that will be coming in through the portal.
So again, like we mentioned before, we've been looking out for pocket picks of pocket strats that both of these teams might still be potentially hiding, and we finally get to see it come through. And will it work out? Once again, Chang'e in the gold lane for Falcons Vega this time around. They tried it earlier on against Team Vitality. It didn't work out, but might this be the moment for it to finally shine and to break the lose streak that it sorely has? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 in the decider match of who gets that final slot to MWI and who will be able to move forward to the grand finals in the SPS Women's League Challenge Finals.
If you look at Onyx Zol here, Jewel is that type of player that initiates the team fights. And I think with this Carmilla, right, like they should be able to engage pretty early on, knowing that Thal is going to be a little bit more proactive, right? There's a lot of ins and outs for the map, so they have to kind of be aware of where they have to position next, because knowing the chip, right, came from the top side and now it finally appeared on the bottom side. I also know that this Carmilla is a good pick or has very good synergy with the Vexana. I know this was showcased by some of the content creators in MLBB, and honestly, it's often overlooked before, but now it's starting to show up once again in our meta.
Yeah, it looks like it, and that's what I really liked, right? Both of these picks coming through for the side of Onyx Zol. And I guess with the lack of CC tools, they might be relying more towards Rain to make those things happen. To go for perhaps a counter engage more so than looking for active plays on the map. But Falcons here in the top side.
Yep, there you go, Violet. Flicker out for Rain, and they pick up the first blood. Pretty much like what they had up against Vitality in game number 1, and this is exactly what Falcons Vega needs, right? All of these heroes for Onyx Zol, it's gonna favor them in the late game, so they're gonna exert as much pressure. And if you take a look at the gold lane, Rian isn't even being a little bit too aggressive here up against the Chang'e. The Lord, or rather the Turtle, is here for the taking. It's gonna be Bene picking that up for the side of Onyx Zol, but for the price of herself. And now Jewel is the next one on the chopping board, forced to pop in that Vengeance. A double kill for Rain though, but Falcons Vega, they've secured in... No, it's rather Onyx Zol that has secured in the first turtle of the game.
Yeah, it was a 1-for-2 trade earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, and we've been showcasing the prowess of Onyx Zol in the early stage of the game, and we get to see that happen, right? The neutral objective take in their hands. They were able to get 2 kills under the belt of Falcons Vega as well, and it looks like the Farsa is also being very active around the map, trying to counter this aggression coming from Onyx Zol, but up until this point, it hasn't really found much success. Going back to the gold lane, you mentioned about how Rian is playing weak side, and it's understandable, right? The damage in the early game is not quite there. Jin Chao has a little bit more to say, especially with her choice of emblems that, by the way, are exactly the same to the previous game where she picked up the Chang'e, right? Using the weakness finder to go in for more slows with the basic attacks that will be able to hit. And of course, a little bit more room to wriggle in the early game in that gold lane, of course, with the bargain hunter to get those items as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's a good thing though that the Violet here is so contained for now, right? And you see a lot of the rotations are being done onto the XP lane here, making sure that it is contained before the turtle fight. It is not enough to take down the X4. As long as it has that Firaga armor, you're not going to be able to take it down. So now the biggest question is, Bene has been so good at these retribution takes, right? Even in yesterday's games up against Keishi, who has been dubbed to be the retribution queen. But right now, before the first turtle, Bene and Attorney Ang, they find Tal. They have been securing all of the turtles yesterday, which is one of the biggest winning conditions that they had up against Omega. They were able to farm up pretty well, get that XP, get that gold, and now they're looking to get it once again. Jewel, in the middle of everything, does not have that ultimate. Feathered airstrike has been landed here. Final slash by Violet onto the backside. Not enough to take them down, but Maylane gonna go for the decimate and finally takes down Jewel. The turtle has been reset, and right now, everybody off to a restart.
A 5v4 situation right now if Falcons Vega want to press the issue. But it looks like Maylane wants to focus on her buff first and foremost. With the kill that she was able to get earlier on in that team fight, she has actually closed in that EXP gap that she initially had against Bene, who was a level ahead. Now at level 7, things are looking a little bit more 50-50 for Falcons Vega. They want to try and look for the contest on this next neutral objective.
Yeah, it seems like they're hesitating on the turtle takes, right? Like, as long as Bene is there, they have to kind of zone her away, but she's super tanky right now. You've seen how long the turtle has been reset. Tal, she's gonna try to go for Jewel. Feathered airstrike from the back line to zone everybody out. Everybody's chunked down to real low, forcing Onyx Soul to actually make the decision. Should we go for the turtle, let it go, or actually back away? But it seems like they want to go for the full engage here. Tal, though, being such a nuisance here for the side of Onyx Soul. And now Curse of Bloods has been landed here. Bene gonna be first one to fall. Decimate comes through. Attorney Ang burns that Firaga armor as well, and that's what it takes to make Onyx Soul back away. But Falcons Vega, they've took in a bunch of the damage too.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna go for another reset. So both of these teams back away despite Bene being off the map. Onyx Soul, they didn't have a jungler, and yet Falcons Vega didn't want to look for a commit onto the neutral objective. Instead, it looks like they're looking for a punish onto Rian instead. That was the main point of Chin Chao on the Chang'e, and finally they're looking to go for it.
Yep, there's a lot of pokes, and now Tal goes in for the knockup. Chin Chao now pushing the tower onto the bottom side, and they got what they wanted. Exactly the same thing as what they did. And now Maylane going for the turtle here. Bene is up though. 3v2 situation. It's gonna be really hard. Attorney Ang gonna get zoned out there by Tal. Bene rolling around, and they reset the turtle once again. I think Falcons Vega, they're not willing to commit. They're not willing to go for the full commit as long as their mid laner is not up. They want to make sure that they get this turtle because Bene has been so on point with that retribution.
But right now, Bene's actually leveled out the playing field. Maylane earlier on was a level ahead, and now it looks like Onyx Soul are looking to get the neutral objective.
Bene again with the retribution! Feathered airstrike and the meteor shower. Not enough to burst down the side of Onyx Soul. Again, time and time again, Bene has been so on point. Like, she's been making a statement here with the retribution takes. Like, yesterday, even up until today. And that has been giving Rian some advantage here on the bottom side, right? Like, she isn't so aggressive up against the Chang'e. But right now, she has taken the lane on the bottom side as well. Again, equalizing the playing field here for both sides. In yesterday's games, the turret takes were so fast. But right now, it seems like it's an even ball game.
Yeah, Bene has been full respect, right? You can even take a look at her items. She went for steel leg plates first to respect that physical damage output coming in from Falcons Vega, but also the radiant armor. So she's anticipating the damage coming through from either Chin Chao or Funi. And because of the stacks that are a lot faster in terms of cooldown in comparison to Athena Shield, she sees the value of going for Radiant instead of Athena Shield as one of her first core items of the game. But it looks like she's going for more.
That was a big W again for Onyx Soul. They've used up a lot of the resources here of Falcons Vega. The flicker out from Funi and the feathered airstrike right before the Lord. 45 seconds. There's going to be a lot of the cooldown times. But if you look at the map control here, Falcons Vega once again has their sides kind of like ahead up against Onyx Soul. So the top side and the bottom side, right, has been opened up. And this is going to be big, especially when they take the Lord.
Definitely. Melee now at level 11. So she's actually leading in terms of that EXP. Going to give us a little bit of a sneak peek as to how that neutral objective contest is going to look like. No longer 50-50. Bene needs to keep up in terms of that farm, but it looks like Onyx Zol are still focused on looking for a pick-off before they go for a setup. And they haven't found it just yet. Falcons Vega understand what Onyx Zol are doing. They're utilizing Violet to open up the map, of course, as well as give information and look for a potential time to strike. Remember, Falcons Vega also still has style to utilize, and it looks like Falcons Vega will be able to start poking out the Lord first, having a better setup compared to Onyx Zol.
Yep, Chin Chao is also drinking that Lord to super low HP. Bene is a little bit far back, and the Feathered Airstrike is just hurting. It's still gonna be Melee picking up that Lord, but Onyx Zol, they might want to force out the team fight here. Melee gonna get trapped there by Bennett. Thal as well, trying to zone out Jewel. Melee is really low. Look at the damage coming out from Rian. One more to take her down, and she seals the deal. Onyx Zol, they didn't get the Lord, but they were able to pick off the jungler.
It's not just the jungler, right? They also were able to pick up Violet, and on top of that, wait a second, both of these teams are trading these turrets in like it's nothing. That's going to be a good trade in from the side of Onyx Zol, despite Falcons Vega being able to pick up that Lord. And look at the way that they're controlling the map now. They're pushing in the top lane. They're pushing in the mid lane. Chin Chao has now secured the Holy Crystal, one of the main power spikes towards this Chang'e, alongside with all the other utility items that she has. One of this will determine how much damage she will be able to output in this team fight. And it looks like Falcons Vega are looking for another siege.
The final slash almost is onto Bene. No one's investing the ultimates just yet. But wow, Rain also starting to hurt. Feathered Airstrike to zone everyone away. That was just the first Lord for the side of Falcons Vega, but they were able to take in at least the second tier towers here up against Onyx Zol. They've been taking all of the turtles very early on here for the side of Onyx Zol, but it seems like Falcons Vega, they have found the recipe to kind of slowly push in the lanes here, even though that this is the time wherein, you know, the Moskov is going to be able to get in the items. And at the same time, if you look at it, Eterna, it's not that far of a lead just yet by Falcons Vega. They do have the map control though.
It's not great, and that's exactly why it's not great for Falcons Vega, right? Because their composition, it's a ticking time bomb, and Onyx Zol know this. They're pushing the issue.
No. Yep, the Eternal Guard has been cast. All gonna go for the backline, starting to go for Rian, but he's gonna get soaked up from the damage. Meteor Shower to back her up, but it is a sandwich play that has been made by Onyx Zol for the price of 2. Man, Violet and Thal was down, and you see that Rain was able to unleash that Eternal Guard.
Oh no.
Man, that was way too much damage. I mean, if you look at it earlier, like Rain was one of their leading damage dealers here at this point, and Falcons Vega, they have to watch out for these types of plays.
And she still will, up until the point that Rian gets her power spike. And I think earlier on, we saw that Rian went in for a very peculiar item earlier on, and I'm wondering whether or not that she's already got the basic core items that the Moskov has and requires, right? The Rose Gold Meteor was built up. I'm wondering if the DHS, the Corrosion Scythe, as well as the Golden Staff has been built up for Rian, because if she went in for Rose Gold Meteor earlier on, then she's respecting the damage output, but that will also hinder her power spike up until a little bit later on into the game.
What's really difficult for her too is, you know, the zoning out from the Feathered Airstrike. So they have to be really careful when all of these ultimates are being invested by Falcons Vega, and knowing that Falcons Vega, they definitely want to take down Rain or Rian here first. The Lord is already up here. The Luminous One started out by Melee, and now Bene is in trouble here. It's gonna get sandwiched by 3. The Feathered Airstrike has been committed here. They're super low here for the side of Onyx. Tal gonna try to go in for some play, but gets denied. Vengeance has been committed here as well by Jewel. Last Insanity for Attorney Ang, but not enough to take down Falcons Vega. It's actually a very clean team fight from both sides. No one has been taken down.
They're trying to be as disciplined as they possibly can because they do understand the value of having that Lord. And now, let's see whether or not Tal can actually utilize the chip like we saw the last time they were able to pick it up, right? this is when the chip starts to shine, when things are going to this mid to late game point of the game, right? When they start to go for the macro plays, the mind games, the brain games between both of these teams as they go for the Lord Dance. The chip can be utilized to look for several different types of things. Ganks, they can look for a similar play with Jinchao. But with Jinchao on Echanga, it's not going to be as easy as, again, right? Bene opening up the map, giving vision, and actually being able to bait some of these resources away from Falcons Vega before they all commit onto the Lord.
Yeah, a lot of pokes have been happening here. Care of Rain, care of Attorney Ang as well. Again, the portal's going to be crucial. That top side, where that Lord is, right? And Onyx Zol, they know that very well. Jewel has been, checking in all of the corners. Feathered Airstrike still a big factor here when it comes to zoning Onyx Zol away. So they can't just use that for now. But now we see Tal, a lot of long pokes coming out from both sides, and no one's still going for the full commit, knowing that this is going to be a very important Lord, especially for the side of Falcons Vega to push forward.
What I do know is that Onyx Zol want to prolong this as much as they can, as Bene is still at level 14. Meanwhile, Meilane from the side of Falcons Vega already at level 15. So they have a little bit more of an advantage when it comes down to it, despite Onyx Zol having the better team fight. But it looks like Rian has a Malefic Roar already. So that's just the cherry on top to already a destructive Moskov in this 15 minutes. And that's also a green light for them to look for an engage here.
They definitely can engage right now, but there's a lot of poke damage from Falcons Vega. There's the conceal play from Tal, who she's trying to get. It's gonna be the Feathered Airstrike from the backside, landing it with the Meteor Shower. It's enough to chunk down Onyx Zol, but I think they want to force out a fight here. There's still the ultimates being available here. They're doing their very best to zone them out, and this time it's gonna be Falcons Vega again, securing in that Lord. The concealed play this time has been made by Onyx, and there you go, Rian, after picking up the Malefic Roar, will be able to shred enough damage. Meilane in trouble with nowhere else to go. Rain picks up the Mega. 2 for the price of the Lord here. Another hefty price for Falcons Vega to pay as they take in this Lord for their side.
And it's unfortunate, right? Because despite Falcons Vega being able to pick up this Lord, which was secured by Jinchao, by the way, it will be more difficult for them to optimize this Lord push. Oh, that could be a mistake. Funi needs to be careful. And they utilize the Meteor Shower on top of that. So that's already so many resources taken out. This should be a free Lord taken down for Onyx Zol with absolutely nothing that they could pick up.
Yeah, you see how fast the basic attacks come through as well from the Chang'e. But wait, hold on, the portal play has been made here by Tal. But okay, that was a bit too late though. Like Onyx dispersed right after that. The second tier towers are gone. So Falcons Vega is doing their best to make sure that this game ends as fast as possible. 16 minutes in, you've seen how Rian has shred everybody apart. And right now, Onyx Zol, they have to make sure that Rain and Rian are protected. And so far, with the heavy front line that they've had, you see Falcons Vega struggling to kind of find an opening here to take them down.
It's the pressure. It's the pressure that's on them right now with, again, the ticking time bomb. But the Feather Airstrike has been opened up. It looks like they're trying to zone in to get another turret under the bag, and they will be able to do so. But again, right, the pressure is on Falcons Vega. They need to close this as soon as possible because the longer this game progresses, Rian is going to have more damage. Rain is going to have more damage, right? The double Rian-Rain combination will be detrimental in terms of that damage output. And Falcon Vega, they know it. They know exactly how. So you can even see that the decision making is starting to get a little bit awry, right? With Tal coming in with the portal in the final moments, looking for an opportunity, but they don't find it just yet. If they keep trading like this, Onyx Zol will have the upper edge.
And that's why, you know, both of these, this mid laner and this gold laner, two of the most important, or one of the most important damage dealers when it comes to the game, right? And if you look at Rian's name, it's actually an anagram of Rain's name. Like if you switch up the A and the I, it actually is Rain with an E on the end. So the dynamic duo that has been, you know, working wonders here for the side of Onyx Zol. 3-1-3 on Rian, 4-1-2 on Rain. This is the best case scenario that you can get with the very aggressive lineup that Falcons Vega has. And they made it through. They pulled it through 18 minutes in. We talked about the late game for Onyx Sol. They were able to pull that off up against Smart Omega yesterday. And right now, this is the time to reap for their side. And you see the urgency here for Falcons Vega, right? To take in the Lord, to zone out Bene, but this might be a little bit too early though for Bene. Final slash has been committed. There is the Curse of Blood as well, linking in the members. Chin Chao gonna be taking in a brunt of the damage. That is the damage dealer out for the side of Falcons Vega. This might be the call for Onyx Zol to go for more. They disperse. That's a huge win for Onyx Zol. They thought they would have gotten Bene there, but for the price of Chin Chao, that was too much to take in for Falcons Vega.
Did you see Rian though in that entire team fight? The way that she waited to utilize that Spear of Misery in towards the back line, and then she portaled out right before she was able to be taken down by Funi with the burst damage from the Feather Airstrike. That was some beautiful, footwork there by Rian on this Moskov, and now she's doing work on the Lord, looking for that blitz to get that as soon as possible, and they're doing a good job of zoning Falcons Vega out.
Man, the Carmilla is just so annoying at this point, right? And Thal right now, Bene is super low. It's gonna be a Retribution battle. Melee gonna be able to steal that Lord away from the side of Onyx Zol. But Onyx Zol, they know their power spike is up. They're gonna keep on going. Winter Truncheon here for Melee, but it is inevitable. They will be able to take 2 for the price of 1 and the Lord to boot for Onyx Zol.
And it looks like that they're picking up the pace here, and unfortunately for Onyx Zol, time and time again, they have to keep on looking out for that top lane, right? Because the inhibitor turret has been taken off, so it's constantly pushing, and Rian has a little bit more homework to focus on. So in that particular team fight, there was a little bit of disarray from Onyx Zol, and so Falcons Vega, despite losing 2, were still able to pick up the Lord. And it looks like they're looking for another opportunity onto Violet.
Oh man, the Immortality has been bursted down. Feathered Airstrike for the back of Violet. Gonna be taken down there by Rian. She's in trouble. But wait, okay, she's able to recall back. They have to melt down this sword. But that was a beautiful takedown there by Onyx Zol. They took down Violet, which was a bit too deep right there. She was gonna try to go for the final slash. And then the Feathered Airstrike for the backup. But then again, Onyx Zol, they're still up in this game, 21 minutes in, and you can see the damage coming through from Rian at this point, right? Like, Falcons, they're having a difficult time trying to end this one.
Wait, what? Did you see that? Chin Chao and a DHS? Chin Chao on the channel picking up a DHS?
Yeah, I mean, she built the Golden Truncheon yesterday.
But where's the damage going to come from?
Look, the front line is just soaking it up like it is nothing. Winter Truncheon has been used, and Fumi, right in the middle of everything, is unable to do anything. Onyx Zol, they're playing out of their minds, taking down the tower on the mid side, and making sure they give Falcons Vega a run for their money. Look at the attack speed coming out from Rian. They destroyed 2 towers just like that.
We're already playing in the 21st minute of the game, which means that we're playing into the field of Onyx Zol, with them having the Moscow, with him having the Vexana. We mentioned this, right, from the drafting phase, that Falcons Vega are playing a risky game, right? They went for that 50-50 with the Chang'e in the gold lane to try and shut down Rian from that early. But unfortunately, they didn't and weren't able to close it. And now we're in the late game and we're in the playing field of Onyx Zol. So up until this point, it's very difficult to see the loopholes that Falcons Vega have over Onyx Zol to win this game, because Onyx Zol, they're pushing up the tempo, they know their strength, and they're finding every single opportunity to punish Falcons Vega with.
This time, I think for the Chang'e, right, the question still remains. Is it still good to put a mage up in the gold lane? I mean, it has worked for some teams, but for the Chang'e, right, in particular the Snapdragon Pro Series, it hasn't found that much good of a win rate. Like, it's standing at the 0 win rate, if I'm not mistaken, right? Used by several teams. I get the early game pressure, but when it's the late game, when it's the 22-minute mark where everybody's at level 15, everybody's got all of their items, it seems like the magic damage is not even piercing through the tankiest members here of Onyx Zol. They can't penetrate through the front line.
That's the problem with the Chang'e, right? Because as soon as you build something like the Radiant Armor, that damage that you initially have in the early stage of the game before the Radiant is built is negated completely. And to make it all worse, Chang'e's damage is not as DPS as like a Moskov, right? Basic attacks are so good. Jin Chao on the Chang'e still needs to rely on her Meteor Shower to deal most of the damage, and that is a single source of a spell, right? So
Yeah.
it requires cooldown. It takes time for it to come back up. It's very easy to bait out before they go in for a team fight. And the basic attacks of the Chang'e, despite all the damage that she's giving out, is not as great in terms of siege, like against the towers, against neutral objectives like the Lord, like the Turtle. And that's why the Chang'e is a big risk. It was a 50-50 play. It's a gamble play. It's like putting two fighters in the side lanes, which some other teams have actually explored as a way to counter the marksman in the early game.
Yeah, I think some of the teams that actually did that, Eterna, was in the Philippines. That was TNC. TNC and if I'm not mistaken, the AP brand actually also tried that. It has worked for some. It can kind of give you that early game advantage, but in the late game, right, it's difficult to end. You gotta wave clear. You don't have that DPS, that physical DPS damage. It's really hard, especially when the Moskov is just pretty much like the Moskov here of Rian. That has been a difficult task to shut down here for Falcons Vega. And at the same time, right, I get what the Chang'e is trying to do. It's kind of like giving me like vintage what was that, the vintage Nana, like the Nana that's built as a marksman. I know it worked a few times, but it's still not enough, right? In this current meta, it's pretty much different. It is the marksman that reigns king in the gold lane.
It's very conditional. It's very 50-50 and it's very risky. So again, we haven't seen the Chang'e work out as to the way that these teams really expected. And we're coming back from the technical pause earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, to the 24th minute of the game. And now for Falcons Vega, Thal will be put to the ultimate test because she will be the key if Falcons Vega still hope to win this game against Onyx Zoel in this best of 3. She needs to find a loophole, figure out a way to go for an engage onto Rian, onto Rain. And honestly, it's a difficult thing to do, looking at the way that Onyx Zoel are rotating together. Like, even the Carmilla is positioned in a way that they're looking for a gank against Thal, so it's not as easy, it's not as straightforward, and Falcons Vega are put to the ultimate test.
It's a 5k lead actually for the side of Onyx Zoel, even though, you know, map control, the turret takes it, it's on the side of Falcons Vega. And if you look at it, right, Rian Jewel hasn't left her side, and just making sure that she is well protected, especially in this scenario, right? Like Rian building up, if I'm not mistaken, that's like a full damage items coming out from the Moskov. And if you think about it, right, the difference here between the frontliners of both Falcons Vega and Onyx Zoel is gonna be the way that the Chang'e just tickles Bene, even Attorney Ang and Jewel, right? Like, there's no way to reach the backline. So like what you said, right, it has to be Thal that makes some sort of surprise play here up against their side. And speaking of, they already found Jewel here, but it's way too early of an engage. She actually brought in 4 members here from their side, so they have to kind of find their way towards the Lord Pit as well, something that they need to take. But how long can this go on, Eterna? How many Lords does it take to actually finally take down the Crystal of Onyx Zoel?
Honestly, at this point, I think it's inevitable more for Onyx Zoel to pick up this game, right? Of course, there are still a lot of turrets that they need to shred through, but in the 26th minute of the game, this Lord will also be doing some damage onto these structures, and that will be just the loophole that Onyx Zoel needs to secure this game. Falcons Vega have not found a solution, but all they have done is prolong the series. Luckily, that for Mei Lane that she was able to get the Lord earlier on, because if not, I think Onyx Zoel would have closed it there and then.
The base is also open on the top side here for Onyx Zoel. Another possibility to maybe perhaps just finally end this thing, right? Like, just go straight for the base. But I think both sides just want to go for the more conventional route, right? The Lord. And at this point, Eterna, 26 minutes in, the dead timers are huge. So
Yeah, I don't
every
think they can go for that loophole on the top side unless the inhibitor turret, the exposed one, was on the far lane. But luckily for Onyx Zol, it's on the same side as the Lord spawning, so they can't utilize that the way that we saw Jin Chao being able to utilize it in her previous game with the Roger.
Man, this is like the long games that I've seen before where the Farsa, well, there's a Farsa here, but the meta of the Farsa and Eve, man, that stretched almost up to like 45 minutes. I mean, there was a meta like that, but this game, 27 minutes is pretty close. And the difference is having the Moskov. Again, like all of the immortalities are being built here. It's going to be difficult to take anyone down. Everybody wants to go in for that second chance. And I think it's a very long standoff between these two teams, right? Like you see Chin Chao, you see Rian as well here on the bottom side. They want to open up this part of the map for the side of Falcons Vega, but they're unable to do so because Jewel and Rian haven't left their spot just yet. They've been clearing out that wave, and it's been a long Mexican standoff between Bene and even Melee. No one's just going for the full commit here.
Yeah, they're too worried. They're too worried of making a single mistake because at this point, honestly, Falcons Vega can still find an opportunity to take the game because of the death timers, right? It should be up to 60, maybe even 70 seconds now. So one mistake, one death will signify who will be able to pick up the game. And both of these teams, they don't want to make that risk. They know the pressure that both of them are on. They are in the lower brackets. One mistake will give the momentum over to the other team to possibly go for a clean sweep 2-0, and they'll grab their hands onto the grand finals, and they'll grab their hands on that final slot, that final ticket to Riyadh for MWI in the Esports World Cup. So they're playing it very, very slowly. And wait a second.
Wait.
Is this it? Is this it? Is this a moment we've been waiting for? No, they don't go for it again.
Yeah, but I mean, it was way too risky, right? Even for the side of Onyx Zol, they didn't want to go for the full commit. There was a final slash. Uni was also right there, so they could have gotten in for a counter engage. Man, this is taking a lot of time, right, for both sides. Decision making is going to be crucial. A lot of immortalities as well for Falcons Vega and Onyx Zol. The deciding Lord is going to be here. And honestly, this is one of the most frustrating things, right? Like one single mistake in a game that reaches 29 minutes, Eterna, it could cost you the entire game.
Definitely. We can see Jin Chao using her meteor shower to clear in that top wave, try to push it through, get a little bit more information as to the whereabouts of the team. Rian actually opened up that sentry in that bottom side, so she knows exactly where these members from the side of Falcons Vega are. And this might be it. Bennett taking so much damage.
Wow, that's just the basic attacks coming out from Jin Chao. Already shrunking everybody to super low HP. The Feather Dare Strike, this might be the call for it, but here comes the Curse of Blood as well, being landed onto Thal. Gonna be worked on here. The final slash there by Violet. This is the time to engage for the side of Falcons Vega. All the immortalities are being popped. It is gonna be Jewel, the first one down. Man, 75 seconds, Eterna, before Jewel is back. And right after all of that has been gone, Falcons Vega will have a much better position to take in this Lord. It must have been like, what, 10 whole minutes that we were talking about all of the possibilities, and here you have it. Finally, after that pickoff, that's what both teams wanted, to have that one pickoff before they go for the Lord fight.
They didn't have the DPS. This is what we were talking about over and over as we're entering the 30th minute of the game. But what they had was burst, and it was enough for them to pick up Jewel in the most imperative moments of the game. And now Falcons Vega, they're pushing the tempo over onto Onyx Zol. That Lord is going to be doing so much damage, and now it's on Onyx Zol to look for a defense. But this might just be the last push.
There you go. It's going to be Bennett, the first one that's going to be worked on. This is going to be really fast. Feather Dare Strike from the backside. Rian is in trouble. Immortality is up, but it's not going to be enough. The Luminous Lord seals the deal. And after 30 whole minutes that we've been waiting patiently, Falcons Vega finally taken game number 1.
And there it is. The Changa's lose streak so far has been broken by the Indonesian Falcons Vega being able to lead this best of 3 series against Onyx Zol in the decider match, one of the most important matches that we have today before we get into the grand finals. How did you feel about that? That was a 30-minute game. I think that broke records so far in the Challenge Finals. One of the longest games so far.
Yeah, I did say that Onyx Zol can pull this card off, right? The late game. And they managed to do that so well, right? The gold was actually on their side, but unfortunately, right? Like right after that one engage, I think both sides were just waiting for one pick-off. There were several times all across the map that Jewel, Thal was trying to look for an opening, right? And finally they did in that final clash. The 75 death minute mark was way too long, and for the side of Falcons Vega, they're just like, yeah, let's go for that last Lord. And we all know the longer it is, the stronger that the Lord gets. And right after that, right, they didn't even need to go for that final team fight in the Crystal. They just needed to have that Lord to lock in the base, and it was over.
Honestly, like, props to Falcons Vega, right? Because honestly, it shouldn't have lasted that long. Their composition was not built to get into the late game. And the fact that they were able to prolong it up until that 30th minute to finally take the game over Onyx Zol just really shows how great and how good Team Falcons Vega actually is. So it's wonderful to see. I'm actually curious to see the item builds for the Chang'e, because in the game we saw that there were some switches in the items, right? We saw a DHS. It shouldn't have worked that way, but I wonder if she kept it or she sold it for something different, because in the final stage she was dealing out the damage for finally the bursts to come through from the far side and the feather airstrike, and just like all of these burst damage just going on with one another, comboing off of each other, and finally take that game in that final second.
Yeah, I think the idea for the Chang'e, right, was to get close enough. And yes, you're right.
See,
the
DHS.
DHS. See, I mean, I thought my eyes were lying when I saw the emblem set, right? The weakness finder yesterday, but I'm right. It's just to get the basic attacks to slow down. But the problem there was it reached the 31-minute mark, and it was a tickle already, the meteor shower. So you know what? I think Falcons Vega just went in for straight up basic attack. I mean, you can see it from the build here of Chin Chao. She also didn't go for the boots this time, making sure to have that ample amount of magic damage. The Feather of Heaven, you got the like what I said, the golden staff that I saw yesterday, and the Demon Hunter sword to kind of rip apart the front line of Onyx Zol. And I can't believe it, right? They've been playing since the start of this broadcast, and to have this amount of stamina, right? 2 games up against Team Vitality, and now a 31-minute game up against Onyx Philippines. Man, Falcons Vega is just showing us that, that ticket to Riyadh, it is just worth so much to both these teams. And now they're actually going to be going on a match point here up against Onyx Zol.
And circling back to Chin Chao, right? Because like the weakness finder, it makes sense, right? Because you want to, with the Chang'e, one of the unique things with the Chang'e is like the basic attack does deal a lot of damage, especially if you have your skill 2 procced up. So the weakness finder makes sense. It goes in for the slow. But what I'm so curious about, the golden staff also makes sense, right? Because it also helps out with the attack speed of your basic attack, which is why she was still being able to have an impact in the later stage of the game. But the DHS is what I find very interesting, and the fact that it worked for the Chang'e. Yeah, I think I would really need to consult this with like Wolf or something. But wow, a DHS on Chang'e is still one of the highlights for me here.
Yeah, I think it's the basic attacks, right, to be able to pierce the front line. I think that's what they wanted, and they wanted to get Chin Chao close enough. I'm thinking that's the idea here for that kind of build. But you're right? We have to geek out with Wolf a little bit on this, or maybe even people from Indonesia, Arashi or whoever, right, to talk about like this Chang'e meta that has been resurfacing here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And if you look at it, right, the goal, it's all going towards the side of Onyx Zol, especially in the latter parts of the game. You can see it also in the Gold Miner, the Resilient, and the Selfless. They've been winning the team fights, but then again, Falcons Vega, that one team fight that happened in the Lord side, it just turned the tides around for their side, and they were able to take in the Lord. I think this was actually a comeback for the side of Falcons Vega.
Yeah, again, like it's a surprise that they were able to close it out. Like honestly, with the composition that Onyx Zol had, I think they were playing a little bit too passive in the later stage of the game. And the question is why, right? Are they that afraid to make a mistake at that point? They had the winning lineup in the 30th minute of the game. scratch 30th minute, from the 25th minute of the game, they should have been a little bit more active with the team fights, with the rotations, but they were so passive that Falcons Vega, they were able to find the win in the game number 1. But we have to give it to our MVP for game number 1, Falcons Vega, Funi on the Farsa, utilizing her rotations, the capability of the Farsa to dish out the damage in the early game. If we take a look at her equipment too, she did respect the damage in the early game from the side of Onyx Zol as well. Going for the Blood Wings first instead of going straight into the Winter Truncheon. She didn't want to go to Glass Cannon, especially with her emblem choices already with the Rupture and Lethal Ignition, so the damage was already there. All she needed a little bit more was to sustain through that initial early to mid game with the Blood Wings, and then she eventually went in for more damage with the Holy Crystal as well as the Divine Glaive for more magical penetration.
I think that was the main factor to why the team fights were, Onyx was a little bit more hesitant to take in these team fights, right? As long as the Feathered Airstrike hasn't been used, right? It's going to be hard for, the damage dealers like Rian and Rain to position themselves up against Falcons Vega, and you see them kind of being, most of the time, you see them in the back lines, right? Evading the Feathered Airstrike, and most of the time, Funi has used this to zone away the members of Onyx Soul, especially in the big Lord fights, considering that Onyx Soul had so much team fight capability with this type of lineup.
Yeah, she didn't necessarily use her Feather Airstrike for damage, which of course would be a great source of damage, but most of the time she used it to zone out the members from the opponent, from Onyx Soul, which was very valuable, especially when they went in for these neutral objective takes.
Yeah, a lot of wins actually for both sides, toss and turn, and to think that Onyx All almost actually had it in the bag here, right? Like the gold laner was already well scaled up. I think this was one of the last few fights that was the nail to the coffin here for the side of Falcons Vega. They were able to take down Jewel, right? Care of the basic attacks from the Chang'e, and eventually went in for the Lord. And you see the Feathered Airstrike, right? It popped up the immortality there from Rian, and it was just so difficult to be able to position yourself, especially with that amount of burst damage coming through.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, Falcons Vega, the representatives from Indonesia, will be able to lead this series a 1-0, but don't you worry, this is a best of 3. There is still a possible chance for Onyx Zol to go for a reverse sweep if they do want to still make it into the grand finals to face off against Team Vitality.
Yeah, 31 minutes, Eterna. And I wouldn't be surprised if this might actually still be the case for the next game. But yeah, it was props to both sides actually for, having the stamina to pull it off through a very long game as 31 minutes.
31 minutes. Will we be seeing a 40-minute game next? Would you
hope
want to
not.
see a 40-minute game?
I hope not. I hope not. I mean, I've casted a 40-minute game, and, it would be nice to keep it at 30. It would be nice to keep it at 30.
Okay, I agree, because I want it at a 60-minute game duration.
Maybe
But ladies
an
and
hour.
gentlemen, we'll see what happens in the next game of the series. But before we get into game number 2, we are going to throw to a short break. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You guys are watching the Women's League Challenge Finals.
Here we go!
Say that we're done. You got me saying words I've never said.
And we're back at match point, ladies and gentlemen, in the SPS Women's League Challenge Finals of the second match of the day in the lower bracket finals. Both of these teams stand to lose their tournament lives, so the stakes are as high as ever, as Falcons will be able to lead the series with a 1-0.
Yeah, the tug of war earlier in that 31-minute game. I hope that both of these teams, especially Falcons Vega, still have the stamina to power it through here in our second game. I mean, this is the game that will be deciding whether it's Falcons Vega or Onyx All that will be heading to Riyadh this year.
Definitely. Do you have any predictions at this point? Because, I mean, Onyx Seoul, they have pulled crazy games as well. I wouldn't put it past them to go for a complete reverse sweep against Falcons Vega.
Do you want me to pull off a Burkers? I'm gonna have to pull off a Burkers here. It's like a 2-1.
Let's try it. Let's try it.
2-1 Falcons Vega. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see if it actually works on me, right? Like if this is actually the case. And we'll have to find out, right? It's still game number 2, match point. Oh, I don't know at this point, right? The Chang'e finally finds its first win here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. And I think at this point, Eterna, there's nothing much to be said for the banning phase, right? It's still going to be pretty much the same. The huge respect still for both teams are going to be there. Grok, the Minotaur, the Angel even taken out here.
I think one of the main differences now is that both of these teams have actually opted to swap sides. So now Onyx is on blue side, Falcons is on red side. Falcons was able to get that win from blue side. So we'll see if Onyx Seoul will be able to find their first victory in this best of 3 series on the blue side, as we do see a Moskov taken out. And again, that is the beauty of being on red side. The fact that you can go for a little bit, the beauty of being on blue side, the fact that you can go a little bit more towards the respect bands that come through. But for Falcons, they have to focus on these prio bands, taking it out before they get into the first phase of the picks.
There's one thing that Onyx Seoul has here that they can take. It is the respect band onto the Loi earlier, right? And this time they're on the blue side. They can pick it up for themselves. It seems like they're setting it up to be this way. They already banned out the chip as well on the for their final ban here in the first phase. So I think it's just for their side to kind of bait out Falcons Vega. Okay, maybe ban out more of either marksmen or maybe even take away Bennett's heroes, by the way, that haven't been taken out just yet right now, like the Nolan, the Ling. And speaking of that, that's gonna be their final ban, which means that the Loi is up here for the taking. And I know that Onyx Seoul, like Falcons Vega, love to pick up this hero as much as they do. And there you go. Like I said, this is the hero that both teams want to contest for, but this leaves so much open for Falcons.
Yeah, and the Nolan instantly gets picked up, understanding that it has been left open. One of the main heroes that Maylene has found success on in that jungle, so instantly picked up. Really good ganking potential in the early game as well as early game aggression. But what will it be paired with? So far, the Roger has been finding some success, especially if the Moskov is taken off the board. If they still want to focus on a little bit more of that early game, they definitely can go that route. Or there's a possibility of a Matilda that's still left open, but it looks like they're going to be prioritizing that gold lane first and foremost, with the Roger being open up.
Yeah, the beautiful play yesterday. There's no longer any chip that is gonna be used up in this game. It's already been banned away, but Jin Chao had a spectacular performance yesterday on this Roger. Now, this is great early game once again for Falcons Vega, right? The Nolan that we all know that can snowball as fast as the Mortis. Now, the Loi is here. I'm thinking, you really need to give Jewel some sort of setter type of hero once again. Her Grok has already been taken away. I'm thinking if she's going to go for the likes of, the Matilda once again in this composition, or maybe go for an Arlot here. or the Terizla that seems to be a priority pick for Onyx Zol time and time again. But they go a different route. They pick up their gold laner already, the Nathan, and then to add it all up, the Alpha once again resurfaces here for Onyx Zol. That was one of the picks that actually worked up against Smart Omega in their game yesterday.
The snowball capacity and the potential that an Alpha has in the early game can even it out, and of course help out in the mid trio rotation to help the Natan in the gold lane get to that power spike that happens later on in the game. So to sum it all out, to make that conclusion for the drafting phase for the Team Falcons Vega, they will be picking up the Vexana, a little bit more tools to work with, a little bit more utility in her kit, and of course that CC potential that definitely is required because of the fact that they opted to go for the Roger as well as the Nolan. But now we're entering the second phase of the bans, and it looks like they're going for a Camilla ban.
Wow. Massive respect too to Jewel, right? This was one of the heroes that actually gave them a hard time in the team fights, right? The Curse of Blood that linked up 2 or even 3 heroes that has the shared damage. And if you think about it, combine the Loi, combine it with the Nathan, it just has such a good synergy. So I think at this point they're really taking out the playmaking capabilities here of Jewel, maybe forcing her out to maybe just go for a support type of hero with this kind of lineup.
And now the Arlet has also been taken off the board for Falcons Vega to utilize in that EXP lane. They understand that they need a playmaker, and the question is who, right? With Xborg as well taken out, they're slimming out the choices for this EXP lane. The Terizla is definitely still an option that they can utilize right now. If they want to synergize it, they can, especially with the Vexana. And I'm wondering if it's going to be banned out here from Onyx Zol. And there you go. The Terizla is also eliminated from this match.
Wow, I'm actually surprised that Onyx Zol took that one away. They love picking up this Terizla. They also prioritized it in the games that they've had up against Falcons Vega. Now that leaves them an option with either... Okay, I'm guessing this is an Edith. Still could be an Edith roam here, so they're still flexing that type of pick. So I think this last two definitely has to have like CC, right? Like Lapu Lapu maybe for the XP lane. My biggest question is going to be Jewel. What is she going to be having here? Like, she loves to go for those tanky types of hero, but will this force her out to pick up like the Matilda here? That's open, by the way, for the taking. Or maybe go for a Florine, but I think that's pretty risky, knowing that the first 3 lineups here really need that front line to soak up the damage.
Honestly, I really love pairing a Luo Yi with something like the Kaja, right? Something to pick off, go for the engage, and right, okay, the Tigreal also works, right? Something to be able to set up for the damage coming in from Luo Yi, to set up for the potential ganks, and the Tigreal does do exactly that. And now they also build it up with a Paquito, so even more pressure for the Onyx Zol members for macro plays, far lanes. It's going to be easier for them to push it in. But Guinevere, this is very interesting. A Guinevere being picked up. Where is this Guinevere going to go?
Yeah, that was my question too, right? Is it the Edith that will be on the roam? Oh, so
yes.
no. Yep. Definitely. I haven't seen too much like Guinevere's on the XP lane right after, you know, the adjustments in the previous patches, right? The Guinevere, I think there was a point that, you know, Blacklist International Wise was able to use it as a jungler even before it was a thing. And now it's slowly coming back here. And I think it's just to, you know, specifically to pick off the Nathan here and the Loi for the side of Falcons Vega. Or Onyx Zol.
But the problem is, Guinevere has been nerfed so much that even placed into the roam, it doesn't do as great, right? The spatial migration, the range has been entirely reduced, so the opportunities for them to be able to go in for that combination is very slim, and that window of opportunity is also very small. But it's a very interesting draft from both of these teams as we are in match point, ladies and gentlemen. So with that, let's get into game number 2 in this best of 3 series between Onyx Zol and Falcons Vega. Understanding the stakes are high, one more match away for Falcons to move forward into the grand finals.
the difference between the two roamers here, Eterna, the Guinevere, right? And even like, you know, put the Edith there as well when it comes to setting up the plays. It's more of like single target as compared to the Tigreal that has, you know, more CC here. You can grab like all 5 heroes and make that game-changing play with that one set. As compared to Falcons Vega, they kind of have to select their targets here, which is most likely going to be Rain and Rian here that they need to pick off.
And that's exactly why there's so much respect coming through. I mean, earlier on, a Purify burnt out, but that's exactly why Funi picked up the Purify to begin with, right? To respect that CC control, the crowd control coming in from Onyx Solo. Meanwhile, from the side of Onyx, Rain opted to go for Flicker instead of Purify. We'll see if that might actually be a wise decision or not, understanding that, you know, Falcons Vega, they have a lot of CC sources, right?
Yep.
Funi can go for the knockup, Violet as well with the Earth Shatter. We have Thal as well with the spatial migration. So we'll see exactly what happens as we take a look at a little bit of the emblems here.
Yep, it's a lot of the Brave Smites coming through here, especially for Violet and Thal, that are going to be the playmakers that are going to be setting up the plays here for Falcons Vega. And then you also got the, of course, the classic Quantum Charge for Chinchao here. That is, of course, almost all the time works well for the Roger in this current patch. The weakness finder, though, for Rian here in this particular game.
Yeah, we see the Natan with the weakness finder a lot, actually. I think in the previous Natan game, we also saw the weakness finder. It has a little bit more leeway when it comes down to control in that 1v1 in the lane as well. Understanding that the Natan doesn't have too much of an escape ability except for his ultimate. The weakness finder actually can facilitate that damage from coming through, but look at that, looking for a moment here.
Jewel as well going for the counter play, but she is gonna get taken down here. Thal draws the first blood up against Onyx Sol, but it still goes on. The turtle is still up as Onyx Sol, they're gonna be backing away. A great start for the side of Falcons Vega.
Yeah, I don't know if Benny actually wants to go for the contest, but actually she might, but Thal goes back in!
Oh man, that's what they were looking for. The re-contest by Bene, it was risky. They needed to get the turtle, but this time Rain goes on for the diversion play, even burns out the flicker. She's a little bit too late as Falcons Vega has already taken in 2 kills and the turtle as well.
Yeah, that's technically a 3-4-0 trade already early on. So even despite the nerfs coming through for the Guinevere, Thal is still able to make this Guinevere work, picking up 2 of the kills so far with the knocks ups, the utility, and the damage is even there with the 101 KDA. And it's looking great for Falcons Vega. And it looks like they want to convert more of that space into this gank up top. Let's see if Rian takes the bait.
Yep, it's so hard, right? That there's only one Purify coming through here. A diversion play though. Oh no! They find themselves, the members here of Falcons Vega, one by one, they get chunked down. A double kill for Rain. They know. It's just like Falcons Vega is like, how will they know? Oh, they know. They know, and Onyx Sol, they were able to pull off that diversion play so well. You got in the Spear of Alpha, and at the same time, the implosion coming out from Jewel.
That counterplay was great, right? That map awareness coming in from Rian, perhaps, with understanding that, things look a little bit fishy here. Like, there are several members on the side of Falcons Vega that aren't visible on the map. Maybe they're looking for a gank up top, and they were able to capitalize over it. And now the gold has actually shifted quite a bit to the side of Onyx Sol, as both of these teams will be looking for the next visual objective. Thal goes in for a jump, doesn't quite get it just yet. So despite Rain being on the flicker, they haven't been able to take Rain down.
Yeah, to think that there's a lot of pick-off potentials here for Falcons Vega, right? You got the Thal, you got the Nolan, you even got Violet here that can take down the squishy heroes here coming from the side of Onyx Sol, Rain and Rian, to be particular. And I think for Onyx Sol, they have to make those diversion plays like that, again, to do that kind of play that they did there on the top side that will catch Falcons Vega off guard, right? They're setting up all of these plays, so they have to be extra careful as well. The second turtle is up 5 minutes in. Falcons Vega already positioned themselves here.
Both of these junglers are at level 8. So it is a 50-50. But of course, being on something like the Alpha as well as the Nolan, you have to go in for the full commit. There's no anti-CC. Meanwhile, both these teams have a lot of tools to work with.
Bene is going to get the Eternal Guard and the implosion there. Turtle's going to get taken in by Melee, and there goes the punish. A double kill, a triple kill for Violet. Attorney Ang is in the run. Conceal play has been made, but they've taken what they can get. Falcons Vega, the kills, and the turtle. They should be able to take this tower as well on the bottom side.
Completely negating that play from the diversion. Falcons Vega, they pick up the tempo and they pick up the slack from what they lost earlier on. A 2K gold lead now, ladies and gentlemen, in the 6th minute of the game as Falcons Vega regain control. In the bottom side, they were able to get a turret. In the top side, Chin Chao is going to be able to get a turret. And again, everything that has been happening all across the board facilitates the snowball potential that Chin Chao has, because for the most part, Chin Chao has been left untouched. Wow. 2 spells committed there from the side of Falcons Vega, dealing some damage and actually forcing a recall from Rian, buying Falcons Vega a little bit more time here in the 6th minute of the game.
Falcons is so aggressive right now. You see, like, it doesn't matter as long as there's the Violet and Spatial Migration combination, they're just gonna go for it. And Falcons Vega, they're just relentless. Once that is up, right? Like when Thal has that initiation, they just go for it. And most of the time, they've only been punished once here by Onyx Zol. And they've taken in the map here as well. The sides have been taken down by Falcons Vega. 6 kills on the board, 7 minutes in. And for the side of Onyx Zol, they need a little bit more time here. And this is the thing about the Nathan. It has a great amount of burst damage, but you really need to have a lot of good rotations, especially to make this type of hero scale up.
For sure, and I think she's only been able to secure the Starlium Scythe, so she's so far away from that power spike, right? Because if she wants to respect the damage, she might go in for a little bit more defense, like the Blood Wings, but the main core item for the Natan is that Holy Crystal, and they might have to wait a little bit longer as there's a 1v1 situation up top. Nolan gets caught really low, but look at this.
Wait, what? They were able to escape? What? Great escape there by Onyx Zol. That was Thal going in for the combination with Violet, and they were able to escape that care of the diversion play this time. It's gonna be Bennett taking in the turtle for the side of Onyx Zol. Spear of Alpha out as they take what they wanted. The last turtle goes to their side.
I just realized Chin Chao's skin, right? She's using the Transformers Roger skin. It's so cool. I love that skin.
Oh, is that your favorite Roger? I mean, I've lost track of how many skins Rogers has.
How cute that is.
Yeah, I know. I feel like that skin should have gone to Barrett's though. Unpopular opinion. Like, it looks more like a Barrett skin, but for some reason, it kind of works on the Roger if you think about it. Like, I'm not... Oh yeah, that is actually pretty cute.
It is, right? You know what's not cute? Her gameplay, right? KDA at the moment 1-0-0. Looks like there's gonna be a diversion play. Is Tigreal gonna find a moment here? Looking for a backdoor in perfect position. Will he be on time?
Oh no, Attorney Ang getting bursted down in the tower. Jewel though, that was what she was looking for. The implosion play onto 2. They're able to flicker out or purify out there for Chin Chao. And the dinosaur is safe from the hands of Onyx Zol. Good attempt though by Jewel. But then again, you know, the tanky front line here, as long as the Purifies is up, they should be able to get out of that. 2-0-0 for their side. Another diversion play has been made, but, you know, map control. Falcons Vegas side, 6,000 lead as well for them to take in.
Yeah, Chin Chao maneuvered around that so well, and luckily for her, she respected the potential that the Tigreal could have in these team fights, in these imperative moments of the game, and was able to purify out of that situation and actually deny that pickoff away from Onyx Zol. And you know, just a little bit of a recap, right? We talked about Rian earlier on, and it turns out she does have 2 items. She has the Feather of Heaven as well as a Starlium Scythe, but her 3rd item was the Wind of Nature. So she doesn't even go for the Blood Wings. She goes for the Wind of Nature instead, which will delay that power spike from hitting. And I'm curious to see if it'll be too late. Because look at this, Falcons Vega already blitzing the Lord. No contest whatsoever as Thao looks in for another opportunity, doesn't find it. But at the end of the day, Falcons Vega will be winning it out in this 10th minute of the game.
You did say it yourself, they're blitzing through this game, and even Chin Chao picking that BOD up right now. And if you compare Rian and Chinchao right now, Chinchao definitely has that upper hand. I do understand that, Rian needs that wind of nature, right? To be able to counter out like the dives coming out from melee, even Violet, and even Chinchao here that has the wolf form. And one basic attack could actually take her down.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Chinchao has the Wind Talker and the Endless Battle. So already some true damage coming through, as long as there is the basic attacks, as well as a little bit more of that attack speed with the Wind Talker. I think she's down to her third item already. We'll see in a few if we get a little peek into the items, but look at this, just full barrage, not literally, coming through from Falcons Vega. All three lanes are crashing onto Onyx Zoal, and it looks like they have their eye on the prize, and the prize is at least one inhibitor turret.
Yeah, but it's up to Jewel to be able to make in the plays. You're seeing the rotation diversion dispersion combo starting to hurt as well, but the Eternal Guard as well to boot with the Lord. The Mini Lord is also working. And right now, Violet going in for the knockup, going in for the onward. They've taken in one melee. Gonna be the casualty. The shutdown as well for Rian. Picking up a double, trying to go for a triple here. Onto Foodie. Doll is on the run. Make a run for it because Onyx is on the chase. And just like that, Rian able to pick up that triple and was able to punish Falcons Vega right in their base.
Attorney Yang is coming. Attorney Yang's coming.
Oh, still able to make it. Wait, what?
Oh, no, that's a little bit too deep, but it looks like they will be able to take in that Immortal, but Thal still gets out alive. But what a momentum shift for Onyx Zoal, as they are going to be pushing into the base of Falcons Vega instead. They should be able to come back in time to clear in that, but the fact that they were able to pick up that inhibitor turret in the mid side from Falcons Vega, despite Falcons Vega leading in every single area, was phenomenal by Onyx Zoal.
I'm actually surprised that with the amount of CC Falcons Vega has, no one was actually able to burst down Rian, right? Like a 302. As long as that Purify is up, she should be safe. But I think for Falcons Vega, here's the thing once again. Rian already getting in that power spike right now, getting in that triple kill at that. It's gonna be way easier to win the team fights right now if she is down. And I think Falcons Vega again understands that, okay, this is a Nathan that we're talking about. It has that power spike already, pretty much like game number 1 that has extended to a 31-minute mark. They have to make a play. Does she have her
power spike yet?
She has.
Does Rian?
Yeah. 302.
Yeah, but what's her items, right? Because her power spike really depends on those items being built, and because she built in the one, that should have been delayed. So until we take a look, we'll have to see. But look at this, Falcons Vega going in.
There's a diversion play. Wait, onto the backside. It's gonna be melee. It's a Havoc here. The shutdown onto Rian. Oh no. 2, 3. Now this time, Chinchao says this is a triple kill for the bounce back here of Falcons Vega. Man, that would have been Onyx Zoal. They made a diversion play, but right into the middle, right where Chinchao was able to pick up or free hit everyone from the side of Onyx Zoal. Can they end this one though?
7 seconds for Bennett to come back up, but it looks like it might not be enough. Falcons Vega, they're looking for the end. Burger Kim.
Oh no, it's not enough. They're locking in, but wait, there's still minions. I think their base is still up. They got the Eternal Guard up. So it's just 1/4 HP. That was way too close for comfort. Jewel actually with the crucial implosion, knocking 2 members back from the side of Falcons Vega to save their base. Wow.
And Onyx Zoal will be able to prolong this series. And you can see just how crucial the results of one team fight will be to decide who will be able to move forward in this grand finals, this upcoming grand finals. And Falcons Vega, they mean business. They're going in for the blitz onto the next neutral objective. They're looking to blitz onto the Lord, but look at how Attorney Ang is playing the map, utilizing the far lane to keep pushing, looking for more trades. And Falcons Vega, they're losing out. They need to do the housekeeping. They don't want to make the same mistake that they did the last time that they met up.
Yeah. You were asking about the Nathan, right? Like, Rian has that power spike. She got the Blood Wings. She got the Divine Glaive. And it's enough to dish out the damage here. But Falcons Vega, they do have the damage here. Chin Chow going in for the basic attacks. Ben is going to be the first one to fall. Jewel as well. Rian from the backside pops in that Wind of Nature. Able to pick up a double as well. 2 for the price of 2. Still equal right now. And it is still not over until they say it's over.
Nope, but what's over is that gold lead that Falcons Vega have been able to pick up for the first few minutes of the game up until this point. It was like a 6K gold lead for Falcons Vega at a certain point of the game, and it has now been diminished completely. Onyx Zol have found opportunities in several different moments to get the better out of Falcons Vega, and you're right, Rian is already online, dishing out the damage. Taking a look at the gold leaderboard at 13K, number 1 in the standings right now. Falcons Vega, they need to respect the damage now, and they need to look for more loopholes to take Rian down before they go in for the neutral objective contest. They can't just blitz it anymore.
Yeah, protect Rian at all costs here is the name of the game for Onyx All. They're a little bit extra careful this time. No immortality for their side. They're blitzing through this Lord once again, but a little bit of hesitation, right? Like, as long as Bene moves forward, Jewel moves forward, they have to reset the Lord, but it's still going to be going on. Jewel, she's going to try to make it the play. Diversion has been made, but you see the mind games from both sides. Conceal play has been made. Eternal Guard as well has been unleashed here. Who's going to get caught in the middle of it all? Immortalities are being popped. Thal and Violet pops in the Primal Rat, but Chin Chow is still able to get the free hit. And once again, a hard reset for both sides.
Yeah, it looked like both of these teams, they were looking for the vital targets, right, in the back line. We saw that Attorney Ang went in for the dive onto Chin Chow, but she was able to escape and dish out the damage. And so Onyx Zol, they made the decision to move backwards. And so Rian as well. So many people were trying to dive onto Rian, but with the Purify still up, she was able to get away. But look at this just completely go south for Onyx Zol right now with one member down. Falcons Vega see this as an opportunity to literally blitz the Lord, take it down for themselves. And now it's a Lord for Falcons Vega in the 18th minute of the game, which has been super crucial. But of course, Onyx Zol with the Natan does still have the opportunity to go for the wave clear. So Falcons Vega, they can't just look for a straightforward way to end this game with the Lord. They need to look for a proper opening and, you know, work their way around the base.
There's a lot of immortalities here as well for Falcons Vega, knowing that there's going to be a lot of burst damage. And the thing here about Jewel's hero, right? Like, it's good. Like, she's set up a lot of good plays here for the side of Onyx All. But there's also another thing they have to worry about, right? There's a lot of heroes to pick off their damage deals. It's great to have the setup, but if you don't have the follow-up, it's going to be really hard. The base is wide open on the bottom side. Onyx All has to defend up against this one. The Lord is crashing in onto the base of Onyx All. You see how Rian as well popping in those basic attacks just to clear out the Lord. And once again, just like that, they are able to burst down that Lord.
Attorney Yang has been doing work in these defenses, being and able to scatter. Oh,
Jewel?
wait a minute, Jewel!
Okay, nice combination there with the rotation diversion. Thal gonna be the first one to fall. Rian still unstoppable at this point. You know what? It's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade every single time, right? Both of these teams, they don't go for the full commit, and I think it's just way too disciplined for both sides. Also respecting the capabilities that they both have. They both have like damage right now in the form of Chin Chow, in the form of Rian. As long as these two heroes are up, it's gonna be really difficult. And props as well to Jewel, to the side of Falcons Vega as well. You got Thal, you got Violet as well setting up the plays, but it has to be on the right target.
But honestly, for me, up until this point, Attorney Ang is the MVP for Onyx Zol. Attorney Ang has been doing work in those side lanes and dishing out that damage onto the crucial members as both of these teams look for another engage.
Oh, melee! Okay, was able to burst the immortality down there. They were trying to go for the Spear of Alpha, but then again, a very, very clean engage from both sides. I mean, Attorney Ang definitely knows how to multitask here. She's been working on playing MLBB, being a professional player, and being, you know, an attorney as well. So she definitely knows how to work here. And she's been creating the space here for Onyx All to be able to, win these 1v1 trade-offs up against Falcons Vega.
Not just that, right? But every time Falcons Vega are able to pick up a Lord, every time they want to go for the siege, you'd think that all three lanes are manipulated well, and they are by Falcons Vega, but Attorney Ang make it so that the waves don't crash at the same time to minimize the damage, because otherwise that turret in the bottom side for Onyx Zol would have been gone already for Falcons Vega, and if it was gone, that would be great for Falcons Vega now, as the Lord is spawning in the top side for them to utilize to manipulate with. But because it's still standing, they can't utilize that far lane to Falcons Vega's advantage. So just all these minor things that Attorney Ang has been doing has really helped prolong the series and has really helped mediate Rain and Rian to get into the power spike that they now already are in.
Please tell me your secret, Attorney Ang. I honestly don't know how you do that, how you can multitask in-game and outside the game. And yeah, you're right. Like, this has prolonged to, again, 21-minute game. It's the space that she has been creating. It's no longer going for the pickoffs here. And Falcons Vega, once again, going for the Lord. Jewel as well, finding the proper timing to go for that implosion play.
They're looking for it right now. And remember, this is almost the exact same story as game number one. Falcons Vega with a better early game composition. Onyx with a better late game composition. Let's hope they learned from their mistake from game number one and they will be more active, as it looks like they're going in once again.
Diversion play as well that has been made, but it is just a diversion play. It's gonna be Foodie picking that Lord up with the Eternal Guard right there. A monster kill still for Chin Chow. The Winter Treasures have been made. Melee's gonna get taken down there, but the shutdown has been made also. Three members are down. Jewel doing her very best. It's a triple kill once again for Chin Chow. It's only Rain left to defend the base. Falcons Vega have endured a lot in this entire day. They're looking to go to Riyadh, and this just might be it. They're locking in the base as Falcons Vega will book that last ticket to Riyadh.
And they will go and journey into the grand finals to go for a rematch against Team Vitality. Ladies and gentlemen, GGWP to both of these teams, as Falcons Vega with a clean 2-0 against the final PH representatives, as unfortunately we have to say goodbye to them in the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals.
Yep, for Onyx All, they actually showed a lot of progress, right? These past 2 days, like, eliminating Smart Omega, being able to extend the game to really long games up against Falcons Vega. And honestly, they gave them a run for their money, even up until the late game, right? They were really trying to find openings. Rian, Rain had that power spike in the late game, and to be able to extend it, I'm honestly really proud of how far they've come and the progress that they've had, especially looking at their games back last year. This was a huge improvement for this team.
For sure. There were definitely loopholes to the gameplay, but of course, the fact that they were able to come this far anyway in this tournament also just really signifies the quality and the determination and the persistence of that team. But we have to congratulate Falcons Vega, another Indonesian team to qualify to MWI in Riyadh with the Esports World Cup. Again, one of the most prestigious tournaments in the MLBB community, not just for the female scene, but also for the entirety of the MLBB pro scene. So congratulations to all three teams, Team Vitality, Smart Omega Empress, as well as Falcons Vega, as we will be seeing them in Riyadh.
Man, I think at this point, Team Vitality is like, Onyx All, please win it so we have a different opponent. But you know what? It is a rematch after rematch after rematch after all between these two teams. But let's take a look at what went down in that final game here. It turned at 22 minutes in, 10 minutes short from what we've had in game number one.
So I couldn't jinx it. I was like, you know what? I want a 60-minute game, but they gave me a 22-minute game. But it's all good and dandy because everything we saw in the game was also as entertaining, right? With everything that progressed from that early stage of the game, Falcons was able to lead it, but they couldn't close it out, right? With the early game advantage that they have, even then they couldn't close it out. They had a 6K gold lead at some point, but yet Onyx Zul were still able to find moments and opportunities to come back into the game and really almost take it. Honestly, right? If they had been a little bit more active, honestly, with the way that they engaged, similar to game number 1, I would have thought that they would win this best of 3 series.
Yeah, it was a very tight game, I would say. You can see it from the score, even how long this game has progressed, right? Like 22 minutes, 31 minutes even for the first game. And the gold lane was actually just swinging back and forth between Falcons Vega. I mean, in a game that lasts up until 20 to 30 minutes, there has to be some play that will be made, right? Like either by the roamer or the XP laner. And if you can see it, like, there was a lot of attempts there by Jewel onto, like, the implosion play, right? She would get like 2 members, but eventually, right, the pick-off potential was just way too much there for Falcons. You got Violet, you got Thal with the single target pick-off, and with that being said, right, it's just so hard to protect your damage dealers here for the side of Onyx Zul.
Definitely, right? And that's why I was wondering, why didn't Rain go for Purify? With so much resources and tools that, of course, Falcons can utilize in their composition, she still opted to go for Flicker instead of the Purify. And at the end of the day, it made her a little bit more careful in these team fights, right? And she was one of the main damage dealers in that early game up until that mid game before Rian got that power spike. But because of that, she wasn't able to dish out the damage that she was supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, the Purifies, right? That was the difference between the battle spells between Falcons and Onyx Zul. Like, the mid laner and the gold laner for Falcons, right? Like, for Funi and Chin Chao, they had that Purify. So once Jewel goes for the implosion, it's almost all the time like negated. Even though they had so much of the damage, once you get set up here by Thal, once you get set up by Violet, it's gonna be difficult, right? And there was a flicker out for Rain, but right after that, like, she was the last remaining member left there for Onyx after that standoff, that long standoff between them. And despite the fact that they had that power spike already, the gold lead, it was really difficult to bounce back.
But despite Onyx Zul losing, they actually bagged in 3 of the titles there.
Yeah.
What was it? Gold Miner, Carnage,
and the last one by Jewel.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, it just really goes to show the quality of these players as well. It was so close. And if we take a look at the golden EXP graph, we get a little bit of a hint as to how this game really went down. And for the most part, it was Falcons Vega that controlled everything, right? They had more to say in the neutral objectives, even from the turtle. They only lost 1. In the Lord, they had complete control. And in terms of just rotations, in terms of the way that they were ganking up, down, left, and center, they had most of the ways to close out the game, but unfortunately Onyx Zul just kept giving them more things to work with. And that's, again, props to Addie Ang with how she was able to control the far lanes. That really put Falcons Vega in a position because they wanted to go for a team fight. The better way to counter team fight is, of course, to go for split push, and that's exactly what Addie Ang did.
Both games, actually, to be exact, to be able to create the space for Onyx Zul. But for Falcons Vega here, we've been talking about Rian a lot, how she got that power spike, but we forgot to mention Chin Chao here as well, that has been so good at using this Roger. You've seen it in yesterday's games, the portal play coming out from the chip, and even here to this game, right? As long as she gets that right positioning, she has that Purify, right? So any single setup that has been made by Onyx Zul has been negated. 10-1-2 on this Roger that is currently the top picked gold laner, or one of the most top picked gold laners currently in the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League.
In addition to that, if you guys take a look at the items that she went through, she actually went for Guardian's Helmet as one of her last items, right? Because at the end of the day, when they go in for these team fights, the HP that you lose, it's better that she goes Guardian's Helmet instead of going for a recall because, it buys more time for them to go for the next setup, and that's exactly what she did. So big respect towards her intelligence in the way that she itemizes as well.
Yeah, I think she was trying to go for a damaged item, right? And eventually she built it up to be that. And that's one of the crucial things as well when it comes to the late game. When everybody has every single thing that they need, you need to be able to either counter it out with the, immortality, maybe even the winter treasure. But yeah, the Guardian's helmet that bought so much regen time and even HP for the Roger here of Chinchao.
We can actually see it come through in the final moments of the game later on, but this is what happened in the 15-minute. Like, you think that maybe with how things are going in for the side of Team Falcons that they would have a little bit more to say in these team fights, but Onyx Zol, with the targeting, with the positioning that they were able to find, were able to get really good trades in. But this was one of the great moments from Team Chao earlier on, where she was able to get out of that situation and actually not be taken out, because that would have ended completely different if she had.
The diversion plays here too was a huge mind game that was done by Onyx Zol. Like, you think that they would go in for the full engage, but it seems like, again, the positioning here of Chin Chao was always so impeccable. There was a time also that she built the immortality, and one of the few times it was taken down, like the immortality was down, she switched it up to a different item. As long as she gets in that power position, you can make sure that, of course, Falcons Vega will be able to secure in game number 2, and of course the series eventually.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 2 matches done and dusted. We have one more match ahead of us, and that match is the Grand Finals. Burger Kim, are you ready for the Grand Finals?
I mean, this is deja vu, right? Deja vu for all of the people who have been following the Women's League, both in Indonesia and in the Philippines. Again, a rematch for Vitality and Falcons Vega. I'm wondering how this will turn out. Will it be a sweep? Will it be like 4-1? Usually, like I see when it's Vitality and Falcons, there has to be at least like one game that Falcons Vega will take up against like Vitality, right? Like, it's a best out of 5, so that means you have to win 3 games to be able to win the series.
The one thing that I do know is that endurance will be the key, right? In a best of 3, things are a little bit easier, right? When it comes down to it, right? It's not too much of luck as it is in a best of 1. There's still strategies that are involved in a best of 3, but in a best of 5, your endurance is put to the test. And imagine for Falcons Vega, they've been playing 2 matches straight, and now they're going to be in their 3rd match of the day. No breaks whatsoever for them. Meanwhile, Team Vitality, they were great with just 1 match, and then they had a good break and a good moment to kind of see the gameplay that Team Falcons has. But it's a different story for Falcons Vega. I hope they're okay, and I hope they're, going to be able to reset before they get into the Grand Finals.
Yeah. Huge stamina, by the way, for Falcons Vega. I don't know how they managed to do that, right? A long day, and once again, the rematch between them. This is a much longer game, by the way, a much longer series up against Vitality. So knowing that these two have so much history, man, I mean, I don't even know what to say, right? A win streak for Vitality, and for Falcons Vega that has been, trailing behind them ever since. So I'm pretty sure that they're geared up to take this game. I mean, they've crawled through the lower bracket for this. I'm pretty sure they're prepared to take on Vitality.
Let's hope. Because every single time they meet, it seems like they always fall short. I mean, again, right? WSL Grand Finals, last time they met, it was a 4-2-1 for Team Vitality. So we'll see. Burger Kim, you want to use your burger, what is it called? Burgers?
Which team do you want me to use it on? Like, is it Vitality or
Vitality,
Falcon?
for sure, right?
Okay, yeah, 4-0 Vitality. I mean, it didn't work earlier on with Falcons Vega. It doesn't seem to work on like the Indonesian teams, but yeah, it worked on the Philippine team, so I'm not gonna do that again. So let's try it, like Vitality, 4-0. Let's see.
Okay, will it work? Ladies and gentlemen, what are your predictions? We'd actually like to see it, because me and Burger Kim are looking at the comments, by the way. So we want to know what you guys think. Who will be able to get their hands on the Grand Finals? On the prize pool, by the way, I mean, we've been amping up about MWI in that final slot, which has been taken by Team Falcons, by the way. But the prize pool is also something that they want to get their hands on as soon as possible in the Grand Finals. But of course, before we get into the Grand Finals, we are going to go on a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these 2 teams a little bit of time. So we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Ooh. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. Another time, you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back?
You never had a chance. I'm gonna find you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
With the final MWI slot done and dusted, given over to Falcons Vega, we have now yet to crown our champions in this grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals.
Welcome back. This is a rematch over rematch over rematch, time and time again between these two teams. They've been fighting each other ever since they were playing for their old organization, and now coming in as Falcons Vega and Team Vitality. It's still pretty much the same thing. Welcome back, by the way, to Snapdragon Pro Series. Still with me, Barry Kim and Eterna, and I can't believe it. I mean, we've been having SPS for these past 2 days, and I can't believe it has reached already to the grand final stage here today.
especially for these teams, right? These ladies, these players, these pro players that have been battling it out up until that open qualifiers, open finals as well, up until the challenge finals here, down to the 4 teams. But ladies and gentlemen, today it is only 2 teams left. Both of the Indonesian representatives looking to battle it out in the grand finals in this best of 5. Team Vitality has yet to lose a single game throughout the entirety of the challenge finals, and so they are perhaps looking to keep it clean against their Indonesian counterparts, Falcons Vega.
Yeah, I'm wondering like what Team Vitality has in their minds right now. I mean, not losing like a single game, even in like, the WSL in Indonesia. Time and time again, this has been the case between these 2 teams, and I'm so surprised that if Vitality takes this in, Eterna, this is their 20th title. I still can't believe it. How long has it been? Has it been like 2 years, 3 years already that this is the same case, right?
2021.
Wow.
Since 2021, ever since 2021,
That's
Team
3 years.
Vitality, previously known as Bigatron Era, have picked up every single championship in every single tournament that they have entered in, whether it be A tier, B tier, S tier. All of them have been given over to this team. MWI back-to-back championship. They're defending champions as well, and it looks like they are going to be back there to defend their throne as the queens that keep reigning supreme over all the others.
Yeah, I wonder what it's like, right? Not to hear the word defeat for a very long time. Like, that's 3 years of maintaining their dominance and Vitality. It's going to be still the same roster that they will be playing with here today in our grand final stage. Fumi, Echo, Pipal, Sini, Shells, and Vivian here for the last and final time here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. And I'm wondering, like, what's the secret to taking them down? There's so many things that a lot of teams have tried, right? Like banning out Pipal's heroes, banning out Vivian's heroes, but it's all almost the same. Like, what's the secret to taking them down? I don't even know at this point.
I mean, at this point, right? We're looking at an all-star team. Every
Right.
single member has a wide hero pool. Every single member understands the mechanics of every single hero that they have picked up. So even if you want to go for a targeted ban, it's more of a pick your poison kind of deal, not more of a shutdown kind of deal, right? Because that's the pattern that we've been seeing with every team that goes and tries and tests their might and their chances to winning it out against Team Vitality.
Man, I mean, at Team Vitality, right? I mean, they've been so good at all of the tournaments that they've been playing in. And I think, at this point, like, even with, like, having, like, 6-man or fielding in, like, different rosters, it's still the same result. And as for Falcons Vega as well, trailing behind the side of Team Vitality, they're gonna be playing with Agatha this time and Caramel. They will be fielding in for the grand finals. Like, okay, so we've seen them with this lineup yesterday, and it has worked for them. The lineup as well with Melee, right? It did work for them, but in the grand finals, to be able to field out this roster, what does that say? Like, what kind of playstyle are we gonna be seeing from the side of Falcons Vega here?
That's a good question, right? Because obviously with the change in roster, you can be seeing 2 different sides of the coin, right? You can be seeing that Team Vitality with the main 5 have better synergy. You can look at it that way, or you can even look at it in a way where Falcons Vega with a completely different roster, they're looking up to take in some surprise elements into this best of 5 series against Team Vitality, because perhaps Team Vitality, they were preparing for the previous lineup, right, with Maylane as well as with Funi, but now with Caramel coming in as well as Agatha, it's a different lineup that we're looking at, and then it might have caught Team Vitality off guard.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of having different players, different rosters that you can field out. And just like that, we are going to be heading into the grand finals here of the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League. And look at how fast the bans are, Eterna. Almost immediately, they know what to take out already.
And it's no surprise, like they've been in this position over and over and over again. So it's not a surprise that these bans are coming through rather quickly. Baxia, Roger, Link respected away from the side of Team Vitality. Meanwhile, from the side of Team Vitality, they have respected away from Falcons is the Moskov, Vexana, as well as the Chip. So again, the Luo Yi open up, taken. It should be, right?
Yep.
First pick. All right, there it is. The Luo Yi in the first phase of the drafts.
Yep, it's a signature Falcons Vega pick. Even up against Onyx All earlier, this was a pick that they've prioritized, and now they have secured it for their hands. For Vitality this time, there's a lot to take in as well. Like you want to go for more aggressive. Like Vivian can already pick up her hero, or maybe even go for the gold laner pickup, since that seems to be one of the biggest winning conditions for Vitality.
But now that the Roger has been taken out, are they gonna commit onto the Harith here? Because usually we see a Natan and a Roger and a Moskov in the early phase of the bans, but since all of these are taken out, they're actually gonna go for comfort, obviously, right? Shell on her priority hero, picking up the Claude as well as a comforts in for the Terizla.
Yeah, the pick here that seems to be coming back, the Terizla, that has been a priority for teams that are on the red side, right? A great way to set up the plays, a great CC as well, especially for the diversion plays that will be made for the Luo Yi. Now for Falcons Vega, they need to kind of have, again, will they go for, since this time it's Caramel, will it be, a little bit more of a utility jungler? Go for maybe the Nathan here in the lane when it comes to, the laning fairies here up against the Claude to have that late game scaling as well.
That's definitely an option here, but it looks like they're going to prioritize the Roam first, as well as the Akai. Oh no, it's the Natan. So you're right, the Natan has been picked up to go in the lane against the Claude. But again, it's a good and better lane for the Claude in the early stage of the game.
Oh, I was actually expecting this Matilda to pop up even more early, like in the first two picks of Vitality. But this time, with Vivian having this type of hero, it kind of enables the team of Vitality to be even more aggressive, right? Having the Minotaur here, yes, they have the CC, but with the Matilda, like how Vivian played it earlier, it's a very aggressive type of Matilda.
It truly is. And as we now enter the second phase of the drafts, honestly, Team Vitality can look for more respect towards the jungle, right? If you want to go in for a little bit more limit onto Caramel, so far she's picked up the Alpha as well as the Fredrin. So let's see what the choice of ban is. But actually, they're going to respect it over to the EXP lane, picking up Arlet away from, of course, Violet.
Yep, the final slashes, right, that she did even up against Onyx All earlier is to be respected, since right now it is a battle between, the jungler and the XP laner that still needs to be picked up here by Vega. There is still, I'm thinking, the Fredrin, right? We haven't seen so much of it. It seems like, the teams right now will go for, either the... It seems to be a day of Martis here today, especially in the game of Falcons Vega. I'm not so sure if that's going to be an option to take out, but it seems to be an XP lane. Total ban here for Team Vitality for their last two bans.
Yeah, they're really targeting Violet. She's literally used both of these heroes so far, right? The Arlet and the Edith. She has other heroes in her arsenal. Knowingly, we have the CC that can go up in the lane, but of course, there's still the export.
Yeah.
It's a good lane against the Terizla, but it looks like Falcons do require a little bit of playmaking, which is why Vitality opted for the Edith and the Arlet ban. But of course, the export is still available for them to utilize, as well as a CC if they want to.
Yeah, the CC that can zone the backlines. I think it was banned out several times by both, Falcons and Vitality. So it's a great way of an overlooked when it comes to the XP lane. I would say she's pretty underrated when it comes to some of the tournaments, right? Like it's a situational pick, I would say, for a lot of people. Most of the time, you'd really love to go for XP laners that can set up the place. The CC, I feel like it's more like a Yuzong, right? Like you can zone out the marksmen, the mages, but they need playmaking here for Falcons Vega, and what they've done that time and time again. They lock in the Julian here for Team Vitality. Wait, again, this is still very flexible for their side. It can be a jungle and it can be a mid laner.
I think it should be a jungle pick, right? We've seen this recently from Kyrie actually using the Julian in the jungle, and he was able to dominate on that pick. So that is possibly what Caramel is looking for. But you're right, it is still a flex. It's still open for the taking up until this point. But back onto Falcons, they need a winning lane, right? The Natan and the Claude is not a winning lane. So they need to pick up a winning lane for the EXP lane at least to go head-to-head against Team Vitality in these areas. But they go for the Ruby, all right.
They
Ruby
need the
as
playmaking.
well as the Nolan. Understandably, they do need the playmaking, but in that lane, how does it go out? Do you have knowledge on this? Ruby against the Terizla?
I've spammed that Ruby several times in the XP lane, but knowing the meta right now, right? Like, yeah, the Ruby can sustain to a certain point, but when it comes to clearing, I would say that the Ruby pretty much has a fair ball game up against the Terizla in the early. But if Fumi is known to be like one of the more aggressive type of XP laners, right? Like if you can kind of be a little bit more aggressive than Violet in the early game, it will be so good in the turtle fights. We are about to find out the last pick here of Vitality. It will kind of seal the deal if it is okay. A mid lane
Terizla.
Mid lane Terizla again for City. Okay,
Should be, right?
Yeah. She's used this yesterday, and it's still gonna be the same. So dive after dive here for Vitality.
Yeah, definitely a lot of tools in their arsenal and a lot of dive, like you mentioned. But luckily enough, right, with the Ruby secured, despite it being a skill matchup against the Terizla in the EXP lane, it has a lot of peel. It has a lot of counter engages that are possibly able to be utilized, especially with the Minotaur already being banned out. So that's definitely a tool that, of course, Falcons Vega can utilize. But I love this, right? Again, to the final moment of the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals, we keep getting pocket picks coming through with Team Vitality picking up the Julian in the jungle.
Man, we've seen this, like what you mentioned, in MPL ID in the grand finals nonetheless, right? And it's the exact same thing here at Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to be seeing it for the first time here in this tournament, in the grand finals at that. We're going to be heading into game number 1 here of our best out of 5 series. Is it going to be Falcons Vega, or is it going to be Team Vitality here, a tournament that will take in the championship, the crowns, to be the queen here of SPS. I'm looking at this Julian pick of Pipals. I'm not surprised that, these pocket picks are coming out in the grand finals. I'm pretty sure, pulling off a Julian pick as crucial as the grand finals, which means that they've already been preparing for this type of pick.
For sure, pocket strats, pocket picks, pocket strats, whatever you want to call it, will be going out because at this point, both of these teams have nothing to lose. Falcons Vega have already secured that MWI slot, and now they're looking to get their next title. But look at the damage Caribou is already doing in this early game, getting a lot of damage onto Vivian up until this point. But let's circle back onto this Julian pick. Julian, no lethal ignition, but instead, they go for the Impure Rage.
Yeah, to get that extra mana boost, right? The Julian does rely onto the mana, going in for the Seasoned Hunter. And of course, the attack speed as well, to be able to farm up fast. Opting actually for the Assassin emblem instead of the usual, I would say a Mage emblem or even the basic common emblem. But this just means that Pipal's Julian just want to go full-on aggression here, full-on penetration with this kind of build.
Yeah, very aggressive, and you can already see it really come through here in the early stage of the game. But looking at the farming patterns so far, Caramel at level 4, Peoples as well at level 4. It's a 50-50 now in the neutral objective take, unless, of course, Caramel wants to get a pick in the bottom side first.
Yeah, it's going to be Fumi. This is the usual, right? The XP laner that needs to be pressured to enable that level 4 power spike to be denied. And now Fumi Echo goes all the way back in. Caramel's going to be punished here, but for the price of none. 2 kills for the side of Vitality. The jungler is down. The XP laner is down for the side of Falcons Vega, and they go straight to the turtle.
You can count on Team Vitality to pick up the pace and pick up the tempo with everything that we have seen from them so far, especially with the composition that they brought today with the Julian and the Matilda. Expect higher mobility, faster rotations, and even sharper decision making and instincts coming through. And that has actually propelled Team Vitality to a 1.6k gold lead in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold plating, by the way, taken in by Shells as early as the 3-minute mark. She's already chunked down that top tower to half. That's a lot of gold to take in, but whoa! The chains come through. Agatha does not even have the time to pop in that flicker. Vitality just going for aggression after aggression. They don't even care. They just pop in all the ultimates as long as it's available.
Absolutely no time wasted for Team Vitality. They're picking up everything they can all over the map as fast as possible. Shells already with the gold plating that you mentioned earlier on has picked up the corrosion side, so already starting the momentum train that Shells is notoriously known for in the gold lane, especially on the Claude. And it looks like they're looking for another opening in the top lane.
Sini, she has that penalty zone, but not quite yet, right? As long as Tal is there, as long as the heal is up, as long as she has that Minoan's Fury, no one's just going to go for the full commit, knowing that there is still that tower on the top side to be respected.
Definitely. There was also no flicker, so there was no additional range that could have been achieved in. And if we take a look at her items at the moment, she's really respecting the fact that there will be damage in the lane in that 1v1 against the Ruby, so she itemizes a little bit more defensively. Meanwhile, Jin Chao secures the Feather of Heaven already, so on the way to the power spike. But already that damage onto Shells, by the way, by the Luo Yi, by Agatha. But look at that! What?
Caramel found a pick-off onto Shells right as she was farming in that Scuttler Crab right there on the bottom side, and this should give them fast opening to the gold plating that was taken in. Now Vivian gonna try to go for the engage with the Circling Eagle. The Whisk come through, but at least for the side of Team Vitality, they get in the turtle. Sini is here for the backup. Wait, hold on. Black Dragon from the bottom side. Fumi gonna take down Caramel once again. Gonna try to go for more. The Petrify onto Thal, and he gets taken down. But here comes the clapback rotation diversion combo, but it is not enough. The shields are here from Vivian's Matilda, and they're gonna be able to take off 2 for the price of none.
Mid lane, the Ruby.
Violet. Okay, are they gonna go for it? She does not have... Okay, finally, she uses the flicker to escape that. But again, resources burn time and time again. After Falcons Vega, they're unable to make the plays because of all these things that Vitality has been doing. They've been doing dives and dives time and time again.
They're angry, right? They were angry that they took down Shell earlier on. And look at how the domino effect occurred after that, how it unfolded, right? Julian Pipal's still very objective centered, being able to pick up that the turtle, in the bottom lane. And of course, Team Vitality collapsed with 2-0 on the board as a means of revenge onto the pick onto Shells. But Shells was given the mid clear to help revamp from what exactly occurred earlier on. So Shells should be back on her way and back on track to go for this right now.
Sini gonna try to go in for the penalty zone, but onto the backside, they had a diversion play. Blazing to it there by Shells, gonna get taken down by the chains of Pipals. But here comes Fumi once again. She just came from down south, and now she's gonna go for more. Able to get that shot residue onto Thal, and now the burst damage still continues on as Pipals gonna be landing that enhanced chains to take down Falcons Vega, and they should be able to at least invade their jungle side right now. This is just 6 minutes in Eternal. What is going on here with Team Vitality? They are so excited to take in game number 1.
Pipals is a monster on this Julian. Like, what in the world are we seeing right now, right? An early Holy Crystal for that damage, and we can actually see it go through. Where Shells is lacking currently, it has been really taken over by Pipals' early game damage on the Julian. As Fubi Echo gets taken down, however, and that is going to be a shutdown given over to Falcons Vega. A little bit of a trade-off, but it still is Team Vitality holding on to the reins in the 7th minute of the game.
Wow, okay. Well, Vivian, she's gonna try to go for Chin Chao here. There's the heals coming out from Thal. She might get punished here, and that was the punish coming through here for the side of Falcons Vega. They've been winning some of these trades for up against Team Vitality, care of the punish, but you know what? The map control, again, for Vitality, if they know that they're gonna lose the team fight up on the top side, they've burned in so much resources just to take down either Chels, take down Vivian, but Team Vitality, they just know how to play such good macro play here in this game.
I agree. Every single decision that they have made has been to collapse it onto a neutral objective that is available for them to take. And you can even see it from the amount of turrets that they have in favor of themselves. But look at now, Team Vitality with the space, with the additional momentum that they have secured for themselves, gonna try and go for an invade early on. Could they potentially be looking for a steal onto this neutral objective until the purple buff?
There's the diversion play by Agatha. They're gonna try to go onto the top side, onto Chels. Caramel, then try to go for it. Blazing Duet and the Circling Eagle. Look at the layering of skills from the side of Team Vitality. Pipals, again with the nice targeting, is able to get things down. A double
Shell!
for Shells. Was able to get in 2 for the side of Vitality, and with no answers at all from Falcons Vega. Despite the diversion play, despite the attempt from Falcons Vega, it is still Team Vitality. It seems like they have answers to all of these plays.
That didn't go according to plan at all for Falcons Vega, right? That counter engage from the side of Team Vitality was exceptional. And even throughout all that damage, even that early game damage, the base damage coming in from the Luo Yi, Shell still is unable to be taken down. This is what you call a power pick. And now she picks up the Lord. I think she had the DHS already built in as well in her kit. So whatever is thrown up onto Shell, you really understand and you really see that she knows the ins and outs of this Claude, right? It was like a sliver of health for her to be taken down, and yet she was still able to get more HP from the minions that were next to her, and she survived that entire engage.
Oh man, you're talking about Team Vitality that is not playing with the more traditional setup, right? Like they're playing with a Terizla mid lane. Not that much AoE, and Cindy is just playing this hero like it's a mid laner. Like she's just going all aggressive here right now. Team Vitality, 10 minutes in, 10 kills, 1 kill per minute. What's there left to do here for Falcons Vega? I mean, every single time they go for the engage, it's either Tal is bursted down here by Chels or even by Pipal. So it's really hard to set up the play that Falcons Vega wants here.
For sure, and they're only banking on the late game, and the problem is, will we even get to the late game with how Team Vitality is playing right now? Pipals picks up an additional item with the Bloodwing, so... But here we go, Circling Eagle.
Circling Eagle just to kite or zone everybody out. Vivian, though, gonna be taking a run of damage there. She still has the heals. The Lord is not the enhanced one just yet, but they've taken in the top inhibitor tower here for the side of Vitality. Lord advantage to their side, a 6k lead for the side of Team Vitality as well.
And it looks like they still want to keep pushing, right? This mid lane is still pushing with the minions as well. Let's see the zoning. They don't really have much resources. It looks like they're gonna back away. But the top side and the bottom side are still pushing.
Yeah, the winning condition here for Falcons Vega is so that Chin Chao will be able to get in the proper position to pop in that entropy, right? And so far, she's been only taken down once. 2-1-2 on this Nathan. We've seen this also on Rian in the games earlier. So as long as they can have a nice setup, get in that I Am Offended, get in that Minowan's Fury. But how can you do that when the Circling Eagle always comes in first? There comes the burst damage as well for Pipal Stal. Gonna do her best to soak up the damage. But look at the damage coming through as well from Falcons Vega. There goes the re-engage from Cindy. Gonna go in for the penalty zone. It is not enough. Chels as well going for the Blazing Duet. Onto the backside, a little bit too dangerous there. But is able to get away with the BMI.
Again, she knows the ins and outs, but it looks like there's going to be a diversion play here. But it doesn't look like do want to go for the commit onto it. An 8,000 gold lead now for Team Vitality. And if we have to compare on both of these junglers, right? Pipal's already at level 15. So even if Falcons Vega want to go for the contest, it's more of a favorable trade for Team Vitality. They got to try and utilize Agatha with her macro, with her global presence and her diversions to be able to look for a loophole.
Cindy, wow, she is just zoning out the members here of Falcons Vega while Pipal is just gonna go straight for that Lord. Now Team Vitality. They're just gonna go for more. Thal gonna be taken down. Agatha's gonna be worked on here. Petrify onto her. Caramel as well. Gonna get the enhanced change, and Agatha, even with the Winter Trenchant, is not safe from the hands of Team Vitality. 4 members up against 2. They got Violet for the setup. The Lord marching in on the top side, but will it be enough? Violet gonna take a part of the damage. It's a monster kill for Pipals, but look at Chin Chao. Will be able to wreak havoc, but it is not enough. The minions are coming through. Team Vitality, they're locking in the base. It is over. They take it as swift as 13 minutes and take in game number 1.
They lead the series in this best of 5 series, but in a best of 5, it's no longer a sprint, but it is a marathon. Still a long way to go for Team Vitality to secure the championship title, their 20th championship title, but what an obliterating game for Falcons earlier on. They were dismantled. And if we take a look at their gaming house as well, they look a little bit tired. Do you think that endurance is starting to get to them?
Yeah. Man, the whole day of playing, putting out strategies, right? Pulling it through 2 games, or rather 2 series with Team Vitality, and it's starting to show, right? Like you've seen, the members of Falcons Vega actually talking about what just happened there, right? Like 13 minutes in, up against Onyx All, they were so used to 29 minutes, 31 minutes, and now it's as swift as 30 minutes here up against Vitality.
You can just feel the dominance. I mean, that pocket pick Julian just went in so clutch as well from the early game. So much damage, so much kill pressure. Really great farming pattern as well from the Julian to be able to secure those neutral objectives. And I don't know, I think it was so difficult. I think it was a little bit idealistic for Falcons Vega to think with the composition that they could have dragged it into the late game, because honestly, they didn't make glaring mistakes in game number 1, right? It was just them being outplayed by Team Vitality, by the way that the tempo was, the way that the Team Vitality created, how fast it was in the early game.
Yeah, the tower takes were pretty fast here as well. The turtle takes actually all went to the side of Vitality. I think they put too much of their time as well in kind of exerting pressure up against Shells, right? They've seen the way Caramel rotated towards the top side, making sure that, okay, yeah, we'll try to take down Shells, but what they didn't notice is actually Pipals was able to get a lot of the farm while all of that is happening. And to add it all up, Fumi Echo was just also so proactive in this entire match, right? Once you see her, she's on the bottom side of the map, and then later on, she just comes in with the Black Dragon form and just aids the entire team fight here for Vitality.
So it's just a catch-22 situation for Team Falcons, right? Because the way that they played this game with so much centralizing on Shells is because they learned from their mistake. Because the last time that they met earlier on today, Shells left alone equals chaos, equals disaster for them in the later stage of the game, especially after that power spike hits for the gold laner for Shells. So they tried to redirect their focus and redirect and reshape their strategy to go for that. But with that being said, it just goes to show that Team Vitality, there are more than just one anchor in the game, right? If you try to shut down Shells down, the other players will start to look for something else across the map. And Pipals being able to take turrets in the bottom side, buying so much time, utilizing the time so well, and the way that they collapsed on the objectives was so brilliant, because as Team Falcons were tunnel visioning over Shells, Team Vitality had all the time in the world to focus on other things.
And what was good about it is that, Chin Chao had the most damage dealt here, surprisingly, for Falcons, right? It's starting to show in the matchup. And, I think what is really different about this matchup between Falcons and Vitality, and what we've seen in the previous series that they've had in the upper bracket earlier on today, is that this time I think Vitality is all the more aggressive, right? Every single engage, you would expect it to come from Falcons. They have the Minotaur, they got the Ruby here as well to engage, but it always seems to be Vivian going in for the certain Eagle, or maybe even in the form of Sydney, right, with the penalty zone. So they were so proactive in setting up the plays all across the map. So it was so difficult as well for Falcons to be able to set up the play that they wanted.
For sure. And it's just such a pity, right? Because you think with the Ruby in the EXP lane that there would be a lot of more opportunities for the setup, but Team Vitality just really understand their lineup and really understand their winning conditions, and they were able to get the favorable trades every time they went into these team fights. And it's just so glaring. It's so contained here in the gold and EXP graph how that game number 1 went. It was just a snowball. There's not really much to say about game number 1. It was a perfect game from Team Vitality.
Yeah, man, it didn't even swing to the side of Falcons Vega. I mean, a lot of the team fights actually centered around the gold lane, but eventually, right, like what you mentioned, it is gonna be a teeter-totter between, like, okay, is it gonna be Pipals getting the power spike? Is it going to be Chels? But this time, it's a different story for this game. Our MVP is going to be Cindy here with the Terizla. I'm actually surprised she's also the one that has the most damage taken in. And to be able to play a Terizla in the mid lane takes so much like mechanical skills, right? Like, not like you're always used to seeing, like, you know, Farsa, seeing the Vexanas in the mid lane, but this is the second time we've seen it here in Cine, and she's been so good at, you know, setting up the plays here for Vitality here of the penalty zone.
And this is what makes the draft just so beautiful, right? Because the fact that they picked up the Terizla in the mid lane was done because they chose the Julian in the jungle, so the magic damage is there. Everything was so well balanced. It wasn't like a one-sided draft, and they were also able to use the Terizla in the mid lane, even though it's like short range compared to the Luo Yi, obviously, who usually has a better time against these kinds of heroes, especially in the early game with their base damage. You have the Matilda to help out with the clear, so it was just like a perfectly well-rounded draft. So big props as well to Susu Gaja, their coach, as well as their analyst here, Dewa.
Yeah, the first time they pulled us off for the Julian, I'm pretty sure they've had this in the bag, or perhaps have this prepared for the grand finals match. It was a very swift game. 13 minutes here for Vitality. At this point, I really don't know. I mean, all of the curses, I don't think, even if you put Mirko here, I'm not even sure if it's gonna work on Team Vitality with how dominant they are, right?
Mirko, Lafell, the Burkers. What else do we have? I'll have to, you know, check out all the curses that we have, because it looks like Team Vitality are on a steamroll. But before we get into game number 2 in the grand finals of SPS Women's League Challenge Finals, we are going to go to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
Here we go!
Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
You waited all night for me to come back. Oh, why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough.
Sparks of revenge are flying high here at SPS Women's League Challenge Finals in the Grand Finals. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, as we're back from the break, a 1-0 lead now for Team Vitality in this best of 5, and it looks like they're looking to go for another clean reign here in this championship.
Man, a best out of 5 series. The last time it was a best out of 7 that they've had up against, Falcons Vega, and this time it seems like they just want to have a clear advantage up against fast advantage. At this point, I want to put in all of these casters that have all of these curses and see if it works on Vitality, because it seems like no matter what these teams do, it seems like there's no way to find cracks or loopholes up against them.
It's so difficult, right? Because again, if we focus back onto game number 1, Team Falcons, they did everything right. Falcons Vega, they understood that one of the main anchors of Team Vitality is the gold lane, and yet when they focused on the gold lane, another layer shone. The mid laner with the Terizla. It was so incredible to see Cine once again flexing it back. And what's the solution now, right? Coming into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2 in the Grand Finals, we do see that both of these teams have opted to swap sides, so perhaps going for a different route in the bans.
Yeah, since Vitality is now on the blue side, they do have the first pick, but it is still most of the time, despite where Vitality is playing, red or blue, I think it doesn't matter. They've shattered the records here. Play on the red and the blue, it doesn't matter. Even shattering the records, I think at this point, Eternal, there should be a record for the longest reigning champion, and it has to be them, right? No one has ever found a way. And despite the rotations, despite some different people coming in and out of the team, it has worked. And this seems to be, I would say, the perfect team, right? But for Falcons Vega, what does it need? What do they need, actually, for them to at least get in a game or equalize the series here up against Vitality?
Dude, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? And even Falcons haven't found the answer. They do have a coach, by the way, VCX, still looking for that answer as well. But for now, it looks like they still want to respect that Moskov away as well as that Ling. But take these heroes away, and Shell as well as Peoples, they always have another card up their sleeve. Earlier on, we got the Julian. We'll be seeing another type of that again in this game, or will there be another, card, an ace card up their sleeve?
I think at this point with the best out of 5, you want to get to that the match point immediately, right? So for Vitality, I'm not surprised if they pull that one again here in this game, completely go for something totally different. The Matilda ban here is going to be the difference here for Falcons Vega. It was opened up for Vivian, and she was so aggressive with that type of hero. The Loi, maybe they can steal it away here this time. I'm thinking, the chip has been banned away, right? So yeah, I'm thinking Loi here for Vitality, but knowing this kind of team, they're not gonna do that. They're gonna do the unexpected. Start off with a Baksha for their side, and I think it's again, I think this is a flex. Although I don't think I see it anymore in the XP lane though. There was a time I did see it in the XP lane, but yeah, a jungler Baksha already picking it up for their side.
I think the latest flex that we've seen from the Baxia is a Baxia Roam. So I'm not really sure if these girls are comfortable with utilizing the Baxia in the roam, especially it's a little bit more passive as compared to other types of roamers for Vivian. But we do see the Angela going to be prioritized here for Falcons Vega. And by the way, as they chose the Baxia, Vivian was like laughing in the gaming house. And it's just so crazy that their presence, you can even see it on screen, right? They're just seeping out confidence. They know that they have this in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that there's a lot of like at this point, I would be surprised, right? With the so many VODs that you have of each other, right? There's still the notebooks here. There's still like the brains behind all of this, right? Still thinking it through. What's the next best pick to book? The Roger here though goes to the side of Falcons Vega, but then again, they're opening up comfort picks here for Vitality. The Claude, once again, in the hands of Chills in this game. Fast rotations to counter out the Angela and the Minotaur to add it all up to the beefy front line that Vitality already has.
You know, at this point, I think it would warrant a respect ban onto Shell, right? Like, okay, she can perform on several other heroes, but she's most comfortable on the Claude. So it's a wonder why they haven't opted to take the Claude away from her.
I think that was also an option before, right? They took out the Claude, but there's still, again, there's just so many heroes that she has. One of the players that has a lot of heroes under the belt. If you take this one out, she still has this. She's also rocked a Clint, right? If I'm not mistaken, in the gold lane yesterday, and it worked. Like, it doesn't matter what you give her, as long as you give her. I've tried to like look at like all of my notes here, and I just want to just toss it out, right? Because I don't think it matters here at this point, right? Like whatever they
pick. But honestly, the Clint nearly didn't work.
Almost.
Right?
Almost,
so,
right?
Why not push her on a hero that, although she can utilize, obviously, to something that she doesn't excel too much on?
But it's still the same result, right? Like, I mean, if you want to push her to have that type of hero, that means you're gonna use up all of your bans on her. So that's just a lot to take in also, right? Like you mentioned it earlier, pick your poison here for your side. If you're gonna put up all of the bans up against Chels, that's gonna open up heroes for Pipals. That was also a strategy. I know that Falcons Vega did to Vitality before, like take out all of Pipal's heroes. She also put out like a Granger in the jungle, and it worked. Like, she may not be comfortable with it, it may not be the best, but the fact that it works, it's still fine.
So now in the second phase of the bans, we do see the Novaria being taken off the board, denying that visibility presence from the side of Vitality. And of course, again, with the Terizla being picked up, they want to be able to secure a winning lane for the Terizla, and hence the CC being taken off the board, especially with the Xborg already banned out in the first phase by Team Vitality. But now Alpha has been eliminated off the board as one of the main counter sources Baxia in the jungle.
The Xborg is still open here for the taking.
It's banned out.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it's the third one. I was like, oh, that would be so good, right? And then, wait, hold on. Yeah, it's in the ban list. Yeah, you know what? Vitality just got all... no stones unturned here. The Lilia, first time actually it's been picked up. You mentioned this a couple of series back, that the Lilia is just good when it comes to wave clear. And the Loi, it's kind of weird seeing this in the second phase, right? Like, you usually see this being prioritized by the teams.
I think they want to make sure that they know where this Angela is going for a potential setup onto the Carmilla, right? Because as soon as the as soon as the Lilia gets picked up, they're like, all right, so this is an Angela roam. No way we do see a Carmilla. So with that being said, Luoyi instantly being picked up here in the last phase of the drafts, as well as the Arlet as their playmaking tool. And one of the reasons why they picked up the Lilia here is, I do believe, is they're looking for more winning lanes, because in game number 1, it looked like they had a little problem with their mid-trio setup. They had a winning lane with the, I think it was in the gold lane earlier on, but now with the Lilia, hopefully they can win out the mid-trio, their prio, and then they can utilize that prio to the next few lanes in the EXP as well as that gold lane.
Will we see a Fredrin here once again? They still need a front line. That's what I'm worried about here, since it's going to be Tal on the Angela here. They really need a front line to sustain up all of the damage, all of the possible crowd control that Vitality will be throwing out. So it's not a Fredrin, but close enough. The Barretts for their side, and paired up with the Angela, it's actually pretty great. You got the mobility, you got the Lilia here as well to clear out the lanes pretty fast. So Falcons Vega, they got in a couple of wins here when it comes to the lanes. But overall picture though, Eterno, what do you think about the draft here between these two teams?
I think there's heavy emphasis for Team Falcons Vega in the early game, right? The Lilia can scale into the late game with her DOT damage as well as her utility, but of course with the Roger in the gold lane as well as the Angela, there's just a little bit more of them to work with in the early stage of the game as compared to, of course, Team Vitality, who picked up the Claude in the gold lane.
Wow. I mean, comfort picks after comfort picks here for the side of Vitality, right? A lot of dives, a lot of setups. That's what I'm worried about. I know that Falcons Vega has the damage here, but will they be able to sustain it? As long as they can have the good rotation, I think that should be fine. But we're getting into game number 2 here. And if Vitality wins this, it is going to be a match point for them for the third game. But here it is, the second game of our grand finals between Falcons Vega and Vitality as we kickstart things off here once again with our second game.
So let's jump into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. The tensions are running high because one game away of entering that match point position. And with that being said, we'll be seeing the rotations here in the early game for both of these teams with such heavy emphasis in the early stage of the game. But it looks like Team Vitality, they are very quick with their rotations, utilizing the Minotaur and the Luoyi for the clear as well. They were able to get into the top lane, dish out some source of damage as well, and they're now back into the mid lane as we take a look at the emblems.
A Brave Smite for the XP laners, a concussive blast here as well for the junglers, which is getting in that extra magic damage bounce back. Whoa, Vivian though, that's a whole lot of members there for Falcons Vega as we head on to a technical pause here once again.
Yeah, the concussive blast is extremely normal, especially for tank junglers, because they want to have better wave clear when it comes down to minions as well as their own jungle. So it will help them in terms of the jungling patterns and to get to those utilities, to get to the neutral objectives a lot quicker. But we are down to a technical pause, ladies and gentlemen, and we are in the grand final. So we do want to make sure that all our players, all our teams, and especially you guys at home watching get the best experience possible, the best viewing experience possible, because, we want to get the most out of this, especially in this best of 5 grand finals. The stakes are high. Remember, number 1 will be able to get their hands on a hefty prize pool, 15k USD, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's a big prize pool, and not to mention, of course, being crowned as the queens of Snapdragon Pro Series. And looking at the boot camps of these ladies, one thing I notice in common is that there's a lot of things that make them feel comfortable, right? Like there's a lot of these plushies that are there, a lot of blankets. Actually, I haven't been to a boot camp myself, so it's nice to see, like, finally we're starting to get back into that, right? Like everybody playing together, because the last time I've actually seen them go head to head, it was still during the COVID time, the pandemic time, right? Like they were actually playing in different locations.
But now we're back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute has elapsed, and it looks like for both of these junglers, they're actually on very similar EXP levels, both at level 4. So when it comes down to this neutral objective take, it will be quite interesting with how the setup is going. But meanwhile, in the gold lane, you would expect the Roger to have a better time, especially pre-level 4, but it looks like Shells is actually holding her ground here and actually zoning Chinchao and forcing that freezing of the minions.
Now we see a diversion play being made here. Okay, this is actually gonna help Cine and Fumi actually get in that extra minion card to reach in that level 4 that is definitely much needed before the turtle take. And you can see Fumi actually backing away, making sure that Cine has that level 4. Now they can make the diversion plays for their side. And speaking of that, they go for the diversion play right there onto the middle. Agatha will be forced to use in the black shoes. They're not able to get anything, but Violet though gonna be able to clear out that wave, escape here as well. as Falcons Vega will be able to successfully evade that as we head back into the turtle.
There's also a flicker being burnt out here by Sydney, so she no longer has that in her arsenal as a defensive precarious method. But it looks like another engage is happening.
Okay, Violet goes in the middle of it all, trying to go for the penalty zone. Caramel right now taking down real low, getting really slow there by Pipals. This Tortoise Poissons and the rotation diversion combination from City, and right after that, clear win for Vitality. Go straight for the blue buff.
2-for-0 trade, as well as picking up that neutral objective again, right? In game number 2, Team Vitality are showing their teeth. They are not letting this slide at all. They don't want to drop a single game, and we're seeing that play through in the first 3 minutes. Team Vitality already holding a 700k gold lead, 700 gold lead. K. Can you imagine a 700k gold lead?
Wow, that's huge. That is like way too advanced, Eternal. Like we're talking about what, 10 minutes in? Well, it looks like it's happening, right? With how aggressive like Vitality has been. Speaking of the aggression though, here comes the diversion play. Vivian, okay, goes all the way to Chinchao. Not expecting that in. Caramel gonna be slowed down there by Pipals. And this is what we were talking about. It feels like a 7,000 lead with how Vitality is playing here. The diversion plays have been so on point so far. And now here on the top side, Tal gonna get chunked down there by the box shelf. Pipals gonna slow down Caramel as Chels is able to chunk down that tower. Agatha as well gonna be able to slow things down there. But look at Vivian. Does she have the setup here? Hard guard's gonna be available, but not enough time to save the life of Caramel. Make that a double for Pipals. Gonna go try and go for the triple. Does she have the flicker? Yes, she does. Does not have the black shoes. And they're gonna be able to take 3 for the price of none.
Every single time, they always get the favorable trade. And it's no secret that Team Vitality understand how to utilize this lead. It's very different to different scenarios, but Team Vitality now with a 3k gold lead already in the 5th minute of the game. And it looks like they're going to transform this lead onto the neutral objective. The turtle setup is already there. They've lost. Falcons Vega have lost that turret in the top side, so a little less playmaking potential for Chinchao to utilize. And she's on her signature Roger.
Yeah, the Roger that actually got in a lot of the triple kills for her. This is not looking good for the side of Falcons Vega. Even Agatha, they're forced to use the... oh no! Caramel as well. Gonna get in that final slash. Vivian gonna try to go for the follow-up, but again, every single time that Falcons tries to go for the hard guard, the members here of Falcons Vega get bursted down by Vitality. And again, another diversion play here onto Violet. Catches her by surprise, forces the flicker out onto her. Penalty zone, will it be enough? Blazing duet as well from the backside. They're still able to sustain Violet. Chunked down really low. Pipals as well, gonna try to go in. Final slash, all of the ultimates being invested here. Man, I don't even know. Yeah, Eternal, this is looking like it is going to head over to a 7k gold lead just shortly. I mean, 7 kills already for Vitality as early as the 6-minute mark. And we can see the items here. Heavy priority on the Radiant Armor as well as the Necklace of Durances to counter out the healing here from both sides.
For sure, it's definitely evident here. And despite that, you can see that Luo Yi, Cine, utilizes and actually centralizes on the Necklace of Durance, right? She doesn't necessarily go for more damage in the early stage of the game, but she respects the output, the regeneration capacity coming in from Falcons. But it looks like there was a diversion play up top.
Oh no. Okay. I feel like now the Falcons Vega is so wary of all these bushes, right? It's Vivian and Cine that you're talking about. A great synergy between the Minotaur and the Loyi. You can just set up things here for them to go forward to. And now Chinchao,
that was a 1v2.
Yep, and it's still, Pipals just managed to be able to sustain all of that. That was the hard guard and the Roger.
Crazy. What in the world are Team Vitality on? Like, what did they eat for breakfast today? I mean, since yesterday. Okay, for the past 3 years,
yes,
right?
I was gonna say that. What have you been feeding Team Vitality for these past 3 years to be able to play this well, right? Man, there was a saying that, you know, once you're champions, you're gonna start to slow down. That's what I hear. But for Vitality. I mean, that's why they're named Vitality after all. There's no signs of stopping this team as they go for the diversion play. Once again, it's so scary to even check the bushes here. And they understand that the roam here for the side of Falcons Vega is going to be an Angela. So there's just absolutely no way to counter out the plays here.
The amount of opportunities that Cine has found so far, being able to be number 1 on the damage leaderboard, by the way, even though she built in the NOD, just really shows how priority the Luo Yi is in the early game, and we're starting to see it. Fumi, is she looking for another play?
She's trying to go for the final slash. Violet as well, forced to flicker out. Final slash, the Tona's welcome. You got Fumi Echo getting taken down finally, but there's the Minoa's Fury from the side of Vitality. Vivian still picking up a Mega, and even with the Angela there to back them up, it is still not enough. They only lost 1, whereas Falcons Vega has lost 2 in that team fight.
Intelligent itemization, right, from Cine. Again, the NOD has been super useful in these particular situations. There were dominance ISIS built in as well for Team Vitality, and that's really what you need to do. Just, take a step back to move 2 steps forward. And we're seeing this, a 5k gold lead now. And look at the space that Team Vitality has been able to amass, the dominance in their own jungle up until this point, right? Again, the mind games of the presence of the Luo Yi has been a big issue for Falcons Vega, and they're falling so far behind. Caramel now at level 10. That's 2 levels below of Pitfalls at level 12.
Man, these diversion plays are so scary. Like, you don't know how many people are they gonna bring. I mean, if only it was so easy to travel around the world with this, right? The diversion play that has been such a nuisance here to Falcons Vega. They don't know what the next move here of Vitality is. They have access to the entire map here. And right now, they're going to be chunking this Lord down real quick. Here are Chels, and without any contest at all from Falcons Vega.
Absolutely no problem for them whatsoever. They look for another diversion play to the bottom lane. Do they know that Chinchao's there?
They do know that she's there. What is that presence of mind that... Okay, I think at this point, they just have eyes everywhere. They have eyes everywhere. That was just like a few seconds before Chinchao was able to recall back. They just knew and went straight for her. The hard card was not even in time to be able to save her life. 10 minutes in. Team Vitality. What does Falcons Vega need to do here? Is it the penalty zone? Is it the Daytona's welcome? Oh man, I don't even know at this point.
They need to wish for a miracle. That's what they need. Look at that final slash!
It's the final slash! Again, under their own turrets, they're not safe! Shell's gonna deal in that final blow, but Pitfalls still gonna be unstoppable at this point. 2 members are down before the Lord knocks in the base of Falcons Vega. 10 minutes in, they want to keep on breaking records here for the fastest games, for the longest games. And now the Lord knocking in the inhibitor turret here. Pitfall's gonna be soaking up the damage. And man, oh man, Team Vitality. Man, if you're not fans at this point, I don't even know what to say anymore, because this team has been so dominant and they're looking to clinch in that 20th title, being totally undefeated at all. I think at this point, they should be able to take this last tower as well.
For sure, champion material, right? The versatility and the way that they think. And look again at... Oh my god!
Fumi with the final slash! What? We thought it was over! But it's not! Even under their base, Falcons Vega is not safe from the wrath of Vitality. It just keeps on going! Man, they lock in the tower. This is gonna be a Chinchao as well. Spared! Not spared, rather, from Team Vitality. It's a wipeout as they lock into base and get in game number 2.
One game away of championship points, ladies and gentlemen. This team, time and time again, trialed and tested, have not dropped any championships that they have entered in. They are looking clean, they are looking calculated and cold, and they mean business here in the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals.
You know, I know that the Falcons Vega, they've had a long day for Team Vitality. They've had their rest. But now I feel like I don't know, like this really feels like the grand finals to me. Like I thought I was able to, catch my breath after that team fight, but man, like it just keeps on going. Like you think that, okay, yeah, there's a turret there, they might not go for it, but wow, I'm completely surprised. The final slashes of Boomy was just way too scary. It feels like she has like an unli cooldown on that. Like she keeps on going as long as it's up. Like it's crazy.
She's like, Fumi's like, what? Burger Kim, stop talking? Wait, let me pull out another one. And another one. And another one. Up until that final point, she was going crazy. What in the world is going on? And if we took a look at the gaming house from Falcons Vega earlier on, it's like they're just chill. They're like, yeah, we're used to it. Whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah, another final slash. Oh yeah, us getting taken down at our own turret. Oh man. I think, I was talking about, getting in the lead as early as possible, right? And, for Vitality, they didn't pull off anything different this time. They did start off with something uncontemporary, right? Picking up the Baksha here for Pipals. She was able to rotate really fast. And look at the gold lead, Eterna. You talked about 7K, but that was way too fast, right? Like 40,000 for Vitality and 27.9 for Falcons.
What's that? Can you minus that real quick? I'm bad at math.
I'm so bad at math. I don't even... Oh man, that's why we're paired together.
13?
High five.
13?
Yeah.
Right?
In 11 minutes, they were able to amass that amount of a lead, right? And it kind of is understandable why they would go that aggressive. They're like, okay, we have this much of a lead. We know we can execute it properly. And man, everybody was just having their field day. It was an almost perfect game. I mean, I do understand the deaths here coming from, Fumi and Vivian, knowing that they're usually the front line. But 13K, 11 minutes, that the gold lead was more than how long this game even spanned.
Okay, we got corrected. 12.3K.
Thank you
if
so
you
much.
round it up, it's 13K, okay?
Yeah,
Alex, by the way.
Yep. We're in Asia. We do that round off real quick. Like when it's 12.5 or 12.9, we just do, yeah, it's 13K.
Yeah,
let's
it's
go with
13.
that. Close
But
enough,
look
Alex.
at that GPM, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Wow. This is way... Okay, I think this is the most GPM that she has taken in for the entirety of SPS, because there was a 700 one, there was an 800 one, but this has to be the most amount that Chels has amassed.
Yeah, exactly, right? And it just, again, reflects that she was untouched again. And it's so hard because she was supposed to be on a losing lane, right? A Roger and a Claude in the early stage, especially before the Claude reaches that level 4 power spike with the Blazing Duet. The Roger is supposed to have a better time, a better field time in that lane, and yet she's like, you know what, it doesn't matter. As long as it's my comfort, I know when to go in, I know when to participate in these team fights, I know when to commit into this 1v1s, I know when to not and restrain myself and focus on farming, and she just is able to pull that off once again.
Yeah, Caramel being the highest damage taken per minute, right? Like, consider she has... Yeah, I did say that they needed someone to front, but, with this lineup of Vitality, there was so many team fights time and time again. You've seen me try to catch my breath, but yeah, absolutely no time at all. You see this graph, right? Gold and XP just went all the way up here for Vitality, and there was just absolutely, no shutdowns that were made here by Falcons Vega in this game.
Absolutely none. Again, a very similar story to game number 1, right? They just were able to steamroll through that early game.
Yeah, it's care of the diversion play too. Like, props to Cine, apart from Chelsea, Cine and Vivian's rotations were just so scary. And talking about Cine, right? Like, the diversion plays, there has to be a really good communication of where you want to go in the map, and it has to be executed really well. We've seen it being used by Falcons Vega. We've seen it being used by Onyx All. But sometimes this is a kind of lineup that, would backfire on you because you're all grouped up together. But so far, this is probably the best Noi play I've seen here in SPS. 100% kill participation as well for Cine, considering the fact that you mentioned that she also built up the Necklace of Jurons, prioritizing that, and she is the one that dealt the most damage in this entire game.
Yeah, there was no enchanted talisman, no nothing. She just went straight in for the NOD after the boots to make sure that they respected the damage, the regeneration capacity coming through from the Angela that was on the side of Falcons Vega. And that really just gave them a little bit more proving ground in the team fights, right? That every time, right? Caramel, even with the Heart Guard, still unable to withstand and sustain through the damage output of the early game.
Yeah, even Pipal's here. Like at this point, you would consider her to be like she's built that up to be like a tank boxer, right? But she's been wreaking havoc up against Falcons Vega here as well. And you can see, like, no matter like what kind of penalty zone is done here, the Heart Guard, even though you feel like numbers advantage are on the side of Falcons Vega, the burst was just way too much to deal with. The heals as well coming in from the Minotaur and the setup plays. Like, you see it time and time again that even though there was some type of counter initiation here by Falcons Vega, they just instantly get bursted down either by Cinny, either by Shells. And this was the last final slash by Fumi. You thought that it was over. She dived right in. Look at that. The flicker in, gets in 4 members. And yeah, that was the nail to the coffin for Vitality to win in the game.
The collapse was also really beautiful, right? Instantly, you can see the blazing duet pop through into the backside, the burst damage coming in from the Louis as well to go for the displacement onto the members of Falcons Vega. Again, right? This main 5 has pushed them through and has given and has found so many awards left and right. And the chemistry, you can already see it. It's there. You can even call them a hive mind at this point, right?
Oh yeah, with their logo, right? It can be like that, but 2 games in, Eterna, I'm looking at the Claude here of Chels that hasn't been, I don't even know anymore. Like, if I had $1 million, I'd probably pay someone to answer me that question. Like, what does it take to take this team down? Like, there's no answers up until this point. 3 years, so many questions still left unanswered.
Yeah, and props to the coaches again, right? Susu Gaja, who has been there for them through thick and thin. Coach Raceboy, who also had time with them to be able to just build this team to the point that they are now, has been immense and incredible to see. But ladies and gentlemen, coming into championship point, we are going to throw to a short break. So we'll see you right after to see what happens. Stay tuned.
Here we go!
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarded. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together.
Only one team can move forward to be crowned as the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals, and we're down to championship point. Team Vitality, earlier known as Bigatron Era, are now standing at a 2-0 against their Indonesian counterparts, Falcons Vega, and it looks like they might go for a full clean sweep here with the way both of the games have progressed.
Yep. Wow, match point already. I mean, how fast is the time going, right? Like, I mean, I thought we just started our day and it feels like I'm still at the first series of the day. I can't believe we're about to close it in just a few more games here. This is the last one, possibly. for Vitality if they get this one. But I'm curious, Eternal, like, who's the team that has the closest chance to taking down Vitality? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Falcons Vega, right? Like, no one has ever come close to taking them down, right? Is there some other teams that are, you know, as good as Falcons Vega?
I guess their male counterparts, right? The MDL teams have been able to take them down. But even in the Olympics earlier on, SEA Games in Cambodia, they were the gold medalists. And I think one of the teams that also came close other than Falcons Vega was RQ Mika. But again, right, RQ Mika nowhere to be found up until this point. And again, Falcons Vega or GPX Basreng, which they were previously known as, still are the number 2 behind this team.
Oh wow. This time the Baksha ban comes through. The Claude. There you go. I was talking about that in the last game, and they finally banned it out here in our match point for Vitality. So that's gonna be leaving Chels with another option. Maybe the Roger here. The Loyi was one of the key picks that Vitality had in game number 2, and now they have to think it through, right? This is also a pick that Funi, or rather Falcons Vega, loves utilizing. So I'm not so sure. They should ban it out here, or not unless they want to leave that open.
I mean, last time around, the Moskov was also taken out in the first phase, right? So with that being left open, that's a big pick that they can secure for themselves. But they have to go for, you know, a choice here, right? With Vitality forcing a Matilda ban in the last slot in the first phase of the drafts here in game number 3. Do you want to go for Moskov or do you want to go for the Luo Yi?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because leaving the Luo Yi open, it was the MVP for the previous game. They definitely don't want to leave it and give it over to Cine to utilize, because there was just so much presence and so much domination that the Diversion had to play with. But the flip side is they've actually left up 2 priority heroes for Team Vitality to pick up themselves, which is the Minotaur and the Moskov. Again, pick your poison.
Yeah, this was banned out in game number 2, so it's, you know, whatever recipe that you pull out, right? There's just so many heroes that they can just mix and match here. And it's just, okay, this time they banned out a couple of comfort picks, right? Like forcing Vitality to pick up something else. And this time I think it's a great answer as well to the Loy. They need that crowd control. And Vivian, you've seen how well she's played this Minotaur in the previous games. The Fredrin, I was looking for this in game number 2 and game number 1, nowhere to be found. And finally they go with it here for Falcons Vega in our 3rd game. And to seal it all up, they got the Edith here as well. Again, flexible pick here, can go to the XP and can go to the roam position. We've seen Violet pick that up, so I'm not surprised if it's going to be a switch up between Tal or Violet's heroes here.
Okay, Charizla's going to be the choice. The X-Borg was actually left open, so I thought they wanted to go for the X-Borg in order to have a little bit more say against the Fredrin when it came down to the neutral objective takes, but they're still comfortable with the Charizla, still opting to utilize this Charizla, and it's a good, strong lane for them, but it does give the opportunity for the X-Borg to be utilized by Falcons Vega if this Edith goes into the roam position, but they start off with an Atan ban first.
A hero that scales up pretty well. You've seen Chin Chao use it in the previous games, and honestly it's so hard to deal with the Nathan once it gets that power spike, right? Even making sure that, you know, Chels wins in that lane. But you know, with this Charizla pickup, I wouldn't be surprised if this is another Cine hero that they are putting up. A respect here as well to Chin Chao's capabilities in her lane, but the Roger is still up for the taking here for the side of Falcons Vega, so they might actually just you know, use that or leave that open for the side of Falcons Vega.
Oh, there it is, the Hanzo ban, right?
You mentioned it earlier. They're just leaving no stones unturned. I mean, with how Vitality has been drafting, they are known to, you know, pick up a surprise pick or two, and they're just, okay, we don't want to let you have any of those pocket picks anymore. And honestly, it's gonna be hard to have that Hanzo, right? Especially with damage dealers like Loy, or perhaps like, you know, maybe even the Goldane later on that can get picked off by the Hanzo. And it also steals away, you know, buffs, right? Steals away resources from the jungler. So,
but honestly, even if they do pick up the Hanzo, there's still the Yuzong for them to counter it with. And Hanzo isn't the comfort pick, or not the comfort, but the signature pick of Peoples. It's actually the comfort pick of Maylane. So it's actually very interesting. So maybe perhaps because they know the ins and outs of this hero, they try and go for the respec. But signature Indonesian pick here with the Kadita being picked up. This is going to be a very, very interesting game. I'm actually excited to see this.
Wow, the Carmilla comes through again here for Falcons Vega. I've seen this combination, the Curse of Blood. You combine it with the rotation diversion combination from the Loi. It's good. But with the Kadita's threat, right, it's hard. I talked about the Roger earlier that was left open here for Chinchao, and I guess that is the best that you can go with up against this lineup. It's also great to go up against the Moskov as well in the early game. So this is the best pickup that Falcons Vega can go with right now. Great crowd control, great team fight capabilities, great potential all across the map. But Vitality, seems like they have everything covered here right now with the setups as well with the Minotaur and Terizla. But Vivian, or rather Pipals, gonna be locking in that alpha as well for their jungler. So this time, is it okay? Are they switching it up? Okay, there you go. Cine on the Kadita was like, I thought I was gonna go to the roam position, but there you go. Vitality and Falcons, perhaps for the very last time here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Will it be a 3-0, or will Falcons Vega actually take a game here up against Vitality?
Let's hope for the latter, right? Because in this best of 5, we want to see everything from both of these teams, and we're only getting a glimmer here and there, especially if this ends in a 3-0. But ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, we are at championship point. Everything hangs in the balance here for Falcons Vega, because one more game, if they lose this, it's a go big or go home. They have to say goodbye to the tournament, and they have to give it over to their fellow Indonesian counterparts to pick up that championship title here at Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Season, Challenge Finals. And here it is. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn for potentially the final game in this best of 5 series.
We want to extend it, right? We want to see the maximum capabilities of these teams to extend it out to at least a game number 4. But looking at this, they've taken out Pipals as hero. They've finally taken out the Claude here. Will it be a different result here for the side of Falcons Vega? But looking at this, right, the Carmilla pick comes through here for Falcons Vega. It's going to be a battle between who initiates first here. Is it going to be, the counter set being made by the Carmilla? Because I've seen this happen. You have the Kadita being picked up. Well, not the first time by CD, but the first time here in this tournament. Great to go and pick off heroes like the Roger and even the Loi here.
We'll see. Here in the mid lane, already trading some blows, but you can see that both of these mid trio can clear quickly. But of course, Cine does need a little bit more space if she wants to, put on her kill pressure potential, especially on the Kadita, but it will require that level 4 power spike. We can see that, even the spell here was actually utilized earlier on that Tal was able to flicker out of.
Resource burned. I think despite the fact that there's no rough waves available, like Tal did not want to give any more cards to the side of Vitality to have the upper hand right now. Looking at our junglers, both of them have reached that level 4. But it seems like the pressure is on here on the XP lane. Caramel though, gonna go for the taunt, and now Cine gonna go and miss out. Does not have the rough waves just yet. The ultimate has been burned as well here by Pipals as the first turtle is up for the taking.
Yeah, Cine wants to get that level 4 power spec as fast as possible, right? That's why the rotation to the EXP lane to get in that clear and get in that EXP. And now she is at level 4. So Falcons Vega, though, they respect that potential, right? 2 Purifies on the board for them. But here we go, the engage.
Engage onto Tal. Gets bursted down there. Does not have the flicker out anymore. And now Violet and Caramel, the rest of the gang, going to try to go in. But look at the Minoan's Fury. Onto 2 Violet as well. Gonna be chucked down real low. Are they gonna go for more? Vitality says, okay, we got what we wanted. Let's go straight for the turtle. Let's be a little bit more disciplined. But top side, a solo kill as early as 2 minutes. Chills.
It wasn't a solo kill. It was a Spear of Misery to seal the deal from the top lane down to the bottom. How did she know the positioning? That was a beautiful timed ult. What?
It's like the dawning light of the savior, right? It feels like
Exactly.
they have a map hack, but no, they just know, right? Like even, man, I don't even know at this point, like Vitality, they just so good. And they're so aware of what's going on all across the map, which makes them so good at all of these engages. And right now, it seems like they might actually go for the invade here onto the jungle side.
Let's see if it's gonna work out for them actually. But look at this, Rough Voice goes in.
Nice setup there by Tal, but it's not gonna be enough. Shared damage is in, but Vitality, they're just gonna go for more. Look at Caramel, gonna zone out Pipals, gets into Appraiser's Wrath, and takes her down. One for the prize of the gold laner for the jungler here.
Okay, Team Vitality now in the 3-minute mark, almost at 4 minutes now, will be holding on to that 1.7k gold lead. But look at the positioning coming in from Cine. She's in that bush. I think Thal knows that she's there. Gets spot out there, will be able to get out. But again, right, so aggressive coming in from Cine, and that's exactly the kill pressure that we can expect coming in from a Kadira.
Yeah, two types of heroes that she can play, the backline damage dealer and even dive, aggressive dive heroes like the Kadira here. And even the side of Falcons Vega, they know this very well. They have to be careful with all of these bushes. Purifies, they have to be utilized at the right time as well, because once Cine has that rough waves up, that petrify as well, it can be almost a sure kill for the side of Team Vitality.
And now the turtle has already spawned back into the game. And there's just so much emphasis. We've seen it the entire series, but it looks like there's an engage happening around that turtle. What's going on there?
Yeah, there's just way too many people there. Vivian gonna be the first one bursted down. Pipals, the next one to fall. Violet as well gonna be popping in that Primal Rat onto Fumi Echo. She's pretty tanky though, so you're not gonna be able to take her down, and that is gonna give Falcons Vega a better upper hand here at taking in the turtle.
Finally, right? Falcons Vega find their rhythm, find their groove in that team fight, and we're able to get that favorable trade down. Some kills as well as a neutral objective take, by the way, to help out Falcons Vega in the early stage of the game. We do see that a diversion may be utilized here. It was cancelled out as, taking a look at the damage leaderboard, still the Luo Yi #1 on the charts.
As well as Caramel, right? Like the Fredrin, to think that this is a Fredrin that has already been nerfed and it's dealing this amount of damage. This is why it is still #1. We see Falcons Vega as well going in for the top side, the diversion play here. Not sure if Chels knows that. She has to defend this lane, and with Vivian in the mid lane, I think they're just gonna give away this tower on the top side.
Caramel's so low at the moment.
Yep, she's
What's going on there?
Yep, I think they're trying to go for her instead, but Violet gonna be the only casualty here onto the mid side. They might force out the team fight here, but here comes the backup. Tal gonna go in for the Curse of Blood, linking in 3, but onto the taunts here. 4 Pipals goes in for the spear, the ultimate in. A double kill picked up here for Vitality. The presence of mind that they had. Tal got in a very good link, but look at Chels as well, wrecking the damage there, going in for the TP plays, and gets in the middle tower here as well.
Beautiful timing and the beautiful follow-up coming from Shells, and the targeting at the latter stage of the team fight when all the resources were burnt out. She jumped in and was able to dish out that consistent damage that ultimately led to Team Vitality being able to get a better team fight down off of Falcons Vega. But it looks like a diversion play might be happening. This is a 3v1 situation, but Shells sees it, spots it out, and will be able to unhinge that particular situation.
Yeah, they have eyes everywhere here for Vitality. It's just that every single diversion play, though, they've only been successful once. But Shells, though, you're gonna try to go in for the play, gets soaked up, gets taunted here by Caramel. Curse of Blood gonna be linking that in, and finally get what they wanted. City, though, gonna try to go for a counter play, gets stunned here by Caramel. When all of that is happening, Pipals will be able to secure the turtle for Vitality, and now City's in trouble, does not have any escape. Oh wait, still escapes with 1 HP. What was that? Whoa!
Yeah, City still be able to get in and get out of the situations. That's the beauty of the Kadita, right? A lot of miscalculations can be done against a Kadita, and we saw that happening. And again, similar to game number 1 from Team Vitality, every time there's tunnel visioning happening from Falcons Vega, Team Vitality always has the next step in mind, taking in the neutral objective under the nose of Falcons Vega when they were focusing in the bottom lane into that team fight. And just this beautiful collapse of taking control over the map has just been so impeccable for Team Vitality that they're reaping the rewards now, right? Total control over the map despite Falcons Vega having the Luo Yi, but there's definitely still a loophole that can be utilized with this.
Yeah, it's Violet frontlining here right now. Okay, diversion play. Will they actually go for it? They actually see them. Dal gonna be soaking up the damage. Chels has the Spear of Misery there, but Fumi from the backside goes in for the play. Dal is not able to survive, unable to land the ultimate as Team Vitality wipes out Falcons Vega 1-1.
They knew it was coming. They were prepared. They were 2 steps ahead, like in a chess match against one of the grand masters of all time. Team Vitality again pressed the issue. 3 members taken down to the price of none. Cine still going to be able to posture very aggressively against the members of Falcons Vega. Despite Jinja already reaping in those integral items, it doesn't matter to Team Vitality as they're pushing to a 6k gold lead.
Oh man, I just noticed right now, like Chelsea's battle spell is actually Inspire, right? Like we see the Moskov on Purifies, you see that on Flickers, and I was wondering where that attack speed came from, right? When they were having that duel in the mid lane, it actually came from that Inspire. So we can expect to see more of that play coming out from Chelsea or from Vitality. 10 kills already for their side, and they're just gonna be blitzing in this Lord unless there's gonna be a diversion play being made here. I think it's a little bit too risky right now, knowing that Team Vitality just knows where to position every single time. Vitality secures in the first Lord of the game, Care of Impulse.
This is actually the default spell for the Moskov, right? Because as soon as it went viral into the meta in the gold lane, it was actually always the Inspire for the Moskov in the gold lane. But after time progressed, a lot of gold laners, the pro players, and of course the male division started to explore different types of spells like the Purify. We even sometimes see the Flicker coming through. And then that's when people start to go for a more safe type of spell to get the gold laner out of these precarious situations. But I guess Shell's just shows her confidence level in this particular matchup, and it's for good reason, right? Look at how they've been controlling all 3 of these lanes. She actually has a Malefic Roar now, so even more damage and penetration to go in for this siege.
That's not even the Lord yet, right? It just arrived and 2 inhibitors are already down. Curse of Blood being initiated here by Thal, uses up the Flicker, but Fumi goes in for the penalty zone here. The Lord is still up onto the base. Violet goes in for the onward, but it is not going to be enough. Rotation, diversion, combination. Caramel's going to get bursted down. Thal is super low here as well. They're looking to try and end this game, and they actually do. Vitality just shows us why they are our back-to-back MWI champions, and now the queens of Snapdragon Pro Series taking in their 20th title of the women's division. Still undecoded, still the queens.
Undefeated in WSL of the regular season, undefeated during the playoffs as well, and now they come into the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals, and they march their way through from the upper brackets up until the grand finals, not losing a single match, ladies and gentlemen. They continue over and over. They reign supreme, and they show us once again that nobody has yet to be able to touch their era. It is still their time to shine.
Man, Vitality, it's just like there's no counter. Like, I feel like every single patch that has been released, there is no nerf to Vitality. It feels like they're getting buffed every single patch, or maybe even adjusted And again, the 20th title. 3 years this has been going on, Eterna. I just really want to know what they have been taking for the past 3 years, what they've been eating, what's their routine, so I can have this win streak as well. But 20, that's just insane to be able to get this amount of titles in a span of just 3 years.
And I wonder if they're getting bored of winning all these championships left and right. And big props again to the coaching staff of previously known as Bigatron era with Coach Raiseboy, as well as Susugaja, and of course Dewa in the analyst position, to be able to forge such a dominant team through and through here, going 3-0 in the grand finals here at SPS. It's insane, and it only took them 11 minutes. The first game was 13 minutes, the second game was 10 minutes, and now the third game only 11 minutes. And this is against a team that was able to go 2-0 against Onyx Zol earlier.
Man, they're just shattering all predictions, all curses, all the records that you can actually take as the top team, right? Like, not only did they have like long games, they also had one of the shortest games that we've had here. And of course, a 3-0 up against Falcons Vega, 11 minutes in. I just don't know how they do it. I really want to know what's the secret to Vitality. They've been so strong. And looking at this, even though there were some respect bans that came through Eterna, it is still pretty much the same result here for Vitality.
Especially for Shell herself, right? The Claude being taken out of the board. She gets her hands on the Moskov and she picks up the Gold Miner and the Carnage. Not as high of a GPM as it was before on the Claude, but it was only an 11-minute game, right? 861 GPM on the Moskov with the highest damage per minute as well. 3,593. She's just reaping in all of these titles, all these, and it just shows once again the quality of all these players from Team Vitality.
Yeah, look at the tower damage. 37. I was like, okay, is that the same? No, it's actually 3,757 and 37,838 for Vitality. That's just how much they were able to take in 11 minutes. Like the map control, the turtles, the team fights. There was a point that, yeah, there was a win for Falcons in the mid game, but overall, like Vitality, how did they just do this, right? I don't know, like, I want to have answers, but it is Vitality still that came up with the 3-0, and no one has yet to crack the code yet for Vitality on how to take them down.
If we take a look at the gold and EXP graph as well, again, I don't even know what to say about this, Burger King, right? It's like the exact same story that we saw from Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. They just really know how to execute and implement the vision of the coach into their gameplay and make very minor or even zero mistakes. It was a perfect game again for them.
Yeah, I was thinking like this is a pretty good graph from Falcons Vega if you think about it, right? Like the diversion, you got a great amount of like CC and setup plays here from the Carmilla and the Fredrin, right? And even in the form of the Eat It. But this time it seems like Vitality, you know, no matter what diversion play has been done by Agatha, it seems like they just know how to play around the playstyle here of Falcons Vega. And you can see it in the chart, right? Like just a complete dominance here, both in Gold XP. It did not even swing back to Falcons Vega. And this all happened, Eterna, in 11 minutes and 21 seconds. It's crazy.
You know, one of my favorite anime, there are like titans in the anime. Yeah, it feels like the rumbling from Team Vitality just to trample on every other single team that is available. But we have to give it to Pipals in this game. Our MVP for game number 3, the final game of this best of 5, a kill participation of 100%. She was so active on the map, utilizing as well the quantum charge for more mobility, more movement speed to be able to facilitate the rest of her team as well.
Yeah, the true damage that the Alpha dishes out, right? It was way too much to take in as well for even Caramel, even Thal there. It just is through. That's why the Alpha kind of is resurfacing back in the meta right now. And, you know, you have to time it really well. Like, we all know it's all about the Fredrins and the Barretts, but this has been overlooked. This has been used several times as well in the tournament, and Pipals was able to masterfully use this hero. 100% kill participation on the alpha as well, and you can see it in the highlights. He was actually able to draw in the first blood here, and that's just it for Pipals, right? There were times that she was taken down, but she just provided so much great initiation. There was the spear. Oh yeah, that wasn't a solo kill like what I said, right? But yeah, they calculated it right in time there. The presence of mind here for Vitality is just insane.
Definitely. And it's even like the composition that Team Vitality went in, right? In the early stage of the game, you could see how the layers of the combos just added in and just melded and coalesced with one another so perfectly. The Spear of the Alpha timed in with, of course, Cine on the Kadira, and then just the aftermath over that with the DPS coming through from Shells, and even the Minion Fury from Vivian. And to top it all off, you still have as well Fumi Echo with her ultimate as well. So there was just so many things that Falcons Vega really needed to take into consideration every time they went into these team fights, and it really just overwhelmed them time after time after time.
Yeah. What can I say? 20 championship titles. And this is it. That's like, I can't even count, like 20 divided by 3 years. That's a whole lot to take in for the entire year. Not to count the other smaller pocket tournaments that they've been in. It's crazy to think how they've managed to maintain this dominance. Patches after patches, buffs after nerfs. They're able to keep up with the time.
Definitely. I don't know. I hope we actually get an interview with them real soon, because I mean, you've been asking me so many questions and honestly I don't know how to answer it, right?
Why don't we just ask them,
They've been maintaining
right?
this dominance for so long. I think we need to ask them directly. But okay, other than that, what else would you ask them if you got the opportunity to talk to them?
Oh man, there's so many questions. Like, what do you guys... I'm kidding. I was thinking like more of like, who did they think, or who would they actually look forward to? Say, you know, it was all about like Philippines and ID here, like between Smart Omega and, you know, Onyx Sol, right? Who did they want to face? Because it seems like a very tight matchup, right? Or maybe even, are they bored of hearing the word victory every time? There's so many questions here in mind, right? Like I wanna know, like, what's the secret behind like getting a win streak every single time, even though some of their comfort picks are also banned. So there's so many questions. Like, I hope they do get to answer it though, if we do have an interview with them.
I really do hope we do get to talk to them, because I think the last time I got to speak with a female team, I think it was Falcons actually. I got an interview with Chin Chao, and she's actually really shy in person.
Oh, she doesn't look
she's
like
super
it.
sweet. Exactly, right? She
Yeah.
was super shy. She was super sweet as well. I'm actually wondering, but we're gonna see Team Vitality. What would I ask? I don't know what to ask. There's too many questions.
Why don't you
What
ask
do they
that-
eat for breakfast?
Yeah, with the $1 million question.
What do they do in their spare time?
Yeah, I mean, apart
Do
from
they just play Mobile Legends like 24/7?
yeah, that's the same question I have. To be this dominant, right? Like, you have to keep on playing, but it feels like, I don't know, it's just like another day for them, right? Like, yeah, I want to ask them that too. That's pretty interesting. Do you guys play 24/7? Do we have to play 24/7 to be this good? Because I've been playing 24/7 and I don't get that amount of win streak. So yeah, that's a
You
good
play
question.
24/7? Do you
No.
sleep?
No, I'm kidding. There was a time that happened when I first started playing, okay? Almost 24/7. Almost 24/7.
Wow.
That's how deep I was into the game. Like, almost 24/7. Close enough.
That's dedication, guys.
I hope
She doesn't even sleep.
Yeah, I hope my
plays.
mom's not watching the stream right now, because she's been telling me to get some sleep, because sometimes she'd come down and say, okay, wow, it's already like 2 a.m. and you're still at it. I'm like, yeah, I'm still at it, and I'm still on a lose streak. I mean, I hope I'm Team Vitality, right? Like, I do want to know the secret. Is it having a very good balance between, you know, playing and having, you know, other things as well in the bag, or do you have any other hobbies, right?
Yeah, well, I really want to know like their day-to-day routine, right? What do they do when they wake up? What time do they wake up? Okay, this is getting a little detailed and personal.
No. I mean,
but
it's like a vlog type, right? Like a day in the life. I mean, it's so popular here in the Philippines. Like a day in the life of, say, a professional player, right? Like for some people it varies. Like I mean, I've gotten a chance to talk to or interview like RSG. I had the time to talk to Kyrie as well and some of the interview shows that I've had. But I'm actually super curious though. Do they just play? I mean, I know there's a time in between scrims. There's obviously time to eat as well. So I don't know, like what do they do for fun, right? Like I think that's something interesting too. Like apart from Mobile Legends, some of us I know have been playing the game to actually de-stress, but these players have been playing for the prize pool, right? It's insane. I want to know what they do apart from, studying, apart from playing as well. It's a very interesting take.
they drink the tears of their opponents when they lose for fun. All right, Burger Kim.
I think that's
what
vitality.
they do.
Oh, that's how good they are, right? They have a great amount of tears. A good amount of tears.
And now they also have a great amount of money, right?
Oh,
Number one, 15K USD. Sheesh.
Well, that's a lot of money. What do you do with that? Like, I think Vitality has had so much already. Like, I want to ask them that. Like, with all the prize pools that you guys have, what's one thing that you guys buy that you don't really need but makes you really happy?
Buy Eterna a house. Amen.
I think with the amount of prize pool that they have, they can actually get you. Yeah, they can, right? Like 20 championships.
Yeah. Buy me a house, guys.
Yeah, please.
You got this.
Split one between
Eterna
and
I believe in you.
Yeah, I think it's enough, right? Eterna. I think even with the prize pool that they have here, it's enough to get at least one for you.
Oh,
wait.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
We're going to an interview with Team Vitality. Let's go. Ring, ring, ring. Who's there? Hello, Shell, Simi. Hello, Vivian. My name is Eterna, and this is Burger Kim.
Hi.
And we're super excited to finally talk to you. So how does it feel to win again and again and again and again and again?
This is the first time we won under Vitality's name, so we are really happy that we can get our first trophy for a new team. Is there a trophy though?
Is there a trophy? We'll talk to our producers later on, okay?
We'll
it's
ask
like,
afterwards.
bro, is there a trophy? Because they want to add to their collection.
There's a lot
Burger
at
Kim.
the back. Okay, wait. Okay, me and Eterna have this question earlier on. We just want to ask, do you guys play 24/7 MLBB? Do we have to play 24/7 to be as good as you, or what do you guys do apart from playing Mobile Legends?
8 hours is for sleeping and the rest is for Mobile Legends. Yeah.
All right, so basically like 24/7, right?
Almost.
So as soon as they wake up, Mobile Legends. So what's the secret? Like, do you usually scrim against the males in the league, or like, how do you get this good?
we scrim with men. Always scrim with men team. It's either like tier 2 or 3 sometimes tier 1 teams if they want, but most of the time we scrim with tier 2 and 3s of male teams from a lot of regions, especially Malay, Singapore. Malay. Yeah, from Malay, from SG, from PH as well. Myanmar too. China.
So they're already like, practicing with so many different regions, so many things going on. Burger Kim, do you have a next question?
I guess the last one. It's pretty interesting that they mentioned that this is the first win under the banner of Team Vitality. So we're expecting, like, what else can we expect, or what else can we look forward to for this team under the banner of Team Vitality? More wins? More Mobile Legends?
Yeah, more wins. It's just the beginning, guys.
Oh,
We're gonna win more tournaments. It's just the beginning, especially later.
Esports World Cup.
Yeah, Esports World Cup. We are really looking forward to that.
To take the trophy home.
That's actually one of the questions that I really wanted to ask, right? So you guys are going back to MWI and you've won it for the past 2 years. How does it feel like to go back there and try to defend your title again? Are you confident with being able to win it back to back to back, a three-peat for MWI?
Hopefully, yeah.
100%, yeah.
100%.
It will be
Very
all-
confident.
it
They're
will
like
be all-
100%.
yeah. I mean, with 20 titles, right? I'm pretty sure they're super confident. I'm pretty sure a lot of your fans are also watching the stream here right now. Team Vitality, on behalf of your team, is there anything quick shout outs to your fans? Any messages for any of your supporters?
Yeah.
For
You can speak in Indo as well if you want.
It's fine. For our fans, Hives, we dedicate this first trophy for you guys. And of course, keep on supporting us for the upcoming tournament, especially the Esports World Cup later on July. So keep on supporting us and we will do our best to bring the champion home to us.
Yes.
To you guys.
Nice.
Right.
Right.
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much. Shell, Sini, Pipal, makasih banyak. Congratulations juga. Tadi keren banget.
Thank you, guys.
It's so good to see you, and good luck to for your MWI, and hopefully you guys can bring back the trophy to Indonesia again. Thank you guys. Congratulations once again.
Yes.
Wow, Burger Kim. They're so confident, and it's warranted, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the key takeaway too is like, yeah, this is the first time that they're playing under the banner of Vitality, so they were really, really super happy about this win here as well. And yeah, they're like, oh yes, we want to have that trophy to add up to all of our collections. And yeah, they're super confident in taking that possible three-peat in that MWI once again, and of course the highly anticipated EWC that will be happening in Riyadh this year.
So we had an interview with Team Vitality, and now we're gonna have an interview with Burger Kim. How do you feel? Wait, you're on this side. How do you feel, Burger Kim?
Oh yeah, you're on this
Casting
side.
for 2 days.
Ooh,
The
yeah.
Snapdragon Pro Series.
For Indo teams that have been winning in the female scene. Yeah. Great, actually. I think it's a nice change. It's a nice change from what we had.
What change?
Nice
There's no
change. I mean, in the realm of MLBB, I'm talking about that, right? Like, there's still, MSC. There's still, the World, the M6 that will be happening in EWC. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. If you know what
It's
I'm
okay.
talking about.
Burger Kim, you have to give some glory to the rest of the regions, right? Like, okay, you got the male division, all right, in PH, but like, give us the females, okay? We
we'll
have the
catch up.
females in the bag.
We're catching up. Don't worry. We gave some of your teams a run for their money, so don't worry. We're getting there.
It was a 2-0.
We're getting there. Don't worry. We're getting there. A couple more years. We'll get back to
2-0
this.
Onyx Zol.
Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. We've made it this far. I mean, it's just PH and Indo. Don't worry. We'll get back to this clip it out and say that. We'll get there. Trust me, PH fans. Trust me.
I hope not. Please give some glory for the rest of us.
We're here to take it. You just give us some time, especially for this team. But yeah, props, congratulations to Indonesia's Team Vitality. It was a well-deserved win, and I'm super happy. It's like the 20th title. It's insane. I don't know. They just have so much trophies. I don't even have any here with me right now.
But it was an honor to cast with you, Burger Kim, for the first time here for the Snapdragon Pro Series Women's League Challenge Finals. Thank you so much to all the viewers at home who were on this stark journey with us all throughout the 2 days. And once again, congratulations to Team Vitality for being their champions in this tournament. So, me, Eterna, I'm gonna sign out for today alongside with Burger Kim. All right. Bye, everybody. See you in the next tournament.
Bye-bye. See you guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
QT dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never number around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Ding ding.
Why you just have that look up on your face with the underestimate?